Caused a major upset in the Australian Match Play Golf Championships, defeating defending champion Ian Baker Finch at the Kingston Heath course in Melbourne. Kathy Boland reports.
Top-seeded Baker Finch went down to Northern Ireland's Ronan Rafferty in the quarterfinals, with Rafferty scoring a 4-2 victory. He now meets Queenslander Vaughan Summers, who defeated Peter Fowler of New South Wales 2-up in this afternoon's semi-finals at Kingston Heath Golf Club. The other semi-final will be between New South Wales Open champion Craig Parry and Victorian Mike Clayton. Parry easily defeated Peter O'Malley of New South Wales 5-4, while Clayton beat American Mike Calandro 2-up. Kathy Boland, Macquarie National News, Melbourne.
Australian Davis Cup captain Neil Fraser says the conditions and the crowd weren't as bad as he expected in the opening match in Mexico City. Pat Cash has got Australia off to a great start with a solid victory over the Mexican number one, Leonardo Laval, 5-7, 6-4, 6-1, 11-9. The second match between Wally Masur and Francisco Marcial has been put off until tomorrow after bad light-stop play, with Masur taking the first set 6-3, and it's 2-all in the second. Fraser says the Mexican crowd were surprisingly well behaved.
Oh, they were pretty good considering, I think. I think that's the best crowd that I've seen in Mexico in behaviour. So as long as you're concentrated and forgot about what they were saying and that, it was no problem for Pat, as it turned out.
Sydney Swans full forward Warwick Kappa has reportedly decided to leave the club. Kappa's contract expired yesterday, but he hadn't re-signed, apparently because the Swans would have to drop another player to keep him. Swans general manager Ron Thomas says Kappa trained with the club last night, but said nothing about leaving. And Queensland pair Trevor Barsby and Glenn Trimble have posted a century second wicket partnership on the opening day of the Sheffield Shield cricket match against South Australia in Brisbane. Queensland is 1 for 139 with Barsby on 86 and Trimble on 34. Western Australia is struggling at 3 for 81 after being sent into bat by Tasmania in the match in Hobart, and Sri Lanka is 3 for 67 in the match against Victoria at the MCG.
News time is approaching 3:05. Mike Bailey's Sydney weather: increasing cloud and a little rain gradually developing with the chance of a late thunderstorm. Warm to very warm conditions and humid days ahead, tempered on the coast by moderate to fresh gusty north to northeasterly winds. A cooler southerly change is expected tomorrow with a few showers. The outlook for Monday and Tuesday: mild to warm conditions with a shower or two. Currently it's 30 degrees and that's 6 above average. Relative humidity is 32% and winds are from the northwest at 10 kilometres per hour. At 3:06, there'll be more Macquarie National News after the football.
For many years now, astute investors from all walks of life have taken advantage of Manchester Unity's Friendly Society bonds. And it's little wonder. Manchester Unity's Friendly Society bonds provide taxation benefits, flexibility and security. They can benefit you in many ways, including reducing tax, saving money for the children's education, supplementing superannuation, investing after retirement, and it goes on. Call Manchester Unity. You'll find them in the white pages. They've been helping Australians for 150 years.
The Sun is Sydney's number one. Number one for action, number one for lead, number one for fashion, the one you can believe.
The Magnificent Sevens mark the beginning of another great league season. Read all about it on Monday in The Sun's exciting new weekend sport report. Don't miss this 16-page sports lift-out in The Sun on Monday, Sydney's number one newspaper.
Sydney's number one, that's the Sydney Sun.
If you're building during the next 6 months or so, think about this. Roma, home of the Caesars, city of fountains, the Vatican, the catacombs, the Colosseum, and basta. But what's that got to do with your new home? Just this. If you decide to build with bricks from Austral's Manor House series, you might win a trip for two to Rome. See the Manor House range at your nearest Austral showroom, and you could be seeing Rome in the summer. Austral bricks you can depend on.
Okay, are you looking for value? Real value? It's here, McDonald's McValue Meal.
McValue Meal? What a deal! One Big Mac, large serve fries, 60% more Coke, all for $2.99.
McValue Meal? It's a steal! Fillet of fish, same large fries, Coke on the side.
But only for a limited time.
McDonald's McValue Meals, only $2.99. With value like that, you can feed the whole clan.
McDonald's McValue Meal, for a short time at McDonald's.
Now, footy fans, the moment you've all been waiting for.
He's certainly acting Paul Langdon. He carried was actually before the scrum went down. There's no doubt about it. You're becoming emotional.
Yes, Hollywood and Zorba are back for all the action of the Sydney Rugby League Super Sevens. Brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements. Now it's out to Parramatta Stadium for the return of the Decibel Duo. Here they are, Greg Hartley and Peter Peters.
Good afternoon and welcome in February 1988 to the kick-off to the Rugby League season, an inaugural Super Sevens competition, and let's hope that this experiment by the New South Wales Rugby League is a major success. Good afternoon to my calling buddy on 2GB, Greg Hartley.
Mate, it's great to be back with you, Peter. I'm looking forward to a good day. I've had a pretty good rest. I know you have, just by looking at the size of your tummy. And I think it should be a terrific afternoon's football.
It should be, Greg, and I can reveal that my tummy's gone in, yours has gone out during the off-season in 1988. And here we are at Parramatta Stadium. The gates have just opened. Kick-off 4 o'clock this afternoon in the inaugural Super Sevens competition. We're going to see Balmain and St George in the opening game. South Sydney and North Sydney after that one. Manly Warringah, the premiers, up against the newcomers. Newcastle in match 3. Combined Brisbane versus Penrith in match 4. Parramatta versus Western Suburbs, and West kick off with a win over Maitland last night up at Maitland, and some of their players backing up here today at the Parramatta Stadium. The Brisbane Broncos, their first appearance, minus Wally Lewis and captained by Gene Miles against last year's grand finalist Canberra. Cronulla Sutherland versus another newcomer in the Gold Coast Tweed Giants, and Canterbury Bankstown versus Illawarra in the final of the opening games. And then, of course, we go into the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then we expect the final to be held around 9:30 tonight. We're going right through as part of our Rugby League kickoff, and it's going to be certainly a long period here at Parramatta Stadium in the Sevens. Hope you enjoy it. We've got lots of old faces to bring back to the microphone here at 2GB this afternoon, and let's kick off with two of our analysts for the big afternoon here and evening at Parramatta Stadium. First of all, a warm welcome back to the 2GB microphone to the Chief Rugby League writer for the Sydney Morning Herald and the Sun Herald, Alan Clarkson. Good to see you, Clarko.
Nice to be still around, Pete.
It certainly is. What's your first impressions of Parramatta Stadium after the off-season?
Well, I'm a bit disappointed. I see some bare patches there, barer than the top of my head, as a matter of fact. Some smart fella said before, it looks as if it's got AIDS out there.
It certainly does. I know they've had soccer and a few concerts on here in the off-season, and the explanation from the curator is it's the winter grass mixing with the summer grass, and evidently for you horticulturists, evidently that doesn't mix, and that's the result of some of the bare patches. But it is bare in certain parts, particularly in the centre, but he assures me that it'll be okay for the start of the premiership in a month's time, but there's a bit of growing to do in that regard. A warm welcome too from Channel 10, and also, of course, no newcomer to 2GB, and the city coach for 1988, Bill Anderson. Good afternoon, Bill.
G'day, Pete. It's almost as if I was never away. You've already reminded me that you were the Wollongong Beach Flags champion and scored 183 against the West Indies, including Wes Hall, so nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed, except that I think the runs have got better.
That score's gone from 121 to 183 in 18 months' time.
And his fibs are just a little bit longer.
And you still don't know how to put the microphone on, so nothing's changed at 2GB's football over 1988. Hollywood still operating with his feet in his mouth most of the time. The Sevens, Alan Clarkson and Bill Anderson. First of all, how do you think it'll go?
Well, I can't see. I'm sure it will be a success, but I just wonder whether they should have the 6 tackle. To me, I would have preferred to see this match played under the 4 tackle rule, to be quite frank, because I think that under the 6 tackles, I don't think much is going to change. They're just going to go bang, bang, bang. They're going to head down and tail up for 3 or 4, and then spin it around. I think the idea of the Sevens style of football, from what I've seen for the rugby, of course, is to move it around, and we've got better players than rugby have, so I'm sure it would be a better game played properly.
Well, there are fors and against on that. I think the players will appreciate the fact that it's being played under 6-tackle football. I don't know that the supporters will, but of course when you're playing 4-tackle football, really it's 2-tackle football, because you get the ball, you take it up 1, that's 1 gone. You use it for 2 tackles, that's 3, and then if you haven't got good field position, you've got to kick it. So it's 6 one way, 7 the other way. I don't really know which way to go, but as far as the spectators are concerned, I think they would have preferred it to have been played under 4-tackle football. There would be a lot more ball movement. Now you're going to need a good organiser of play under 6-tackle tackle football, and that's why I think that Souths will probably go a lot better than many people expected.
Well, I'm all for uniformity into the game, and I really think that everything revolves around 6 tackles in the game. I think for the spectators, for the players, for the referees, and for the commentators, for that matter, everybody concerned, I think, would much rather have 6 tackles. Some people have said to me, some purists are saying that it's going to spoil it having 6, but we've never seen it under 6, the 7. So I really think that it'll be a success.
Well, what you've got to consider is the fact that if it was 4-tackle football, and this game already is very divorced from rugby league, 4-tackle football, it would be nothing like rugby league. At least now it's going to have some semblance of league about it.
Okay, it's just impossible to pick one side that's going to go well at it, Alan. I mean, upsets are the order of the day in this type of football. South Sydney, in their side, have gone for a heck of a lot more forwards than most of the other clubs. And is that a plus or a minus, do you think?
Well,
considering it's 32 degrees here.
Yes, well, I think it's a minus to start with. I like the look of the Manly squad. I think that any time you've got players around there that can zip around like those Manly fellas, you're in a sevens game with a hell of a big chance.
Bill?
Well, I think Souths have got a lot of advantages in this game, but the bloke that's wearing number 9, Craig Coleman, he's their biggest advantage. He's a tremendous touch footballer, good organiser of play, and as I suggested, I think 6-tackle football under 7s conditions does lend itself to someone who can control the rucks, and he can do that. I'm not saying they're going to win it, but I think they'll go a lot better than many people expected.
Greg, we're going to see a lot of new faces here today, particularly even first up when Balmain plays St George, and we go through the St George lineup that's been chosen, and we haven't got the changes yet, but we'll bring them to you the moment they come to hand. But, you know, we're going to see players like Peter Gill and Brad Mackay, Clinton Moore, Sean O'Brien we've seen before, but you know, Trevor Bailey, you know, really a lot of new faces and a lot of ex-Brisbane brothers, the premiers up there, and I think that's going to be the big plus out of today, that we're going to have the look at these new players, Greg.
Yeah, I think a lot of the fans are going to get the opportunity too, Peter, just to see how well, if you're a St George fan, that is just how well the club's purchased in the off-season. They come down with pretty big raps, as we're all aware, because we've read about them, yet to set eyes on them, but I think St George will go pretty well this year. It's about time they've put their hand in their kick, and when you listen to all reports and the information coming out of Cogra, they think they've done a pretty good job in the buying department. So today we'll get an opportunity to have a look. But I like Manly, Peter, when you've got fellows like Michael O'Connor, who's been there and done that, and of course his mate Mac Burke, who's also a champion player, and the speed of some of those guys there. And the organising skills, as Alan pointed out, of Cliffy Lyons, I think they're going to be hard to toss.
I think the biggest shock when Manly trot out is going to be a young fellow that we saw last year come into the side and do very well. And his name's Ian Gately. He's trimmed down to under 17 stone, and he was well over 18 last year. Sounds good, doesn't it? But they're talking about him at Manly at the moment as being the equal of Noel Cleal when he gets the ball in his hands. And he's trained twice a day since the end of last season. I saw him in Hawaii and he'd bulked up. They tell me he stripped down a lot, talking to Bobby Fulton during the week. He's the player that they're expecting huge things from at Manly, and he's a player that I think we're going to have a good look at today. Of course, the first sighting of the Broncos, the Knights and the Giants is going to prove very interesting, Bill, but I really think a lot of people are expecting too much from those clubs.
Yeah, so do I, Pete. I don't know that you'll be able to gauge how clubs are going to go in 1988 on how they perform here in the Sevens. I think we'll find out a lot about some of the new players individually. We'll see that they've got skills of catching, passing, kicking, stepping and so on, but this won't be a guide as to how a team's going to go in 1988.
Parramatta in the off-season, you know, a great club, and that last year, there's no doubt about it, that some of their players, obviously bloods during the off-season, they didn't come up as premiers, and from their opening game here, when Balmain beat them, which you'll remember very well as the Balmain coach at the time, Bill, they never recovered from that. They've been working harder in the off-season. They've made some buys, and they tell me that the players that they've bought are outstanding players. Players like Stafford from Brisbane, Scott Mann is a local junior. Craig Izzard, I think, is going to be a terrific buy. But I think more importantly, they tell me Jeff Bugden is well again, way down in his weight, and he's one player they missed badly last year.
I believe that Parramatta are in that tough half of the draw. They're in there with Balmain, Brisbane and some of the other good sides, and I think what you've got to consider, Pete, is those teams are going to play one another twice, so they can't all make the 5. Let me go down as having said this at this stage. I think Parramatta's one of the teams in that half of the draw that will make the semi-finals.
Okay, well, it all looks pretty interesting, Clarko.
Yes, I was up here a couple of weeks ago and had a look at Parramatta, and exactly what you said is 100% right. This Stafford is a very big boy, and he's not only a hard runner, and when I say big boy too, he's fit, and he's tall boy. He's about 6'3", and about I'd say a bit over 16 stone, I'd say. But he's as hard as nails, and he can not only run with the ball, but he can use the ball. And he's going to be a valuable asset. And where they're going to fit them all in, Pete, you know, that's a very pleasant thing that the coach has got to go through.
Okay, you're on 2GB's World of Football on 2GB News Talk 87. Peter Peters, Greg Hartley, Alan Clarkson and Bill Anderson with you. And later on we'll be joined by the state coach Johnny Peard and also the former Kangaroo captain Maxi Krilich. And this program this afternoon brought to you by Manchester Unity, the Sun newspaper and All Proud Home Improvements. And when we talk about Manchester Unity, one of the great friendly societies, they've been caring for and helping Australians for 150 years. They can help you with your taxation benefits. They can show you how to supplement your income and also to invest after you retire. And I'm sure there's plenty of people in Sydney and some in this box that would like some assistance in that regard. And if you'd like to give them a call, phone the people on 267 8831. That's Manchester Unity. Give them a call on Monday through to Friday on 267 8831. And of course, the Sun newspaper winning an award last year for their rugby league coverage, part of the Fairfax organisation. Some great writers there. Our own sideline eye, Tony Megahey, a member of their team, and they'll certainly be bringing you rugby league as it happens in 1988. They won the Winfield Media Award last year for being the best newspaper in rugby league. And of course, that's no mean feat. All Proud Home Improvements, Greg Hartley.
Yes, Pete, well, they're back with us again with a vengeance. My mate Ray Shiner out there at 900 Canterbury Road, Lakemba. If you want an extension put onto the back of your house or a prefab garage, anything appertaining to home improvements, Ray's the man to see. He's on 750-5755, and they're out there at 900 Canterbury Road, Lakemba. He's a great supporter of rugby league, and he'll be with us right throughout the season too.
Okay, so there they are, and of course they'll be joined by City Ford as the major sponsors in our rugby league cover for 1988. It's going to be a magnificent year. We've got lots of other great sponsors back with us again, like Kango Wolf Power Tools, Wins Automotive Products, Skydome Industries, Independent Tyre Services, and those fabulous people from Tyrrell's. Once again, we're going to have the magnificent player of the series. We gave away 2 magnificent Mitsubishi motor cars last year, and we've got some great news to bring you a little bit later on in the season as the kick-off for the Winfield Cup approaches, and that's only 4 weeks away. We'll take a break and be back with more out of Parramatta Stadium, where the crowd is flowing into the ground for the kick-off at 4 o'clock.
Tomorrow, the Sun Herald takes on the issue no one can ignore: guns. Who owns them, who needs them, and why? In a special feature, we take you inside the gun lobby and find out who they really represent. Will the new gun laws protect ordinary Australians or leave them out in the cold? It's the debate that split the community and could turn the state election.
Also in the Sun Herald, the boom, crash, boom of Sydney real estate. The experts compare the suburbs and predict what's in store this year. It's the news you can't afford to miss tomorrow.
The celebrations have only just begun. Come and see the beautiful Macquarie Street and Hyde Park decorations all lit up. This Friday and Saturday nights, Macquarie Street will be closed to traffic from 8 p.m. Bring your family and friends and enjoy the free entertainment. For more details, phone the New South Wales Bicentennial Council Information Centre on 233 8888.
On 2GB News Talk 87, you're listening to the Rugby League Super Sevens, brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements. Back to Hollywood and Zorba.
Welcome back to Parramatta Stadium, where the inaugural Super Sevens will be held, and the first game, Balmain and St George. Before we go any further in our World of Football this afternoon, brought to you by Manchester Unity, the Sun newspaper and All Proud Home Improvements, and we'll be here, the entire team, right through until the final tonight, which should kick off around about 9:30, providing everything goes to schedule. We've got a very special guest in the 2GB box now, the New South Wales coach for 1988, and certainly a man with a big big job ahead of him, Johnny Peard. Good afternoon, John, and thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Peter.
John, a big year for Rugby League, and certainly a big year for you. You had the city sides last year, and the State of Origin this year, I think, is going to be even more of a battle royal because we've got Brisbane in the competition. I think if they go well, certainly that interest in the State of Origin is going to be sky high again.
Certainly, Peter, yes. I don't think it'll lose its interest, the State of Origin. It's really a highlight of the season. I'm very pleased that I can be associated with it. We've got a lot more time than the city country time to prepare for it, so it's 5 weeks in all. First game on May 17, second on May 31, and the third on June 21, so 5 weeks in all.
Well, it's a great honour for us to have the state coach and the city coach with us on our inaugural broadcast for 1988, and it's a very important year in rugby league. Just how important do you see it, Bill?
Well, I think the future of rugby league is destined upon its spreading. We were very insular, weren't we, with the game being based here in Sydney rather than anywhere else, and league had to spread its tentacles if the game was going to go ahead. They've done that. Having done that, what they've got to now do is make sure that it's a success in those areas, both in the country and up in Queensland, and I'm sure that it's going to be. It's important for our future, and we're all associated with rugby league. We love it, and this is the way it's going to have to go.
Okay, and both of you guys, I understand, will have a selection, say, in your respective sides, which I think is absolutely marvellous. Is that right, John?
Yeah, it's advisory capacity, I believe,
Yeah.
but that's essential, I think, if you're going to coach a side.
Yeah, you've got to have some sort of say in it. So both of you will be on a roster system, going to games and acting as, going with the selectors and discussing the likely makeup of the team.
Yeah, well, I think each coach, Pete, knows the way that he wants a particular team to play, and therefore, you know, the players you want that can put that sort of style into action. I'm pretty sure I know the way John likes his football played, and he likes that open sort of football, and he's going to want players that can carry that out.
Okay, well, every season for the last couple, we've had the best sideline eye in the business in Tony Megahey from the Sydney Sun, and we're pleased to have Tony's newspaper aboard as one of our major sponsors of our broadcast of rugby league in 1988. Tony's the man that gets the stories before anybody else, and we're going to cross to him down on the sideline now, just about 35 minutes before kickoff to Rugby League 1988. Welcome back, Tony Megahey.
G'day, Peter. How are you? A little bit of a disappointing crowd here. I thought with the amount of league talent on show, this place would be packed, but if anyone's thinking of coming to this ground, you're going to see the best footballers in the world. Very, very much a mystery bag, I think, Peter, the way the game's going to be played here, and certainly with the referees, they've had a lot of reshuffling. We'll see a lot of new referees. For instance, the first match, we're going to see Dennis Ward referee Balmain and St George, followed by Dennis Spagarino refereeing South and North, and from then on there'll be interchanging with Mick Stone eventually refereeing the grand final very late this evening. But I did think, mate, there'd be a lot bigger crowd here today.
You said Dennis Ward, but I think you anticipate Chris Ward,
Chris
is
Ward,
it?
I'm sorry, yeah, that's right.
Okay. Well, he'll be the opening referee. How many are they going to use today, Tony?
Well, they're going to use everyone, Peter. Possibly a couple of guys that we haven't seen a real lot of in first grade, like Filmer and Cooley. For instance, Filmer will be refereeing the Manly-Newcastle match. Combined Brisbane and Penrith will be Cooley. So they'll be interchanging. A lot of pressure on the referees too with their endurance and fitness, as of course the players. This 6-tackle rule is going to put a lot of pressure on everybody, and I think a lot of the coaches are wondering just how this game's going to be played, and of course the people that are at an advantage are the people that are watching the first couple of games, Balmain and St George. They'll give the rival coaches an idea of just how they're going to play this game. But I think, mate, there'll be a lot of kicking, and don't be surprised if some of the bigger men can dominate a little more than you'd see these faster guys. I think it's very much a match where some of the bigger guys, and particularly a side that's got a good hooker dummy half forward, will be well into this match.
Tony, just looking around the ground, we've got a good view from high up in our broadcasting position of the people entering the ground at the various entry points, and there are quite a few people lined up on the hill end of the ground and also outside the ground, and I really think that the crowd will fill up particularly well by kick-off time, although they were anticipating 20,000, and that's a long way off at this time. Let's hope the crowd builds up. Look forward to your comments right throughout the evening and also right throughout the season. season. Great to have you back, Tony Megahey from the Sydney Sun. And let's just go through the rules for the Super Sevens. And Greg Hartley, every club competing shall nominate a squad of 12 players and 10 for each match. So that's the situation. 6 tackles, 3 replacements allowed during the course of any match. Any player replaced during the course will not be allowed to return to the field during the course of that match. You go on with a few of the others.
Well, if a player is dismissed from the field during the course of the match, he'll not be eligible to play again during the course of the competition. And, of course, he'll face your judiciary down there just as normal. Games in the preliminary round shall be of 7 minutes duration each way with a half-minute interval. So they're going to be more or less swapping over.
Just 1 minute, the interval.
Yeah, 1 minute the interval. In the semi-finals and finals, 10 minutes each way with half-time interval of 5 minutes. So that's to give them a spell. Time off for injury shall be allowed in all games. And should the scores be level at full time in any game, extra time will be played, Peter. Teams will change ends and play will be restarted by a scrum at the centre of the halfway line. And at that scrum, the team last in possession will have the put-in and the opposition will have the loose.
Okay, Billy Anderson, no kicks for goal. It's just drop kicks.
Yes, it is, Pete. That applies whether it's a conversion or a penalty kick. So that'll save a lot of time, won't it?
3-man scrum. We won't see any balls put in the second row, John Pearce.
don't you believe it?
I'll bet you 6-4 the Parramatta supporters will say balls were fed into the second row. Is that right, John?
Well, possibly, Greg. But yeah, it's different. I think Canberra's picked a side mainly of backs, and maybe a team that's got a few forwards in there maybe could just steal a few scrums off the feed.
Yeah, although some of those Canberra backs are the biggest forwards, aren't they? When you look at Matthew Corkery and Chris Kinner and Craig Bellamy, who's a former, well, he is a forward anyway. I noticed that Gary Belcher's in their side, but not a lot of forwards. Mal Meninga in the side as well. Gee, he's going to be a devastating sort of a player in this type of football, I would predict. Bill Anderson.
Well, of course, in sevens, Pete, you're looking basically at one-on-one defence. I don't think you can come in and gang tackle a player like Meninga because he's likely to offload a ball and they're away and running. So you're looking at one-on-one defence, and we all know what a difficult prospect he is under those conditions.
Greg, the referees obviously will have done a lot of work, but this is the type of game, a lot of runaway tries that is going to test the referee. A point that interests me, and I've only heard about it just before we came to air, is that in rugby union, when they want to waste time, players that make a runaway try wait for the opposition or the defence to get somewhere near him before actually plating the ball down for a try, touching down for the try. I understand that won't be allowed today.
I think, Peter, that they'll play strictly to the rules of the game other than the ones that have been changed. But if they start doing that, that would be crazy. But as far as the referees are concerned, you're right, because when you get fellows like Meninga and a lot of the speeches like O'Connor and that from Manly, these referees, I know 2 of them will be there waiting for them, and then I'll refer to Billy Harrigan and probably Greg McCullum. But I'll tell you what, some of the bigger fellas, if they haven't been working hard in the summer, and I'm sure Braybrook would have them in pretty good shape, they're going to be back on the 25 when some of these stars are putting the ball down for tries.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. It's going to be an interesting sort of a day, and we're going to bring it all to you on 2GB News Talk 87, thanks to the Sydney Sun newspaper, and what a great rugby league lift out they produce each and every Monday. You look for it on Mondays, and you'll see the best rugby league lift out in Sydney through the Sydney Sun. Manchester Unity, if you're thinking of investing, well, they've been looking after and caring for Australians for 150 years, and of course, people throughout Sydney now.
Your managing director must be getting a bit long in the tooth now. 150 years.
He retired last year. They've got some new blood in.
Goes to show you, see?
Yeah, that's right.
They must have terrific plans down there for them.
They certainly have, and All Proud Home Improvements, of course, have certainly got the people in the Golden West really buzzing and coming up with some great bargains out there at their store at Lakemba, Greg.
Yeah, if you walk into All Proud Home Improvements out there at 900 Canterbury Road, just tell them they've been talking to Zorba and myself, and just say, you're my mate Ray Shiner. They've been talking about it. You'll say, yes, I am. Can you do a deal for us? And they will, mate.
They certainly will. Okay, tactics today are going to play an important part in this series. We've seen most of the coaches, John and Bill, co-opt rugby union players or coaches. Parramatta have been coached virtually solely in the last week by Paul Dorton, the New South Wales rugby coach of last year and former Parramatta coach. And also we've seen Mark Eller and Glenn Eller go to training sessions. We've seen the Australian captain up in Brisbane helping the Broncos. And how do you think the tactics will be?
Well, Pete, as I've already mentioned, I feel the game's not really close to rugby league. It's similar to rugby league, but the tactics have got to be different. And in defence, one of the things that I would expect teams to adopt would be a non-moving up defensive pattern. So rather than have your defence moving up quickly to nullify the opposition as you would in a game of rugby league, I think what you'll find here in sevens is teams will slide in defence. So rather than going up, you'll find they'll all move and shuffle across field. They'll try and push the ball carrier towards the sideline. That only gives him the one option, and that is to go on the outside. I think that's what you'll find teams doing. If they come up quick, they're going to leave holes inside, outside, and of course space over the top of the chip.
Do you think we'll see much kicking, John?
Yes, definitely. We'll definitely get some kicking towards.
It'll be late, won't it?
It should be late, yes, unless someone could see a chance for a chip or a kick chase. It'll be interesting with the kicking. I think some teams will prefer to keep the ball in play, and others may prefer to hit the line and perhaps try and pinch a scrum or at least get set against a good side. I think anyone playing Manly would probably hit the line and then get set again. That just negates Manly's brilliant ability from playing in broken play. But Bill's dead right with the defence. I think you'll see them sliding out and defending out rather than in as we do in the 13-a-side.
You don't think that they'll tempt the changeover? I mean, it'd be silly in this game to play out your six unless you're trying to soak up time, Bill.
Well, I think you'll find some of them that will push the ball on a changeover, and their variety to that will be a long kick, and not just the kick with a view to giving the opposition possession. I think there'll be a view for one of their faster players. You know, if you've got someone like Michael O'Connor in your side with plenty of pace, well, a 60 or 70 metre kick, he's going to beat most people to the ball on chase anyhow.
Because there's no fullback,
well, that's right. If they're playing cover defence back, that means there's got to be holes in the line, heaven above. With 7 players trying to cover 70 metres in width, they've got plenty of work to do anyhow. If you've got 1 or 2 out of the line, they can't possibly cover it.
I think they might... If on open play, I think they might drop the flanker or the winger back in behind the defence a little bit just to cover those kicks.
Yeah, so your cover defender, John, you think will be your winger?
Yes, as long as they're quick. They've got to be quick because what they're doing is taking the chances of giving a lot of room around the outside, but if they can round them up and run them toward the sideline, they're going to do their job efficiently. But I think they'll be there back looking for that kick through and making sure they can cover the faster players chasing the kicks.
OK, all eyes will be on the Premiers Manly when they make their 1988 debut at around 4:40, and our next member of our World of Football team is no stranger to the tactics over at Brookvale Oval. He's the record holder for the most number of games in the club, 334, and he's back on 2GB's World of Football, and great to have him back too, the captain of the Invincible Kangaroos in 1982, Max Grillage. Good afternoon and welcome back, Max.
Good afternoon, Peter, and have a very nice year to the
listeners.
Stuck. That beer didn't go down too well, I tell you.
No, it certainly didn't. Max, you've been at Manly training sessions right through the season so far. Just how will the Eagles play it in the 7-a-side knockout?
Well, Bob Fulton's been training the fellows very, very hard, and they've been playing a lot of sevens football. A lot of sevens football. In fact, nearly every training session for the last, I'd say, 3 weeks they've been playing sevens football.
Will they throw the ball around? Will there be a lot of kicking or a lot of mixing it up?
I'd say there'll be a lot of everything, Peter. They're going to do the whole schmear today. It'll be whatever's on to try and win a game of football. That they'll be throwing the ball around, doing a lot of, say, passing the ball back inside, kicking over the top. There'll be a lot of chip kicking, and I'll tell you, blokes like even Ian Gately will be doing a bit of kicking.
Max, how much necessity do you think there is to getting the ball away in tackles in this sort of football? Do you think you're better to push a pass or just to hang on to it and play the next tackle?
I think they'll be pushing the passes all the time, but because I'll tell you, after about 3 minutes, Bill, they'll be all flat out on their backs. They'll be like a lizard trying to get a bit of water. They'll be all gone after 3 minutes, and there'll be tries coming everywhere.
OK, we've got the teams for the opening game, Balmain versus St George, and the Balmain side, which Bill Anderson will be fairly au fait with. I don't think there's any players that he didn't have there last year except the New Zealander Gary Freeman. The Balmain side is Clint Robinson, Paul Bevan, Ross Conlon, Michael Neal, Gary Freeman, Kevin Hardwick and Bruce Maguire. Bill, your views on that side?
Not a bad side, that one, Pete. It's a blending of experience in youth with young players like Clint Robinson in there. He's a youngster. He's only 18 years of age, but he can step off either foot. If he gets away, he'd be hard to pull down from behind. I think they've got very good organisation there on the part of Gary Freeman, the New Zealand halfback. I think he's an extremely talented player. They've got a chaser in Michael Neal. You know he'll be going as fast at the end of the game as he will at the start. You've got some good working forwards there in the form of Bruce Maguire and Kevin Hardwick. So I think Balmain's got a fairly good combination for this one, but they're playing a side in St George I would see as being slightly faster than them out on the flanks. This game's going to come down to a matter of the bounce of the ball and who maintains possession for the longest period.
Okay, the St George side for the opening game is Brian Johnson, Ricky Walford, Brett Clark, Scott Robinson, Clinton Moore, Peter Gentle and Gary Longhurst. Your views on that one, John Peard?
Well, I think they have got a fair bit of speed there. Brian Johnson's noted for his pace, and Ricky Walford, of course. An interesting newcomer is Clinton Moore, and he's come down from Queensland Brothers with fairly big raps, and I've had the pleasure of meeting the young lad and training with him, actually, in the gymnasium. He belies his strength, belies his looks, actually. He's quite strong. Very good mover, and I think the Sydney public will really warm to Clinton Moore today.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a very exciting player, and a player that will probably slot into that fullback role. Brian Johnston, the veteran centre, winger, State of Origin player for New South Wales, is the St George captain. Balmain haven't named their captain as yet, but looking through their side, it most likely would probably be Ross Conlon or maybe Kevin Hardwick, two of the most experienced players in their side, Bill.
Well, it may well be. Also, Warren Ryan might be looking at Gary Freeman, I think, to have a player around the rucks, and that's where Freeman's going to find himself. Controlling play, calling the shots, to act as captain in this sort of football would be a great advantage, and it may well be that Freeman carries the ball on.
Max, looking at Freeman in Test football for New Zealand, I always got the impression that maybe he was a little bit too slow for Sydney football, but obviously Warren Ryan will have had him working hard, and perhaps he's put on a bit of pace, but he's a player that's not young, so I imagine that he's a player that may have to alter the way he's played to what he's done in New Zealand.
Yes, but Peter, you got to remember when we look at the New Zealand players, we tend to believe that they're not as superior as our players, and Clayton French showed at North Sydney that I think our eyes tell us lies about the New Zealanders. They are as equally as talented as us, and as long as they're in a good football team. And this fellow is a very good player, and I'll tell you what, he'll get the pace up. They'll train very hard. They'll do a lot of pace work. He probably never done pace work over in New Zealand. They'll do it over here, and he will generate more pace.
Well, Max, some of the best halfbacks in Sydney aren't the fastest, are they? You're looking at guys like Sterling and so on. You know, they can match it with the others. They might be slow on the feet, but they're pretty fast between the ears.
Yes, it's in the ears. That's in between the ears. That's where
he's a good organiser, Bill. Did they need an organiser around that halfback spot? I know you put Scott Gale there a lot of times last year, and you used the young fellow Peter Camero, and that, obviously that half and 5'8" spot was a problem for you last year.
I believe that Gale's a very talented player. He can play half or 5'8" particularly well, but I think he's better suited a little wider. That's out in the centre position, and Balmain have lacked an organiser for quite a time now, I believe, someone to control the rucks, and it may well be that Freeman's the answer. He should be. He's shown in Test football, and that's the ultimate level. He's shown he can handle it there. If he can handle it there, he should be able to handle it in Sydney first grade week in, week out.
Peter, every decent side or a real good side has a real good organiser. If you're going to have a look at Manly, you're looking at Cliffy Lyons. And you look at Parramatta, for instance, you got Sterlo.
Modern football's all about dummy halves and 5'8".
And you've got to have someone that can control a play. And unfortunately, Balmain didn't have that last year. And maybe with this fellow, they've got this that Lynch for their whole side to work on.
Okay, I think today we've got a great opportunity to maybe come up with somebody that dominates this sevens. We haven't got an award. I'm sure we can come up with one, but just for our own...
you could give them your board shorts.
Yeah, we could give them our board shorts. They could fit them twice. And... the dominator today and the most exciting newcomer. I think we owe it to the public to come up with a couple of names after looking at all the games. So I'd like you all to be on the lookout of those throughout the evening. First game, Balmain and St George, around about 17 minutes from kickoff. We're going to take a break on 2GB's World of Football, brought to you by those fabulous people at All Proud Home Improvements, Manchester Unity and the Sun newspaper. We'll take a break and be back with more.
If you have money invested, do you know how safe it is? People who invest with Manchester Unity do. Manchester
Unity is a friendly society operating under the strict regulations of the New South Wales Friendly Societies Act. This means your funds can only be invested in government or semi-government securities and all authorised trustee investments. There are no investments on the stock market. Find out more about the security of Manchester Unity's Friendly Society bonds by calling 267 8831.
It's gone from big to bigger to become the biggest daytime show in Australia.
Thank you indeed. Welcome wherever you are. We've got
Informative, entertaining,
We were going to have a gentle chat, weren't we? I think the trousers have got to come on.
covering every fascinating facet of life. The Midday Show with Ray Martin returns this Monday. Stay tuned and stay informed with Ray Martin on Channel 9.
On 2GB News Talk 87, you're listening to the Rugby League Super Sevens, brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements. Back to Hollywood and Zorba.
Welcome back to Parramatta Stadium, where the crowd is really building up here at Parramatta Stadium. Outside the grounds, lots of people arriving and lots of groups and families arriving here. The hill starting to fill up, and we could get quite a good crowd here at Parramatta Stadium for the kick-off of the Sevens in around about a quarter of an hour's time. First game, Balmain and St George, and John Davidson, a late withdrawal, the winger for Balmain. He's out of the side, and I understand that his baby girl has been taken to hospital, and both he and his wife are at the hospital. So that's the reason that John Davidson is out of the Balmain side. Very reliable winger, and from all of us here at 2GB, and also taking our call this afternoon, as they will right throughout the 1988 season, 2CA down in Canberra. And what a great year you people had last year when the Canberra Raiders made it through to the grand final. And from all of us here at 2GB, we're thrilled to have you all aboard, and we hope you enjoy the broadcast as much as you did last year. And of course tonight we're going to see the Canberra Raiders at around about 5:40 take on the Brisbane Broncos. And what a job that the coach down there, Timmy Sheens, has got, Bill Anderson.
Well, in some respects, Timmy stepped into the hot seat, didn't he? Taking over a side that made the grand final last year, and no doubt all the Canberra players had a great deal of respect for their coaches, both Don Ferner and Wayne Bennett. But I think, as well as stepping into a hot spot, Timmy's also taking over a very well-administered club, and a club that's bought well in the off-season. They didn't rest on their laurels of making the grand final last year. Canberra's got good players. They've got the home ground advantage of other teams having to travel every second week down to play at Queanbeyan. I think they're going to be a force again this year.
Max, your thoughts on the Raiders?
On the Raiders, I thought they had an excellent side, excellent year last year, and I think they that might be a big thing for them to come up again this year. I tend to believe their coach did an excellent job with them last year to get them up to that level, and I think they might be struggling this year. So even though Big Mel's going to be there hopefully for the full year, I tend to believe they're going to find it hard now because the pressure's going to be on them, like the Premiers.
Well, in their wildest dreams, they couldn't hope to make a grand final again, but they could. But I think they'll still have a respectable year. I think they'll be there when the whips are cracking.
John Peard, Ivan Henjek settled his differences with Newcastle, and he's going to play with the Canberra Raiders. How vital is he to their side?
Well, he'd be absolutely vital to their side, Peter, because he's an organising type of halfback, and I know we refer to the American quarterback system, but the halfbacks in Sydney
they're almost as important as a quarterback in gridiron, aren't they?
Well, they are now, because you could get away with it 5'8" a few years ago, but I think the defences are too fast moving now, and you tend to rely on your halfback, and you have good organising halfbacks and you can have a pretty good side.
Yeah, you certainly can. And well, the boys are going to be grunting again today here at Parramatta Stadium, and we hope that all you people down there at Canberra, 2CA, enjoy us for the calls right throughout 1988, and we'll be welcoming other regional stations to the broadcast when we kick off in the Winfield Cup. And it's going to be a great year for Rugby League, and everybody in the game abuzz with excitement about the appearance of the newcomers, the Brisbane Broncos, of course the Gold Coast Tweed Giants, and also the side from Newcastle, which has always been a great sporting centre in Australia. And I think that perhaps the Knights will go a lot better than most people expect. Let's just quickly get your impressions of those three new sides. Of course, the Brisbane Broncos, with the nucleus of an outstanding side, they should do fairly well.
Well, looking at those three sides, Pete, my estimations would be Brisbane to do particularly well. They'll win most of their games at Lang Park. They'll be somewhat affected by the representative season because they'll lose a lot of players to that, and they haven't got great backup strength. I think Gold Coast will struggle a bit, and they'll finish sort of middle to the tail, and I think that Newcastle will be right down the bottom, to be honest.
Okay, John?
A real ordeal for clubs to go to Lang Park and play Brisbane. I think they'll be well up. Problem is depth. Particularly if they get a few injuries early in the season. The Newcastle Knights have got an interesting philosophy. They're plumping on a lot of young players, and there's some quite good movers there I think you'll see today, and some very good ball players. They're unheard of now, but there's a couple there. Had the experience of having a training session with them a week and a half ago, and I think they'll surprise a few. I don't think.
How are the Kiwis settling in there?
Oh, very good. Well, Sam Stewart's captain today, well received, and a good talker, good inspiring player. I think he'll be an acquisition. I didn't meet Shelf, but I don't think he's back from England yet. But I think they'll go okay. And the other side, the Gold Coast, well, they've got a smattering of experienced players, and I think they'll be struggling a little bit, but they've got a bit of experience there, particularly in the forwards. But I favour Brisbane to finish, the Broncos to finish well in front of the other two new clubs.
Okay, the Gold Coast side, obviously they're going to rely a lot on players like Mike Eden, Chris Close, Ronnie Gibbs in particular. Now, Ronnie Gibbs has really put himself in the hot seat in rugby league. He was playing with the Premiers. He's gone to a new club. And
played as well in 1980s he did in 87. Conversely, Ronnie might take the bit between his teeth because I know he's a great competitor. Might prove to all and sundry that he can play good football no matter who he's playing for. Only the season will tell us the answer to that one, Pete.
Max, what's your opinion on that?
Well, he's coming up into a side, Zorb, that he was playing with the best side in the competition last year, so they proved it because they won the comp, and he was one of the main kingpins of that side. Now he's going up to a side now that he's going to be expected to play the same sort of football in a side that's going to be possibly in the bottom 2 or 3 or 4 sides, and I'll tell you, he will battle.
He's certainly a player that gives his all, but that's okay when you're winning.
Into it, mate,
that's right. That's what I want to say. I think it's one of the silliest decisions. I'm not saying it because I support Manly. I think quite easily that to put it in its reality, Ronnie Gibbs could have gone to the Gold Coast in 2 years, got the same money from Manly, and enjoyed life. I think now he's going to have crutches to crawl to the beach to enjoy the facilities on the Gold Coast. John?
Well, maybe time will tell, Peter, but I think he's the type of player, his style of play probably would lend itself to playing with fairly good attacking players around him, and they rely on him a little bit for defence. The Gold Coast are going to rely on him to do a hell of a lot of work, and time will tell, but he's a courageous player. In fact, I admire him greatly, and
he is a super player.
Yeah, I think he performed very well, but it'd be nice to be playing with a free-moving team, I think, rather than a team that probably will battle for most of the year.
A couple of sides that were disappointing to me last year were Cronulla and Canterbury Bankstown. Max, can you see better years for them this year?
Well, Cronulla were going particularly well. I think they were about second or third halfway through the competition, Peter, and they lost a few players, and you know, that was their swan song, finished halfway through the year. I hopefully for everyone, because that south side of the harbour needs a really good strong side, and I do believe Cronulla, if they can maintain all their players on the field, can get a lot stronger effort than last year. But Canterbury,
they haven't bought much.
Well, they haven't bought much in the last 3 or 4 years, Peter, but they lost a lot of players. Now, that's what's going to happen with a lot of these other clubs. Once you lose your established players, the team starts to lose, you know, because you're not good enough. But with Canterbury, I don't know about Canterbury. To be honest, I don't think Turvey can keep carrying Canterbury, because they're going to lose a lot of strength with his brother Chris gone, and the other brother too gone, and with Big Kelly gone too. They might be going...
The big question mark for Canterbury for me is that 2 of the players that are really going to have to fire for them to have big years are currently in England, and I refer to David Gillespie and Peter Tunks, I think they're going to rely a lot on them. Personally, I don't like players coming back from a hard English off-season, and I think it affects them, and I think it'll show in Dale Shearer, Peter Tunks and David Gillespie, more so with the forwards, Bill.
I think Tunks is very important to Canterbury's prospects this year. He's got to come back fit and healthy and keen to play good football. But I believe that Canterbury have still got very talented players and reasonable backup players. I think there'll be very good harmony within the club this year. Phil Gould's a players' coach. I think he's ensuring that the team's all pulling in the one direction. I think Canterbury will go fairly well. Cronulla, well, they could struggle a little bit. I believe their forwards are going to be stronger in 88 than they were in 87, but they still haven't got the depth in the back line that I'd like. I know it's a good starting back line, but if anything happens to Docking, Eddinghausen or McGaw, then look out.
Okay, I'm going to put you all on the spot. Your selections for today, and also the side that may be the dark horse in it. Max, you're first up.
Throw the dart at the board, Zorba, because any side can win this competition.
Okay, you've thrown the dart. What'd you come up with?
Manly and Canberra for the final for me.
But I'll tell you what, South Sydney will be very strong.
Yeah, with South the dark horse. Manly and Canberra grand final, dark horse Souths.
Okay, Billy Anderson, not frightened to have a go, unlike Max Krilich. John Peard.
Manly and Canberra for the grand final also. And I think North might be a bit of a show also.
Okay, I like North for maybe a semi-final spot in the Winfield Cup. I'd be interested to see how they go. We haven't spoken much about them, but certainly a wily coach in Frankie Stanton and a side that, when you look at them, we're going to see Kerry Bosted seemingly fitter and keener than he's been in recent years. Mark Graham, man who's just given so much in representative football, but not all that much for North Sydney. St George have just come onto the field. They're going to have a bit of a warm-up, and the crowd building up here at Parramatta Stadium, and the boys are going for a Manly Canberra grand final. We'll take a break, come back and get the selections from Alan Clarkson and Greg Hartley. You're on World of Football on 2GB News Talk 87, brought to you by the Sun newspaper and, of course, their great Rugby League lift-out section. It's also brought to you by All Proud Home Improvements and our good people from Manchester Unity. Back in a moment.
The Sun is Sydney's number one. Number one for action, number one for league, number one for fashion, the one you can believe.
The Magnificent Sevens mark the beginning of another great league season. Read all about it on Monday in the Sun's exciting new weekend sport report. Don't miss this 16-page sports lift-out in the Sun on Monday. Sydney's #1 newspaper.
Sydney's number one, that's the Sydney Sun.
Throughout our nation's birthday, you can capture history on film and have your photos ready in just 1 hour. Developed by ColourCare. ColourCare's quality 1-hour service will capture your bicentennial and Festival of Sydney memories with clarity for less. Don't miss a moment of Australia's birthday. Capture it all with ColourCare. There's a ColourCare outlet near you. ColourCare, picture the difference.
Now it's back to the Parramatta Stadium for the Rugby League Super Sevens. Brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements on 2GB News Talk 87.
Welcome back to Parramatta Stadium, and we're just about ready for the opening match in the Super Sevens. Around about 4 minutes from kick-off here. St George on the ground, and the Balmain Tigers will be following shortly. St George coached this year by Ted Glossop, Balmain by Warren Ryan. So both clubs having new coaches, and let's hope that for the sake of their supporters, they have good years in 1987. You're listening to World of Football on 2GB News Talk 87 and 2CA down in the national capital. Greg Hartley, your selection for today's knockout.
Well, I think Manly are going to be well and truly up there, Peter. I lend a little bit to Parramatta too. I'm not going to write off the side they've got with Paul Taylor, Brian Jackson, Tony Chalmers, a lot of speed there. But when you look at the experience that Manly have got with those two prolific internationals in Matt Birkin and Michael O'Connor, and as you mentioned, Ian Gately, I've been watching him. He's one of the best kids to come along, and the experience they've got there. Little Paul Shaw's the bloke they're going to have to watch out for, because we've watched him play in a team of 13 on 13, and he can get through gaps that I haven't seen other players do in a couple of years. So given the wide open spaces here and the opportunities he's going to get today, I think they're going to put a hand on that kid. So I'm looking at probably Manly, Parramatta, and my dark horse, is South Sydney. I think they just might be able to go up the guts and run over the top of some of these other sides.
Okay, Alan Clarkson.
Yeah, I fancy Manning to win the event. I think they've got a lot of class players there, as we've mentioned before. But I think the other finalists could really come from the match between Brisbane Broncos and Canberra, which is one of the early games. I wouldn't be surprised to see Brisbane do very well. I know that the coach Wayne Bennett is desperately anxious to have to make a big impression, and I'm sure he's got them G'd up to do that.
Okay, I'm going for an upset. I don't think Manly will win it. I think that the winner will come from South Sydney, and I think the dark horse of the whole tournament will be the Penrith Panthers. So there you are. There's the Chocolate Soldiers. I've never tipped them before to win anything. But, I think that this afternoon, in players with like Greg Alexander, Neil Baker, Graham Bradley, a newcomer, they've got a good side there. Matt Burke, Brad Izzard, I understand, is training harder than ever. Chris Mortimer, a good player, and I think the Penrith Panthers will really do well in this tournament. They play combined Brisbane first up, so they'll win that one, and I think that they'll be a side to beat.
They'll beat
combined Brisbane. They're not playing the Broncos.
Combined Brisbane. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, of course.
Yeah,
sorry.
Combined Brisbane's like winning an arm wrestle against your mother-in-law, which
she's pretty tough, my mother-in-law. She's 92, God love her, but she's got a lot of strength left.
92. It'll be even money, Alan Clarkson and his mother-in-law. All right, fellas, we're going to be joined in the opening match, Greg and I, by Billy Anderson, the City coach. We'll be talking to Alan Clarkson, Johnny Peard and Max Krillich as guest commentators throughout the afternoon. You're on World of Football on 2GB News Talk 87, and here we go for the opening game of Rugby League in 1988 in Sydney. We had a match last night at Maitland, which was won by Western Suburbs, the Magpies, and a lot of those players that played yesterday will be backing up today. Referee Chris Ward for Balmain versus St George, and here he is, all revved up, fatter than ever, and after a skiing accident, he's back and he's raring to go. Greg Hartley.
Yeah, thanks very much, Peter. Gee, I tell you what, looking at some of these youngsters and the work that they've had to put in the last few months or so, some of the bigger men, boy, they've lost some weight. Some of the haircuts have changed too. The heads, so it's going to be a fun afternoon. Even Ward, well, gee whiz, I didn't think he could lose what he's lost, but he has. There's the the start of the season. Conlon with a deep kick down in the sevens, right back into the in-goal area. Quickly taken by O'Brien. He brings it up now, goes across, tries to get a pass away, but he's pulled down 11 metres out from the St George line. Gets up now to play the ball. Back he goes to Longhurst. Good pass out now to Colin Fraser. Stopped in his tracks by Conlon. He's pulled down just inside his own quarter line. A good play of the ball. It goes to Longhurst. Now out the funnel, he turns it back inside to Brian Johnston. He's taken off, he's found a gap, flying downfield. Oh, beautiful diving tackle by Clint Robinson, brings him down. He'll play it 8 over the halfway line, but a penalty now given to the St George side.
I told you Clint Robinson had plenty of pace for Balmain, and didn't he show it there? There's not many players that could pull down Brian Johnson from behind.
Certainly not, and Brian Johnson, of course, is a professional sprinter, and Robinson, a beautiful tackle and a great bit of work by St George, and already a bit of the Teddy Gloss of open play coming into the St George side. We're in the sevens.
Oh, and a beautiful pass back to St George that put the ball down, and Balmain come up with the football 8 metres out from their own line. Peter, they can't do that in an attacking position, the St George team.
They certainly can't, Greg, and we've got our first injury of 1988. Kevin Hardwick down on the ground, sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
The first casualty, Hardwick with a head injury, has been replaced by number 10, Johnny Owens.
Okay, so Hardwick with a cut head already, 1 minute into the sevens as Balmain have the first injury, and that's Hardwick going off.
Yeah, and Balmain coughing up position. Longhurst coming up with the ball. A good pass now. It goes across into the arms of O'Brien. He gives it out to Fraser. He lets one go again along the ground. Picked up beautifully by Sean O'Brien, but he's wrapped up well and truly, some 32 metres out from the Balmain goal line. Longhurst again. It goes across into the arms of Ricky Walford. He's fast. Tries to stand 1 or 2 up, but again goes to ground. 35 metres out from the Balmain goal line. It goes across now to Longhurst, out wide into the arms of Cole Fraser again. The big man tries to bust them wide open, but he's lost possession of the ball. Alan Neal for Balmain now in possession. Steps inside Peter Johnson, but pulled down 5 minutes short of the halfway line. Balmain in possession. It goes across now out wide into the arms of John Owens. He offloads beautifully wide. It goes out to Clint Robinson. Another long pass out into the arms of the speedster on the far side, Matt Carter, but he's knocked to the ground 30 metres out from the St George goal line, Pete.
Yes, and certainly very quick game early on, and Balmain throwing it around around well. Here's a kick ahead now for the Balmain side. A chase for the ball.
Oh, a good tip off the toe too of support coming through, but the touch judges wave the ball back. A scrum, a three-man scrum. The first we're going to see for the season. Zorb 10 metres out from the St George goal line.
Yes, they're already taking a lot of deep breaths in both sides here. The pacer cracker in the 7. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Yeah, already we've seen that chip kick with no fullback, everyone in the line. That'll be a major tactic, that chip kick with everyone standing in the line.
Paul Daly, the player that went through and kicked for Balmain. Good young player. There's the first scrum, won by St George.
Yeah, Sean O'Brien tried to get a pass out to Peter Gennell, but he's wrapped up well and truly by the Balmain defence of Daly. Now it's back to Longhurst. He gives it out now. Inside it goes to Fraser. An offloading pass out wide. It goes straight into the arms of Jeff Selby, but he's wrapped up well and truly 32 metres out from the Saints goal line.
At the moment, I think St George are looking a little more constructive than Balmain. Balmain have been prepared to lateral pass and look for holes on the outside. And here's a kick ahead by O'Brien, being chased there by the number 6, Gentle for St George.
Oh.
Looks for Walford on the outside, picked up by Ross Conlon and driven into the ground, and he'll play the ball some 30 metres out from the Balmain line.
Now out to Longhurst. Oh, he's fumbled possession of the ball. There's going to be a penalty to St George. The man standing directly in front of him. Oh, and he's also got him for holding on too, Peter.
Well, probably the best comeback in the off-season has been by Chris Ward, who was down in under-23s and reserve grade last year, and he's the first referee that we've seen in 1988. And
you can't help yourself, can you?
I don't know what he's done in the off-season to get the first game in the knockout, but perhaps we can ask Dennis Braybrook that on Monday morning. How he's come from the clouds, I'll never know.
Sean O'Brien kicks for touch. The flag's up on the far side. The tap taken. Straight back now into the arms of the fella Selby. Up 8 metres out from the Balmain goal line and pulled down in a solid hit over the top, ball and all.
St George have had all the ball here. They've got to put a try on the board. Too much pressure here for Balmain.
And again in possession, 2 metres out from the line. The ball's kicked through from general play, picked up again by Colin Fraser. Tries to go one way, then again surrounded by solid defensive Neil. 6 tackles ruled by the referee. It goes to Longhurst out now. It goes a beautiful pass into the arms of Selby. Damage, oh, Nelly through the gap, but pulled down 2 metres out from the Tigers goal line. And General behind him flicks a pass away out to Ricky Walford. The gap's opened up. The big fella's gone through. And there is a 4-pointer to Ricky Walford.
Well, that try had to come to St George. They'd put all the pressure on. They had all of the possession. Balmain eventually have to open up, surely just by weight of numbers. Finally, the hole came and Walford strolled through to score adjacent to the uprights.
Yeah, he certainly did, and a good try by Ricky Walford, but as Bill and Greg were saying, there was mounting pressure on Balmain, who looked pretty ordinary early in this Sevens match. The opening game, St George 4, lead Balmain 0. Ricky Walford, oh, gee, he wants to practice his drop kicking. That's gone along the ground. He didn't know what to do. He attempted to drop kick the conversion, as is the rules in the Sevens tournament. There is no kicking for goal from a place kick, and Ricky Walford, that was an underground kick. Here's the restarted play. It doesn't have to go 10 metres. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Certainly it's not a game for midgets either. There we've seen those big mobile forwards, Selby and Fraser, do all the damage for St George.
Okay, the big fast forwards and in good nick, and St George lead 4 points to 0.
Gary Freeman, a good pass. It goes out wide to Neil. Another good one straight into the arms of Matt Carter. He comes inside, offloads beautifully, then back into the arms of
Freeman.
Yeah, Freeman, and he's knocked to the ground 32 metres out. And look at the St George players saying, get across and cover the gaps as it goes wide now. Out now into the arms of Daly. He's flying down, Paul Daly, looking at the corner, but Ricky Walford again grabs him by the scruff of the neck and over the touchline he goes.
St George defending the way I thought all good teams in the Sevens should. They're just sliding across field, forcing Balmain to play them on the outside and then pushing them over the sideline. That's good tactics by the Dragons.
And the side that wins this is going to sleep well tonight. There won't be a lot of celebrating. I tell you what, the pace is a cracker.
And the scrum going down, well, a collapsed scrummage, I believe, but O'Brien is through the gap and a diving tackle brings him down. A little rip snorter by Gary Freeman. Well, I know one thing, I've made up my mind. He can tackle the New Zealander.
Here's Johnson getting it out now to Walford and shut the gate.
Oh, the wide open spaces. Put your head back and look at the red and white speeds to go down. He's up over the 25, chased beautifully by Neil, but it was just a sprint runner training, and he's treating him with contempt as he puts it down for a 4-pointer. Shut the gate.
Well, St George fans in the opening 6 minutes, 50 seconds of 1988 have had more to cheer about than they did during the entire 1987 season. They scored 2 tries, 2 to Ricky Walford, and that was just a matter of getting the ball out to the speed on the flanks, and then it was left to a 60-metre sprint between Ricky Walford and Ross Conlon, and there was no doubt who the winner was going to be. Walford has got this one right between the upright. One touch judge only goes behind. That's half-time. St George 10, lead Balmain 0. Your impressions of that first half, Bill Anderson?
St George had all of the ball, and as any good side would, they made the most of it. They've got a well-balanced side, St George. They've got size in the forwards with players like Fraser and Selby, but plenty of pace out there on the flanks in the form of Walford and Johnson. Balmain just haven't had enough ball to mount any sort of pressure. Sevens football, it's obvious now that you just can't defend for long periods. Balmain have had to do all of the defending, and they're showing the effects of it.
They certainly are, and both sides now gathered in a huddle, and Warren Ryan, the Balmain coach, will be disappointed at his opening 7.5 minutes with the Tigers. But when you look through that Balmain side, there's no Benny Elias, there's no Steve Roach, and there's no David Brooks. There's a lot of players missing there, Bill, that will make Balmain a force when the premiership comes around.
Oh, well, it's a completely different sort of football. You put players like Pearce and Brooks and so on in six-tackle football where it's 13 a side, and you're going to see a different style. Here we've got a side, as I mentioned, St George, with plenty of pace out wide, and they're just getting the ball there and creating havoc.
They look very fit, St George.
They look very fit. They look very fast, don't they?
They certainly do, and well, it's early days yet, but Ricky Walford's having a day out. He's got 10 points, and they lead by 10 points to 0. 2 tries and a goal here at Parramatta Stadium, and I'm amazed. We're just looking at that game for 7.5 minutes, and this is the first opportunity I've had to look up and look into the stand, and the crowd has just poured in since the kickoff. They must have been over in the Parramatta Leagues Club having a drink, because they've all lobbed, and the crowd at this moment would be well over the 10,000 mark, perhaps towards the 15,000, Bill.
Well, we better go and check that they haven't put up some cardboard cutouts, because it's grown remarkably.
Well, do you get that same impression looking at the game and then looking up into the grandstand, and they really have arrived from nowhere?
Well, I'll tell you what I do.
Maybe the general public's decided that 6 hours of football is too much, but they'll all come for the later games, particularly the quarterfinals, semis and final.
OK, and a good crowd building up, and here we go for the second half already. No rest here at Parramatta Stadium for us or the players. You're on 2GB's World of Football, and we'll go to our sideline, Tony Megahey.
And certainly a big crowd building up. Their queues are 50 yards outside, 2 queues, building up tremendously, this crowd.
OK, so there we go with a restart of play in the second half. St George 10, Balmain 10. Here's Hollywood.
Yeah, straight into the arms of Freeman. He's got Carter with him. He comes some 15 metres out from his own line to be put down. A good spill, too, over the top. It was by Sean O'Brien. He goes back to Neil, out wide to Johnny Owens. He stopped in his tracks, and I mean stopped in his tracks, 20 metres out from the Tigers' goal line.
If Balmain are going to get back into this, I think Matt Carter's the fellow that's got to get more involved. He's on the wing. He's got to get himself in tighter. He's a fellow that can break a tackle.
Johnny Owens, beautiful pass straight back into the arms of young Daly. He's flying downfield. The ball's gone astray and picked up once again by Ricky Walford for St George, 2 metres short of the halfway line. And has he got his arm out for a penalty? He's up to his old capers, but Fraser now gets it straight back into the arms of Sean O'Brien. He's wrestled to the ground by Gary Freeman. It's played back to Gary Longhurst. Good pass across now into the arms of Selby. Offloads back to Gentle. Gentle's wrapped up on the halfway line. You're getting up now to play the ball 20 yards in from touch here as it goes to Longhurst, and it was held up by what's his name again, that bloke O'Brien, and he's put down now 10 metres on the Balmain side of the halfway line. It's played to Longhurst, goes across now straight into the arms of Gentle, a kick downfield, and it's left now for the young fellow to turn and chase it. Gary Freeman watches it trickle over the dead ball line, so now we've got the goal line dropout.
1 minute into the second half of the opening game of the Super Sevens on the National Panasonic scoreboard. St George 10, lead Balmain 0. You're on 2GB News Talk 87 and 2CA in Canberra. Restarted play now by Balmain from the goal line dropout. It'll be Ross Conlon with the goal line dropout for the Balmain Tigers. Right up against it now. There's the dropout, and it's going to be, no, it's evaded Colin Fraser and gone over the touchline on the quarter line, where we'll have the 3-man scrum going down, and we've seen a couple collapse already.
Yes, unfortunately for Balmain there, the ball wasn't touched, and so it's going to be a feed by St George, and Gary Freeman doesn't agree with that. He's got the ball. Referee Chris Ward's now forced him to hand the ball back to Gentle. Gentle feeds the scrum, gets the ball onto Brian Johnson, looks on the outside, gets the ball back to O'Brien, onto Walford. Walford sets his sights on the try line, tries to beat the first tackle, but well pulled down from behind by Clint Robinson.
Oh, good tackle too by Robinson, but it's played very quickly. Back to Brian Johnson again. He turns it into Walford, goes without the pill, and Balmain now pick up the ball through Freeman. He gets up to play the ball very, very quickly, plays it forward. Penalty to Balmain. Everyone offside in the St George 5 metre line.
Well, Balmain can count their lucky stars at Walford didn't take that ball. That would have been try number 3. The Tigers now. Johnny Owen crash tackled right in front of his own uprights, 10 metres out.
Gets up to play the ball. He does so back to Carter. He dummies left to go on his own. They're running out of puff already, the Tigers. He gives it back to Neil. Beautifully takes it one arm, but again pulled down by Gary Longhurst.
If they're going to beat this St George defence, Greg, it's going to be with an inside pass, not a ball on the outside. That's what they've got to look for.
Yeah, they're going wide all the time, and now the young fellow, Paul Daly for Balmain, wrapped up on his own quarter line. It goes across into the arms of Freeman. A cut-out pass finds Carter going high to take it. Oh, but the defence swarming all over the top, but he slips it away. Back out to Conlon. Conlon gives a good one to Neil. Back to Conlon on the wraparound. That's better stuff out wide. He's got some speed. Turns it back inside to him. The line is wide open, and Ginger Meg's dropped it. Fair dinkum. I'm giving mine to the cat after that.
Michael Neal dropping the ball, and Balmain really soaking up the oxygen out there. They're not in as good as Nick St George. And Brian Johnson, put down your glasses. The speedster's going to go in under the post. Robinson tried to get him and made ground on him, but a try to St George's fullback Brian Johnston, and St George. Too much pace for Balmain in this game, and Balmain have been running up the sand hills. Bill Anderson at Maroubra, and I think it slowed them down. They are yards slower than St George.
They're never a side that's been blessed with a lot of pace. I suppose if you bring a player like Russell Gartner in and Gary Jack, that's going to help somewhat. But St George have played good football in this match. They've controlled the ball. They've moved the ball well, not just to the outside. They've looked on the inside and found support. They've got the ball away well in tackles. They're going to win this game now, it would appear. 3 tries to 0 has been a fairly reliable indication of the match.
What isn't reliable is the drop kicking of Ricky Walford. He's just missed that one from in front. And fair dinkum, my Shepherd would have kicked that with his left foot. Champ would have kicked that. Can't drop kick from in front of the post. I don't believe it.
Okay.
Here's Balmain with a tap from the start.
And Neil has dived forward to take a pass, steps away from one, gets up to go again, gets his pass back outside wide. It goes into the arms of Daly. Beautiful step, Daly. Puts the head back, turns it back inside to Maguire. Oh, pops another beautiful pass up there for Carter. And Carter, he's knocked into the touchline, 2 metres from the line.
And St George lead 14 points to 0 on the National Panasonic scoreboard. We've got 3 minutes left in this game. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Well, while you remember Balmain are probably in a bit of trouble, you've got to consider that players like Gary Jack, Wayne Pearce, Scott Gale are out of this side while St George are at full strength. Now, there's a couple of players that would be ideally suited. Jack and Gale, they'd make a hell of a difference.
Yeah, they certainly would, but certainly we've got to give a rap to St George. They've mastered this 7-a-side game and chosen their side a lot better than Balmain have. It's 14 points to 0 with 2 minutes left for play.
And St George in possession, 10 metres out from their own line. Brett Clark is up to play it, goes to Longhurst. Out now to Stevie Robinson. A few reserves on now for both sides, but Robinson knocked down now 15 metres out from the St George line. Thanks very much, Mr Ward. Your arm's starting to work. I'm going to nickname him WD-40 for this year, because that's all it's going to do. Go up and down, up and down.
You won't have to, because you won't be broadcasting reserves where he will be.
Okay, this penalty, 18 metres out from the line and taken by St George. Will find touch. The touchy's flag goes up on the St George quarter line with Longhurst coming across to take this tap. Doing so now, he's got Gentle with him as a runner, but he elects to give it to the big bloke, Cole Fraser. Marches straight over one or two of the others, and they swarm in like bees around a honey. Maguire finishes up with the pill, gets up to go again, decides Carter's quicker, gives it out to him. Carter's inside one, outside another, but now pulled down 10 metres away from the red and white goal line. He's up the play, and it goes wide to Maguire. Out now it goes to Bevan. Good pass on to Neil to Conlon. Conlon's out wide with Daly. He gives it to Clinton Moore. Robinson, I should say, and he's over for Balmain. Young Clint Robinson over for Balmain.
Well, he certainly looks a good player, Bill.
Yes, he is a good young player, only 18 years of age, but plenty of talent. Came into the 23s last year. He's been by far the best player for Balmain here this afternoon. It was fitting that he should finish that try off. It was simply a matter of numbers for the Tigers. They always had the overlap on the right-hand side. Spread the ball there. I think any one of 2 or 3 players could have scored. And Ross Conlon has the shot for conversion, and he is a better drop kicker than Ricky Walford, and he has converted.
Yeah, he certainly has from out wide too. And it's almost time up here in the opening game of the Sevens. There it is, full time, and St George 14 have beaten Balmain 6. 14-6, a win to St George, 2 tries to Ricky Walford, a try to Brian Johnston, a conversion of a try by Rick Walford, and for Balmain a try to Clint Robinson and a conversion from Ross Conlon. A good win to St George by 14 points to 6. They led by 10 points to 0 at half time. Game number 2 is the Rabbits of South Sydney against the Bears of North Sydney. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Here's the starting lineup for South. Fenech, Roberts, Boyle, Phil Blake, Darryl Neville, Coleman and O'Neill. Now Norths will go with Boosted, Brett French, Ian French, Florimo, Clayton Friend, Mark Graham and Teasdale. Their reserves will be Kevin Maher and Mark Cannon. Of course, on the south side, Paul Roberts and Brett Ross will be the reserves, and the referee will be Spagarino, Dennis Spagarino.
Okay, so there's Tony Megahey right into the action down there on the sideline. There are the teams, and St George are using Mario Fenech, Ian Roberts, Phil Blake, Craig Coleman, Adam O'Neill, the son of Norm O'Neill, will be on the flank for the South Sydney side, and he's got plenty of pace, Bill Anderson.
He has, Pete. He's a player that started his rugby league career with Canterbury, and he wasn't seeing that he had any sort of future there. Changed over to South Sydney last year, and he actually played in a couple of first-grade games. He's got plenty of pace, but not only that, he seems to be a good reader of play. I expect big things from O'Neill.
Okay, you're on World of Football on 2GB News Talk 87. First game to the Dragons, 14-6. We'll take a break and be back with the action.
For many years now, astute investors from all walks of life have taken advantage of Manchester Unity's Friendly Society bonds. And it's little wonder. Manchester Unity's Friendly Society bonds provide taxation benefits, flexibility and security. They can benefit you in many ways, including reducing tax, saving money for the children's education, supplementing superannuation, investing after retirement, and it goes on. Call Manchester Unity. You'll find them in the white pages. They've been helping Australians for 150 years.
Tomorrow, the Sun Herald takes on the issue no one can ignore. Guns. Who owns them, who needs them, and why. In a special feature, we take you inside the gun lobby and find out who they really represent. Will the new gun laws protect ordinary Australians or leave them out in the cold? It's the debate that split the community and could turn the state election.
Also in the Sun Herald, the boom, crash, boom of Sydney real estate. The experts compare the suburbs and predict what's in store this year. It's the news you can't afford to miss tomorrow.
On 2GB News Talk 87, you're listening to the Rugby League Super Sevens, brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements. Back to Hollywood and Zorba.
Welcome back to Parramatta Stadium, where the two teams are taking the field for game number 2, and it's South Sydney versus North Sydney. The Bears led by Mark Graham and South Sydney by Mario Fenech. And our first look at the Rabbits and the Bears. Bill Anderson.
Oh, Pete, Mark Graham is the player here, I think, for North Sydney. He's had his detractors over the year, but he's a terrific footballer. One-on-one, I don't think they should be able to hold him here. He can get the ball away, but I've got a lot of time for this South Sydney outfit too. It may well be that the winner of this one goes all the way in this competition.
So I'm just having a look at Mark Graham through the binoculars, and he looks in superb shape.
He always does.
Absolutely fantastic.
He always looks in superb shape.
I wish I could get into his shorts. God, they're small shorts.
Well, Peter, I tell you what, the way you're slimming down, mate, it won't take you very long to get into
It
it.
certainly won't, mate.
Only about 90 years.
I'm going to give all my old shorts to you because you'll get into them. Here we
Okay,
go.
North
Restart
Sydney.
play.
Florimo gets it underway. Good kick downfield, bouncing just inside the quarter line. Picked up immediately by the young fellow Adam O'Neill, and he's pulled down just outside the quarter line. He goes to Coleman, out to Roberts, straightens up beautifully, comes down for a good gain of 15 metres before he goes to ground under the tackle of Graham.
Noticeable already in these early minutes that Coleman's adopting the dummy half roll, and rest assured he'll make sure the ball goes the right side of the ruck.
Oh, Freddie Teasdale put one on Mario Fenech, who was in possession now. He's going across field, and there's the penalty by Spagarino to South Sydney. Did you see Freddie Teasdale, Peter, put Fenech down?
I didn't, Greg, but Fenech's pretty tough, and he's up now. I'm interested in the referee. Good to see that, referees from the lower grades getting a chance early. I know we criticised Ward, but that was tongue-in-cheek. But Dennis Spagarino, a great blow for the Italians, that.
Pete, we're seeing here the advantage of getting first touch of the ball in this sort of football too. That in the last game it was St George, and they were able to mount a lot of pressure in the first 6 after they got a penalty. And here at South Sydney doing exactly the same thing. If you get the ball first, you get that penalty, you should get good field position and put pressure on.
Yes, certainly is, and this crowd has built up now, nudging 20,000 at Parramatta Stadium, and we're in the second game now. 0-0 on the National Panasonic scoreboard. South Sydney and North Sydney.
Yeah, we've got Coleman now getting it across to Mario Fenech. A beautiful pass now, finds Blake, gives it back to Roberts. Good backing up, and Graham's coming across. He stops, offloads back to Coleman, who was in support again. Coleman stops, down dummies, goes down the centre of the ground, picks up Fenech. He turns, has a look out wide, but a shocking pass picked up by Blake again. He turns around, he goes goes through 1-2, and Phil Blake is the fella I'm referring to, and caught inside the North's quarter line.
Coleman's just treating this like touch football, isn't he? Backing off, waiting for a receiver.
Oh, Fennick through the gap, had a look for support, 8 metres out from the North Sydney goal line, and eventually he's knocked to the ground. Now it's played. It was Boosted too doing the tackling. It's back to Coleman, a high kick into the in-goal area, and it's stopping, but it's a try now, which I believe to Ian Roberts of South Sydney, and he extended the advantage. How did you see it?
Great variation there by Rabbits. Craig Coleman put the kick up. It landed almost on the black dot. Mark Graham was there, tried to knock the ball dead, didn't quite get a good touch to it. Roberts was there, fell on it for the 4 points.
Okay, good tactics by South Sydney, a bit different. And there's the field goal by Phil Blake, and the Rabbits lead by 6 points to 0. The conversion by Phil Blake, a try by Ian Roberts, and South Sydney there adding a little bit of variety. I think before this game's much older, we're going to see Phil Blake do some marvellous things. He looks in superb early season condition. He loves broken play. One of the best players in rugby league in broken play, and I think running off Craig Coleman, he's going to create havoc, and fair dinkum, Bears are always Bears.
Okay, they're in possession now, and we've got Clayton Friend being awarded a penalty. It's inside the 5, says the referee Spagarino. Greg Florimo now comes up to take the penalty kick.
And John Blance has lost at Parramatta Stadium. He's only been coming here for 10 years and he's lost.
Blanchy, sit down, you dummy. Okay, the ball has found touch down the far side, 8 metres out from the South Sydney goal line.
No, Greg, it never found touch. It almost did. It bounced on the inside, then went dead in goal. A bad mistake by North Sydney, because the Rabbits are now going to restart with a tap kick from the quarter line.
Straight back to Gibbon, Beam and me. I'm going Monday.
No, they're not. It's going to be a drop out here.
Okay, South Sydney coming up. Philip Blake to take the kick.
Should have your stomach stapled.
I know that. Should have your mouth guarded. There goes the kick now, deep down. Oh, up over the top. Florimo got a hand to it, but it's going to bounce favourably for him. Picks it back up on his own quarter, turns to have a look. Not a lot of support with him now, but a long, wide pass out. And they've got the biggest Sheila in the Parramatta Stadium, walks straight in front of him.
No, she's a good sort. Leave her alone.
It's gone out wide now into the arms of Florimo. Off a good pass from Clayton Friend, but he's quickly put down by Mario Fennick. Friend at dummy half across now to Ian French. He's got plenty of players on the outside, but again, he's knocked to the ground on the far side by Coleman. Plays it now into the arms of Mark Graham, out wide to Freddie T. Still goes without the pill over the touchline. Flag goes up, 32 out from the Bears goal line.
Well, I think North's getting a little bit too technical there, trying to play the ball up the blind side with a forward running onto it when they had their speed men lined out to the left-hand side of the field. And I think North Sydney are going to be on the end of the hiding here after this early play here. We've had 4 minutes of play. It's 6-0 to South Sydney. Phil Blake makes a burst. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Well, 7 men or 13, you still got to respect possession. That's what Souths are doing, and they're making a hacks of Norths at the moment.
They certainly are. A flick back inside by Craig Coleman, picked up by a support player there in Adam O'Neill for South Sydney.
It's gone back now. It goes to Boyle or back to Fennick. He still gets it away. Out to Will Roberts, picks it up beautifully onto Darryl Neville, nearly through the gap. Oh, he tried to flick one away, and going through was a speech to Phil Blake, but nevertheless he couldn't get his pass away on. Somebody's been put in the seat of his backside, but he goes to Boyle to Coleman. Out to Fennick, running like a gazelle, this bloke. Oh, he stands the full back up. Kerry posted and he's gone over. That is a dead set try.
And a good one too by Mario Fennick. A tremendous try by the South Sydney captain. He went hard and straight for the corner. He's showing a lot of pace. He started running late last year, Bill Anderson, but North Sydney, they've spent too much time in the gym,
mate,
pushing
North
weight
Sydney,
instead of running.
Mario Fennick beat Kerry Bowstead on the outside then with 6 metres to work in for a try.
Unbelievable. As our friend would say, unbelievable.
Well, I thought he was going to run him down, and I'll tell you what, he got in there well and truly before that corner post went. But you're dead right, Billy. I wouldn't have believed that had I not been here, because Bowstead's been one of the greatest players and one of the best wingers in the last 8 to 10 years that I've seen, and the fastest.
Other than Kenny Irvine.
Other than Kenny, yeah, that's right, Billy. He was the fastest.
And he's just walked into the box.
Mongos.
Ken Irvine, who will be joining us on World of Football this year on 2GB News Talk 87. The Bears with it all to do. They're down by 10-0.
In possession, getting up the play up now, 40 out from the line, across to Teasdale, out to Greg Florimo, out to McCarthy. Oh, throws a bad pass, picked up by French. He races around one, and dummies, but he's well and truly caught now, 40 metres out from the South Sydney goal line by Darryl Neville. It's played to Teasdale, across to now Florimo, cuts out one out to Mark Graham. He starts to get his momentum going. Oh, what a great tackle tackle by Mario Fennick right around the booties. Now it's played back into the arms of Kerry Bowstead. He tries to get his pass away, but David Ball's got hold of him by the shirt tail.
Good defence there by South. You can see how they're forcing North Sydney to the outside to the sideline, giving them only one option in attack and then picking them off in cover.
I'm convinced that North Sydney play their best football in the off-season when you don't see them play.
In possession, Florimo now puts one up over the top of the head of South Sydney, turns them all around, bouncing over the touch-in goal area. So again, back to the quarter for the recommencement. You're probably right, Fat Man.
Well, we read and hear a lot about what Norths are going to do, but they never do anything. And, you know, it's amazing where they're supposed to be the side that's been backed the most to make the five. And it's incredible that when you see them play, they can just make more blunders than any other side. They're down by 10-0, and they're not looking like a football side.
Yeah, but don't judge them on 13-a-side football on this. They're just not fast.
Darryl Neville splits them open. Sorry, fellas. Now Bowstead. Well, he hasn't lost too much, but he's not going to catch Darryl Neville. He's bolted. He's bolted. Got the prize too.
Right under the uprights for Darryl Neville. 14 points to 0, and North Sydney will exit from the preliminary rounds of the Super Sevens here at Parramatta Stadium. So the Bears really being annihilated by South Sydney. South Sydney now lead by 14 points to 0 with a kick to come, and the kick will be taken by the try scorer Darryl Neville for South Sydney. Just a simple drop kick. The one-touch judge is there. There it is, right between the uprights. 16 points to 0.
Yeah, well, that was an easy kick, Peter, for him. But gee, I'll tell you what, you know, they picked nearly a complete pack of forwards, South Sydney, but sprinkle with a few backs, but they're killing them.
Yeah, but don't underestimate the role Coleman's playing in this. He's the one that's organising play. He's pushing forwards to the side. He wants them. Gave the inside ball there and it resulted in a try. He can read football particularly well.
Well, the Balmain coach, the North Sydney coach, Frank Stanton, out on the field now with his side, and at half-time, that scoreline must take on horrific proportions, Bill. 16-0 at half-time in a 7-a-side game. Say goodnight.
Well, it underlines the importance of getting off to a good start and therefore, you know, receiving the ball from the kick-off, playing out a good 6 tackles, hopefully playing the ball quickly, getting a penalty, getting good field position, putting first points on the board. Then it's very hard for the opposition to get back from there. Now, that's been the pattern in these first 2 games.
I'm impressed with everything so far. It's been all go-go. There's not much time at half-time.
There are no hard hits. You don't get time to line anyone up, do you?
You certainly don't, but it's a good hit out and a good reason for the fans to have a look at the game. I think that they're going to get the opportunity to see a lot of new players today. We're seeing some good football. I don't think we're going to see too many close games. I think once you get the football, if you can hang on to it, well, it's game, set and match, isn't it?
Well, the games so far have been almost decided at half-time, haven't they? It's been pretty cut and dried who was the superior side, and that was caused by weight of possession. South Sydney here have controlled the ball well. Norths have had a couple of opportunities to do something, but have forfeited possession.
Mark Graham's been taken off for the North Sydney side, along with Freddie Teasdale and Ian French. So lots of changes there in the side. We'll go to our sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Certainly, they've replaced Brett French, also Mark Graham, and they've brought on Marr and Cannon.
Okay, Marr and Cannon and Kettle to come. Greg Hartley.
Yeah, okay, I've got him. The scrum going down now, say 20-odd metres out from the North Sydney goal line. Redful scrum, it's turned around twice. Clayton Friend Gaiman up to dive on the ball, but, well, he's got pinched for doing so. I don't know how you're going to get a result out of that. Catch and kill your own for mine, Billy.
Yes, well, I thought it was a South Sydney penalty. The North Sydney halfback dived into the scrum to get the ball, and this gives South another opportunity to score. You know, if they hold the ball for 6 tackles, they'll score again, South.
Okay, so here's South Sydney now. The tap to be taken by Mario Fennick. He gives it to Big Ian Roberts, and the big fella looking strong too.
That's 1.
Tackle 1, and he's up 5 metres from the line.
Fennick at dummy half across. It goes now out wide to Coleman. Oh, beautiful on to Coleman, but then he tried to get it out to Davidson. Davidson's put it down, and the player in possession, he's not going to get into the field of play. He's pulled down to Spagarino, but Spagarino's got someone, has he? Has he pulled someone out, Billy?
Yeah, he's got Les Davidson for stomping.
Oh, gee, you don't want to come those capers, son. You'll finish up down at Phillip Street on Monday night.
No, it wasn't that intentional, Greg. It was for the ball, I think, and he does come from Maroubra, where they have done a bit of stomping over the years.
Very good, Peter. Now it's gone back to play, races through, tips over the top for Remo's there. 2 takes Great possession for North Sydney and just two. And Blake looks very strong. He's pushed him right back to the line, but has played it. Goes across to Cannon. Cannon now shapes up, but he's well and truly knocked down by the South Sydney defence. 6 metres out from the North Sydney goal line. It goes across now to Boosted. Out wide to Clayton Friend. On to French. Back to Friend. Friend doesn't. He's racing like a chook that he's head shot. Then off to Cannon. He stood like he was trying to get out of the blocks, and a beautiful tackle by Craigie Coleman. Billy brought him to ground.
Tremendous tackle by Coleman. Pulled him down from behind. Cannon had an opportunity there to skirt down the sideline, but didn't have the pace to go on with it.
The kick now well and truly down. O'Neill picking it up for South Sydney. Does exactly the same thing. Tries to race through. He's beaten. Don't play on, says the referee. Dives down to pick the football up, but eventually knocked down inside his own quarter line.
Well, South Sydney have certainly grasped the sevens a lot better than North Sydney have. They've got more variety. They've got players backing up. They're not frightened to kick and chase. They've got some big guys that can run, and they've got little guys like Darryl Neville who's darting towards the goalpost now.
Well, that's the thing they're doing well, is they're going forward and looking for holes around the ruck with inside ball. Oh, easy try.
Easy try to Mario Fennick under the sticks.
Well, Mario Fennick's second try of the game. The scoreline now is 20 points to 0 in favour of South Sydney over North Sydney, and well, North Sydney just have not grasped the sevens. The conversion should be okay too. That'll make it 22-0 on the National Panasonic scoreboard, and we've got 2 minutes left for Norths in the knockouts. There's Phil Brake putting the ball right between the uprights now, and the scoreline is 22 points to 0 here at Parramatta Stadium. And sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
South have made a change. Paul Roberts for Big Ian Roberts, and South's handling this sevens tremendously well.
They certainly are.
Okay, and nearly a runaway there from North Sydney. It was Murray gets up to go again. MacArthur, I should say, but he's pulled down just outside the South Sydney quarter line. Now it's played back. It goes across to Marr. Out wide now onto French to Cannon to Clayton Friend. Back to Florimo. Fends off one. Fends off two. He's around Ian Roberts. He puts his head back around Paul Roberts. Florimo's gone over underneath the sticks. Good individual try, Billy.
It was a good try, that one by Florimo. For a change there, North Sydney changed their tactics. They spread the ball to the flanks, but Florimo stepped back inside, found a hole in the middle of the field, and that's where most of the holes are here. Not down the sidelines, but up the middle. He speared through a hole, was chased from behind by Blake, but he had too much start.
And Bears supporters jumped to their feet. I saw 3 people in the far stand and the Michael Cronin stand jump to their feet. So the Bears are in, and the scoreline 22 points to 4 and 22 points to 6 with a conversion here at Parramatta Stadium with 3 minutes left for play in this match.
You're going to give it to them right through the year. You've made up your mind. If they're a Bear fan, you're just going to rip and tear, aren't you?
No, I hope they do well.
Okay, out to Fennick. He holds it up for Davidson. Davidson tries to stand an offload, but he's surrounded and now plays the ball back to Fennick again. Out wide it goes now, little to Craig Goldman. He dummies. He gives it out this time into the speedster's arms. The young fellow, Brett Ross, and gone around. Gee whiz. What a try.
That was all too easy. Coleman's read that. He read that they had 3 attackers to 1 down the sideline. Absolutely no chance, North Sydney. It was a face ball by Coleman. Picked up the winger, Brett Ross. He beat a man coming across in cover defence, but just had too much pace.
I'm very impressed with Mario Fennick for South Sydney. He's having a heck of a game, Bill. He was involved in that try too, popping up a pass there, and he's run very strongly. He's picked up 2 tries. He's led by example. He's been flattened once, but got up and just looked at his opponent, so he could be in for a very good year. North Sydney completely outclassed, 26 points to 6.
Cannon now. Turns the ball back inside into the arms of MacArthur. Then on to Friend. Friend turns it back this time to Ian French. He's away from one. Has a look. No support. There's no depth. There's nothing with North Sydney at the moment. He's trying to get up to play the ball. Does so now. It goes back to Marr, across to Friend. Then out to John MacArthur. Dummy straightens up. Gets around one. Keeps it alive through Clayton Friend. Out wide to Cannon. Cannon calls him around. Back to Friend. Friend out wide now to Boasted. Turns it inside to MacArthur. MacArthur through the gap. North Sydney are going to go across and score their second try. Johnny MacArthur.
Johnny MacArthur, the try, a pass infield by Kerry Boasted, and well, North Sydney trying all the way, and you've got to give them credit for that, but outclassed here. Souths have scored 5 tries to 2 now. There's the conversion by MacArthur, and the scoreline is 26 points to 12.
So we're back to the halfway. Easy try, Billy, out wide. Again, just simple numbers.
Yeah, there was.
Man, because it's Phil Blake chipping and chasing and running and certainly doing very well for South Sydney. He's a very brilliant player, and he's an opportunist, and he's making the most of his all-round football skills. But this is really like a game of touch at the moment.
Well, it is, you know, just on that try by Blake, some people say that there's a lot of luck attached to chipping over the top and the bounce of the ball, but some players always get to see the lucky breaks, and he's one of them because he does it well.
well.
He certainly does, and the scoreline now 32 points to 12 in favour of South Sydney. Phil Blake there, a try. He's got 3 goals too, and the sooner the full-time whistle goes for North Sydney, the better. There's a kick downfield. Adam O'Neill beats the flying feet of John MacArthur there, and that's full-time, and South Sydney have beaten North Sydney here at Parramatta Stadium by that big margin. They led by 16-0 at half-time, and they've finished up winning by 32 points to 12. And tries to South Sydney, 2 to Mario Fennick, 1 to Ian Roberts, 1 to Phil Blake, 1 to Brett Ross and Darryl Neville, and we've had 3 goals to Phil Blake and 1 to Darryl Neville. For North Sydney, tries to John MacArthur and Greg Florimo, and Florimo kicked 2 goals. Manly are on the field. They're going to meet Newcastle, and the boos come up for the Premiers as we take a break on World of Football, and we'll be back in a moment.
There's a touch of evil in the Australian Opera's summer season when they proudly present Richard Strauss's Salome. Originally banned as too shocking, Salome is a tour de force which will thrill you and send shivers up your spine. Internationally renowned Marilyn Chow returns to star as Salome, the woman consumed by lust and driven by madness. Salome is a masterpiece of musical theatre, not to be missed. If you enjoy theatre, you'll find Salome an unforgettable experience. But hurry, seats are limited. There are only 8 performances from February the 1st. Check the Sydney Morning Herald for details, or phone bookings on 319 1088. 319 1088.
Hey, Mum.
What's the matter, love?
That lemonade in the garage tastes...
Oh, no.
Never store kerosene in old soft drink bottles. Lock it away. Don't fool with fuel.
Now it's back to the Parramatta Stadium for the Rugby League Super Sevens. Brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements on 2GB News Talk 87.
Welcome back to Parramatta Stadium, where we've been joined by the state coach Johnny Peard for this game, Manly and Newcastle. Let's go to our sideline eye. Tony Megahey with the teams.
Well, Peter, Manly are going to go with Ty First, Darren Riley, Michael O'Connor, Cliff Lyons, Des Hasler, Ian Gately, Owen Cunningham, of course. Paul Shaw is one of the reserves along with Matt Burke. Now, there's a couple of new guys in the Newcastle side, namely George Mann at number 4 and Robert Chew, number 5. Now, their side from the top, Sam Stewart, Tony Butterfield, Scott Carter, George Mann, Robbie Chew, Darren Forward, Steve Walters, the twin brother of the Canberra player, Gavin Hanrahan, Brian Quinton and Glenn Frendo. Now, there's a lot of guys here we haven't seen before. We'll be very interested to see this Newcastle side, coached by Alan McMahon.
Okay, so George Mann and Robert Chew are the newcomers, along with...
What number he Chew wear?
Along with Sam Stewart, and let's hope the Newcastle Knights do very well. They're up against the Premiers Manly, and it's a very new-look side. Here's the start of play with Michael O'Connor kicking off for Manly. Wins to St George and South Sydney so far. Game number 3 in the Super Sevens.
Yeah, gone straight down into the arms of Glenn Frendo. He comes up and is pulled down straight away, some 20 metres out from the Newcastle goal line. It's gone straight out now to Chew. A long pass over the top into the arms of one. Back it goes now out to Steve Walters. The ball's gone astray, and Walters now straight over the top of the Manly player in possession. And a penalty given to Manly straight away by the referee against Newcastle for leading on the man in the play the ball.
And the referee is Peter Filmer, a young referee, and this is a big occasion for him as Cliff Lyons finds the sideline. So Bill Anderson, Peter Peters, Greg Hartley and the state coach Johnny Peard with you for this game on 2GB News Talk 87 in Sydney and 2CA in Canberra. Manly up the blind side.
Oh, beautiful pass here from Des Hasler, a switch of play onto Michael O'Connor, but he's pulled down. He plays the ball. It goes straight across now into the arms of Owen Cunningham. He's wrapped up to 18 metres out from the Newcastle goal line. Up to play the ball back to O'Connor. Out wide to Hasler. And all solid defence from Newcastle as they come up, and a good hit too it was over the top. Tony Butterfield. He'll get him up now to play the ball. And I think he might be hurt, Hasler, but it goes across to O'Connor. He turns him around with a kick. There's a chase for the ball. Flying down for Newcastle, Glenn Frendo. But it goes over the top. Touching goal, says the touchy. So we're back to the quarter line.
Well, Jeremy Ticehurst was claiming a try there for Manly. A kick through by Michael O'Connor, but touch judge ruled that he went into touch before he grounded the ball. So here's Newcastle now in possession, and a very strong run there by
Tony Butterfield
for Newcastle.
And a penalty given 2-2. Good ruling by the referee once again. Manly holding the Newcastle player down on that occasion. Okay, coming up to take the penalty kick centre field, 30 metres out from the Newcastle goal line. And again, we see Glenn Frendo doing a lot of work for the Newcastle side, finding touches. The flag goes up 1 metre, this time on the Newcastle side of the halfway line. To take the tap is Scott Carter. He sends it across now, straight into the arms once again, this time of Tony Butterfield. He hits it up strongly to 8 metres into the territory now of Manly Warringah. It goes across into the arms, this time of Scott Carter. Oh, he beats one. Carter puts his head back. The defence swarms in over the top, but it misses him. He gets up to go again. This time he's going to be wrapped up, and it's Des Hasler doing the tackling. Some 18 metres out, Peter, from the Manly goal line.
And Manly under siege now. Newcastle looking good. He's the captain, Stewart. He holds the ball up beautifully. Inside to the halfback there. Steve Walters. He's dropped the ball with a try line wide open. And the Knights are really in full cry here. Good performance by them so far. They looked as though they could have gone in there.
Mate, that was almost good night. It was almost good night, wasn't it?
It was almost good night. Looking very good early, Sam Stewart and also Tony Butterfield for the Newcastle side.
For Darren Forward in possession of the ball, he gives it out this time to Steve Walters. Tries to get his pass away, but he's surrounded 10 metres out from the Manly goal line. It's played, it goes across again now to Sam Stewart. The big fella turns it back inside to a support player, and that was Tony Butterfield again. It's played, it goes across out there to Stewart. He's gone over. It is a try to Sammy Stewart for Newcastle against the Premiers.
Yes, and the Newcastle Knights are jumping with glee. It might be only a sevens game, but their captain, Sam Stewart, a historical try for the Newcastle Knights. They were originally in the Premiership way back in the early 1900s for the happening 2 years, and here they are. Their captain, the New Zealand international Sam Stewart, has gone in. The conversion is a stray by Darren Forward, and Newcastle lead Manly by 4 points to 0. A try to Sammy Stewart. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
That big, strong Maori forward straight up the middle, and they look fit, Newcastle. They look fit.
They certainly do. They're coach Alan McMahon, and here we are. Manly trailing Newcastle by 4 to 0.
Hasler now giving it back to Michael O'Connor. He gives it out now to Cliffy Lyons. He's got plenty of support. Goes one way. Tries to get inside. He beats Stewart. He gives a good pass across to O'Connor. Tries to get around. Oh, Brett forward. Now, why in the hell he took it? He should have just let him take possession, Peter, because they're going to kick downfield. Have 6 tackles to follow after they've gained 20 yards.
Well, he's got to give the penalty to Newcastle.
Yeah,
Brett.
but I mean, he could have let the ball go along the ground and let the Newcastle player pick it up. Now
Well, Manly had possession, so there was no way that could happen. Don't get too excited in your quest for a Manly defeat here. It could easily happen. I don't want to have a fight with you early in the season in a game that really doesn't matter. So come on,
Doesn't matter
you
to
call
you.
the game. I'm the comment man.
Doesn't matter to you. The hell it doesn't. You've gone white.
Wait till the Bulldogs appear. They're on late.
The tap now, straight out this time again into the arms of Butterfield. Charges forward on a good support play too. It was from Carter. It's up and played now. Out to Stewart once again, leading by example, but beautifully pulled to the ground too by Owen Cunningham. It's played now. It goes across to Steve Walters. A beautiful pass back inside to Scott Carter, but he's wrapped up now on the quarter line, nearly into the ground.
We mightn't be learning a lot about teams here, but we've learnt one thing. Sam Stewart can play the game.
Here he certainly can. Taking this fella.
Darren Ford's his name, Zorba. Oh, but his pass was a stray, gone straight into the arms of Darren Riley for Manly, giving them possession 12 metres out from the Manly goal line.
I'm surprised Manly haven't played Matt Burke in this game. He probably was one player that I think could have had the experience. Here's O'Connor chipping ahead, straight into the arms of Brian Quinton.
Oh, and he's gone over. He's scored all right. Manly, bye-bye, no, whatever you want to call it.
8 points to 0. Newcastle lead, and Quinton picked up a kick that went astray by Michael O'Connor, and he raced over and scored a try in the corner. And Vince Soretti pointing the finger of suspicion at me. 8 points to 0 in favour of Newcastle over Manly, and the crowd are all rising here as the Eagles down by 8 points to 0. 8 to 0 here at the Parramatta Stadium. 2 tries to 0.
Well,
Manly completely nonplussed at the moment. They've met a side here in Newcastle that's very determined, playing with a lot of commitment. Manly are looking like they're still back in September 1987.
Well, I said during the pre-match discussions that I didn't think Manly would win this game, or win the competition, and they look as though they're going to dip out early. But the heart pumps a lot over north of the bridge. Let's see what they can do.
okay, they're in possession, 40 metres out from the line. Goes across to Cunningham, out to Cliffy Lyons, then on to Michael O'Connor. They're not done yet. O'Connor puts a kick through. He's been illegally interfered with. And the ball's going to be a penalty 10 metres out, and the referee's spot on there. Illegal interference by a Newcastle player on O'Connor after the kick.
It was by Steve Walters, and I think he did the right thing because I think Michael O'Connor would have scored that try. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
He certainly did. A try for sure. Walters preventing O'Connor from scoring. He took the right option, Walters. That was going to be a try.
Hasler to take the tap for Manly. Come on, you Eagles.
Gives it across now to Michael O'Connor. Straightens it up. He turns it back to Hasler. Gives it out wide now into the arms of the young fella, Darren Riley. The kick's in the eye. Now it's touch in goal, only by a matter of centimetres.
Well, Bill Anderson, you saw Darren Riley last year. If he gets away, they won't be catching him.
Loads of pace, Darren. It's just a matter of them putting in the right positions, then giving him the ball.
Okay, there's half-time, and Newcastle lead Manly by 8 points to 0. Tries to Sam Stewart and Brian Quinton. So the Newcastle Knights lead 8 points to 0. State coach John Peard, a great start for them.
Excellent. Exactly. They're playing the game exactly as they anticipated, Peter. They're trying to bustle Manly, which is unusual in a 7-a-side game, but they're doing that very well in the tackles. They're enthusiastic. They've already pinched a scrum off Manly with Manly's feed, so things are going along exactly as planned by the Newcastle Knights, and they've got some enthusiastic players. Watch Scott Carter. He's a hooker from Denman, number 3.
Okay, who are the players that have impressed you in the first half?
Well, Sam Stewart's playing very well, and Butterfield's playing very enthusiastically, along with Scott Carter and Brian Quinton, the former St George winger. You can't give him much room, Peter, and he proved that. He just scored a try from a drop ball.
Tremendous crowd here now at Parramatta Stadium, and they're certainly enjoying the action here. And Newcastle, what a marvellous start for them. I know it's only a sevens competition, but to them, every game is a big one. And if they can kick off with a win over the Premiers, Bill Anderson, they couldn't wish for a better start.
They couldn't wish for a better start in the competition or in this game, but they've still got a lot of work to do yet. I think the first few minutes of this second half are going to be vital. If Manly post points, there'll be a real kick in the tail for Newcastle, and they could well fold. But what they've got to do is try and register next points on the board, even if they get in good position, maybe kicking a field goal, copping the 1 point, and knowing they've got that extra cushion. Anyhow, they're going to kick off now. It's going to be a kick off here by Darren Forward. Darren, of course, will be looking for a hole in goal if he can, to try and get the ball back by virtue of a line dropout. Possession here vital for Manly.
Here we go. Newcastle lead by 8 points to 0.
Referee Filmer blows the whistle. There's the kick. It's a short kick this time by Newcastle, picked up by Cliff Lyons. Looks back in field, but he turns the ball back inside to Paul Shaw, to Hasler. Hasler onto O'Connor. O'Connor onto Ticehurst. Ticehurst steps off the left foot back inside. He's got Darren Riley in support. He's over the halfway. Number 11, Glenn Frendo coming across in cover defence and pulls Ticehurst down in a great tackle, 22 metres out from the Newcastle line.
Little Paul Shaw on for Manly, and this is going to suit him. He's a real jack in the box. Great tackle there by Glenn Frendo, formerly of Canterbury, on a runaway Jeremy Ticehurst as Manly seek their first try in the sevens. Shaw out to Cliffy Lyons. He gives the ball out now to the number 5 for Manly. There's Manly's opening try of the game, and the try has come to Michael O'Connor for Manly. O'Connor in, and it's 8 points to 4, and that's exactly what Newcastle didn't want. John Peard.
Yes, bad start for Newcastle. However, 7 minutes isn't a long time. They're hoping they'll hang on. That's given Manly a fair bit of confidence. That try eventuated from a switch of play. And, of course, when Manly starts switching balls and angle running, they'll have any team in trouble.
They certainly will. Here's the attempted conversion, the drop kick by Cliff Lyons. It's a horror, and the score remains 8 points to 4 after the Knights had led 8 points to 0 at half-time. Hollywood's been for a Tosca. He's back to let you know that he can really shake them down.
Okay, Newcastle coming up. That was a horror kick too, but nevertheless, they're back in this game, Manly now. And the game gets underway with Butterfield hitting it up strongly and leaving it for little Desi Hasler to put it away, but he picks it up, he gives it out to Carter, to Sam Stewart, a wide pass out now. It goes into the arms of Brian Quinton, and Quinton's going to go over, and that's put play to Manly. They've scored well, and the Knights have hit back with theirs.
Well, that's a brilliant try by Quinton, the former St George winger. He's got plenty of toe. That was good tactics by Newcastle to take the tap from the start of play. They held onto the possession on the second tackle. They found Manly wanting out wide, and they now lead by 12 to 4, and they should be able to close it up, Bill.
Yeah, Pete, it's not just a matter of what you do, it's how well you do it in football, and Sam Stewart played immaculately there. He timed his pass to perfection. He ran to the right place on the field, drew the man, shifted the ball, gave his winger plenty of opportunities down the sideline, and that's a bonus for Newcastle to hit back so early.
And Matthew Burke on for Manly, his first appearance in the game. The Wallaby centre three-quarter, his first game for Manly.
Oh, the kick to White Cliffy Lyons from the recommencement, and I'll tell you what, beautifully taken too it was, that time by Glenn Frendo, right back on his line. Now he's been asked to call upon to play the ball immediately. He's laying on the ground, the
Frendo certainly proved his worth for Newcastle. He saved a try with a tackle, and he saved another one straight away. 12-4 to the Knights, and if they can hang on to the ball for another minute or two, they're home in this game.
Well, Frendo now in possession across to Sam Stewart once again. He's got Butterfield out wide, but he just knows him straight down this bloke. Oh, he dummies, he tacks it, he's got support on the outside with Frendo, but he turns it inside, and Manly come up with the ball 8 metres over the halfway line in Newcastle territory.
Here's Manly now getting the ball out wide. Des Hasler to Shaw. Back to Hasler, but Newcastle moving up very quickly on the outside.
Steve Waller's the tackler it was, but it's played back to Shaw. Goes across now to Cliff Lyons, to Shaw, and a beautiful long pass out wide. It goes to Jeremy Tysers, but he's beautifully taken too by Scott Carter. Plays the ball, goes across to Shaw, out wide now to Cliff Lyons. He's got Des Hasler out wide. Hasler's trying to get around Quinton. He tries very hard, but he's knocked to the ground on the far side on the Newcastle quarter line. He plays it now. It goes back to Cliff Lyons. The gaps have opened up, and Cliff Lyons is going to go over and score right under the black dot from put it down. Gee whiz, Pete, what was he doing?
I don't know. I think he thought they were in front, but that's 12 points to 8. He should kick the conversion. He can't waste any time. There it is, 12 points to 10 now with a conversion by Cliff Lyons. And next try wins in this one. Next point scorer wins. It's 12 to 10 in favour of Newcastle over Manly with 3 minutes left for play.
The important thing now for Newcastle is they've got to play out this 6 tackles. There's no way that they can give cheap possession back to Manly in this set.
They've just got to take the tap and hang on to it.
Just hang on to it. I wouldn't be looking to score again, not on the early tackles anyhow.
Big Sam Stewart, he's had a whale
He's
of
a great player, this fellow. He's got that little bit of a jink off either foot through the ruck. Manly can't hold him at the moment.
Carter now gives it across this time into the arms of the big fella going through. Is that
George Mann.
George Mann, and he's knocked to the ground on the Manly quarter line.
Chew.
It's quickly played back to Chew. He turns the ball back inside. The man once again, they're going to go over. That's Manly's out of business. Manly's out of business.
And don't you love it? Don't the fans love it here at Parramatta Stadium? And the Eagles are down in this game. The Premiers, that's a try now to George Mann. And great value from the Kiwis here today for this Newcastle side. John Pearce.
Excellent value, and that's the value of putting on 2 fresh players. They're both instrumental in that try. Robert Chew, who's from Brisbane, and George Mann, the Kiwi. So they're looking all right.
They certainly are, and the scoreline here, 4 tries to 2 in favour of Newcastle, and they now lead in this game by 16 points to 10. And Manly have got a try coming up here too.
Darren Riley
he's missed the ball.
Kick up, and he's missed the ball. Only 2 metres out from the Newcastle goal line. Well, would you believe it? Manly now in possession. The ball's played. It goes to Riley. Out wide it goes on to Cliffy Lyons. Gone straight back into the arms.
Tuvey.
Who was it?
Little Craig Tuvey.
Yeah, and then across to Des Hasler. Back to Shaw. Shaw keeps it alive. And it gone on the ground. There's a fight for possession for it. We'll wait to see who got it. Manly's in possession of the ball once again through Cliffy Lyons. He gives it straight back to Darren Riley. He's going nowhere, but he gives it again. Out wide to Lyons, and Lyons has gone over. Gone over for Manly.
He's a marvellous player, Cliff Lyons. Of course, our player of the year last year on 2GB in the Sun, and also the best player in the grand final, but all too late for Manly. They now trail by 18 points to 14. Even if he kicks this one, it looks good night for the Premiers. Bill Anderson.
Just a matter of Newcastle holding the ball for 6 tackles.
And he's got the goal, Cliff Lyons. That's 18 to 16 with less than a minute left for play. So it'll be Newcastle advancing out of this one, and there's a shock upset in the preliminary rounds.
Okay, they're coming up now to take the recommencement. Their captain, Sam Stewart, takes the tap. He offloads now out to Mann. Mann runs very, very hard, but Tuvey dives around the legs to pull him down. Carter now, he gives it out now to Sam Stewart. He tries to mow him down again, but another good tackle by Tuvey around the legs, pulls him down.
One of your old girlfriends on the field ring.
It's gone now. That's a good one.
It's a cross-ball terrier. For those that aren't here.
It's like a French poodle.
Oh, now we've got another try coming on with Scott Carter on the Newcastle Knights, and he's gone right around Scotty Carter, and that's put him right out of business. I'm here to tell you.
And he sidestepped the dog and all to score there, and the Eagles are down. It's a win to Newcastle, and they've scored 5 tries to 2 here to annihilate the Premiers here, and the scoreline is 22 points to 16 with a kick to come, and that's full time.
And there's the kick. What is it? Oh, they've got the extra 2.
And the conversion kick by Darren Leaney, and there's the scoreline. Newcastle 22 have beaten Manly 16, so it's exit the Premiers. And there's Newcastle, the Knights, starting off with a win, 22 points to 16, and what a shot, Johnny Pearce.
Yeah, certainly. Great
start for Newcastle. Should give them a lot of heart for the competition proper, Peter, and some quite impressive performances there by the team. They're very enthusiastic. I think Manly are a little underdone psychologically. I think they thought they were going to win this game just by appearing here at the Parramatta Stadium, but it just shows you what happens if you go in and drop your guard. Enthusiastic team, Newcastle. Very great performance, and I think it augurs well for the rest of the competition. They started off with a plan to kick and try and pinch a few scrums off Manly, and also be very enthusiastic in defence, and they actually ruffled Manly early with defence. They realised it was only 7 minutes, and they've given their all, and the value of substituting fresh players at various times in the game can be a winner and will be a winner. If something's been proven so far, Peter, there's no sort of pattern of play. They're lacking a bit of angle running, and I think they could be more judicious with their kickoffs. I think they could pick the lineup.
I think the kickoffs are really important, don't they? Manly nearly come up with two there that could have made the difference. 24 points to 16, and Newcastle very good winners there over Manly, 24 to 16, and their try scorers, Sam Stewart, what a game he had, Scott Carter, Steve Walters, 2 to Brian Quinton, 1 to George Mann, and 2 goals to Darren Leaney. Manly Warringah, Cliff Lyons, 2 tries and 2 goals, and Michael O'Connor, a goal. Rugby League on 2GB News Talk 87, brought to you by those fabulous people from the Sun newspaper, All Proud Home Improvements and Manchester Unity. We'll take a quick break and be back with Game 4, combined Brisbane versus Penrith.
If you have money invested, do you know how safe it is? People who invest with Manchester Unity do. Manchester Unity is a friendly society operating under the strict regulations of the New South Wales Friendly Societies Act. This means your funds can only be invested in government or semi-government securities and all authorised trustee investments. There are no investments on the stock market. Find out more about the security of Manchester Unity's Friendly Society bonds by calling 267 8831.
It's gone from big to bigger to become the biggest daytime show in Australia.
Thank you indeed. Welcome wherever you are.
Informative, entertaining.
We were going to have a gentle chat, weren't we? I think the trousers have got to come off.
Covering every fascinating facet of life.
Hey, hey, Ray makes my day.
The Midday Show with Ray Martin returns this Monday. Stay tuned and stay informed with Ray Martin on Channel 9.
Hey, Ray makes my day.
On 2GB News Talk 87, you're listening to the Rugby League Super Sevens, brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements. Back to Hollywood and Zorba.
Welcome back to Parramatta Stadium. Wins to St George 14 to 6, South Sydney 32 to 12, and Newcastle 24 to 16 over Manly. We've got combined Brisbane. It's not the Broncos against Penrith, and Penrith in possession from the kickoff. And the big fellow, it looks and like big Mark Geyer, the giraffe from Penrith, takes the ball.
Yeah, plays it now back to Alexander. Goes across now out wide to Clements, then on to Robards. Robards running wide, but eventually he's knocked to the ground just outside his own quarter line. Clements now from the back of the ruck. He irons up, gives a shaky pass across to Chrissy Mortimer, but Mortimer's over the top of one, but eventually he's knocked to the ground. Oh, and a punch gone in there too. That time by Darren Smith, but gone undetected by the referees as we see Penrith in possession, coming right up towards the halfway line, and good strong defence. Pulling Alexander down. It goes to Geyer. A long pass out there to Clements again. He's got 2 men out wide. Robards now takes the ball. The defence goes across field, but he's going to be wrapped up beautifully too by Brett Johnson for combined Brisbane. Now the kick by Penrith downfield, up over the quarter line. Combined Brisbane going back quickly, but it beats number 10 for that side in Vince O'Brien over the touchline. So a scrum to go down, Pete, 10 metres out from Brisbane's line.
And the thing that hits you most when you look at these two sides is how big Mark Geyer is built up in the off-season. He looks very fit. And, of course, Ron Willey in charge of Penrith this year. Just maybe this could be the year for the Chocolates to come and do something. Let's hope so. They've got some great supporters up there, and they deserve a successful side. Combined Brisbane, we don't know a lot about them. They're a side that is chosen from the players that really the Broncos didn't want, but some good young players in their side, I understand, and it'll be interesting to see how they go against Penrith, who I predict can handle this Sevens game okay.
Well, Glenn Haggett's made a break on the far side. He's flying downfield. Oh, there's a boot gone up from Robards, but he's still going downfield. But oh, look at the defence come across, and he's creamed some 18 metres out from the Penrith Penrith goal line.
That was Alexander that came across in cover defence, and he absolutely swamped the winger there for Brisbane.
Well, a penalty being given now, Peter, to Combined Brisbane.
Yeah, infringement in the play the ball there, Greg. And this young referee we saw last year, I'm just trying to pick him up. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey will have his name. Tony?
Phil Cooley, Peter.
Phil Cooley is the referee. And
he's a good ref, Pete.
He certainly is. Good young referee. Let's hope he has a good season too. Here's Combined Brisbane. Good attacking position.
Yeah, and going very strongly to Brett Johnson once again, but he's coughed up possession 10 metres out from the Penrith goal line as Alexander now plays it back to Geyer. It goes straight across out now to Clements with a long pass this time. Out now very wide to the big bloke. It's Graham Bradley, is it?
Yeah, that's the fellow they bought from Wollongong, big tall centre, and he certainly can play the game of rugby league. I'll give you the tip.
He sure can, and Guyer's wrapped up now inside the Penrith quarter line.
Penrith standing and going nowhere at the moment. Clements this time takes off from dummy half, picks up Mortimer on the outside, back inside to Bradley, a big long strider. He's pulled down in a last-ditch tackle from behind.
It's up now to Platt. Again, Alexander at dummy half, gives it across into the arms of Baker. Oh, Robards was sold a dump straight to Ward 9 at St Vinny's.
Yeah, well, little Robards needs plenty of room. He's only knee-high to a grasshopper and would be about 7 or 8 stone. Well, he'd be more than that, but he's not a very, very heavy player, but he's in there and he's pitched the ball off a much bigger opponent, and he'll bounce around this football field. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Penrith and Brisbane 0-0, and we've got 4 minutes left in the first half.
Chris Mortimer in possession, 40 metres out from Combined Brisbane's line as we see a good pass by Clements. Out wide now to Neil Baker. Had a look back inside. Harvey's over the top to wrestle him to ground. 24 metres out from the Combined Brisbane goal line. He plays it again back to Bradley. It goes inside to Clements. Good pass to Alexander. Straightens up the play. Saw the gap opening up, but again, strong defence from Brisbane to pull him down. It's played now to Chris Mortimer. Out to Guy. What can he do? He's big. He's strong. He holds a pass up beautifully, but couldn't get it away as he's knocked to the ground inside the Brisbane's quarter line.
Long pass by Clements.
Oh, gone straight out wide. It goes into the arms of Chris Mortimer, and Penrith had gone over for a try. It was a Neil Baker, I should say, and an easy try it was.
Yeah, and of course they bought him from South Sydney. He'll be a very reliable player. I dare say that he'll be taking the drop kicks at goal, and he'll be a valuable player for them during the year, Bill Anderson.
Very safe player, Neil Baker. He's a player who sometimes his defence has been questioned and he's going for intercepts in that area, but as an attacking player, he's a good kicker of the ball, can come up with tries that aren't on. I think he's just the sort of player that, because of his versatility, that Penrith will be able to make use of.
OK, and here he is taking the drop kick attempt at goal from out wide. It's got nice height, but it's astray in accuracy, and it's 4 points to 0 in favour of Penrith over Combined Brisbane. Sideline eye from the Sydney Sun, one of our co-sponsors in Rugby League in 1988, Tony Megahey.
Not overly impressive, Penrith, but of course there's a player they're going to bring on shortly, Brad Izzard. I'd have thought they might have started the game with Izzard. Pretty good player under these circumstances.
Certainly, and I think he'll be up their sleeve. And here's Combined Brisbane in possession now, 15 metres on Penrith side of halfway.
Brisbane now trying to get back into this match as they move the ball onto the flanks. They've picked up their number 3 there, Darren Smith, and he's pushed into touch with good cover defence by Greg Alexander.
Well, Alexander looks well for the start of the season. He's obviously going to be a vital player in this Penrith side, John Peard, because everything revolves around him, and he's such a marvellous attacking player, and we saw him before in defence as well.
He's a tremendous player, Peter. They need him badly. I think when he got injured last year, I think their performance was deteriorated through the latter half of the season, so he's going to be valuable.
Here's a chance now for Brisbane to go back on the attack. Brett Daunt takes the kick for touch and finds touch some 18 metres out from the Penrith goal line. Smith to take the tap, throws the ball into Daunt. Brisbane have restarted. Onto Haggarth. O'Brien. He's pulled down in a strong tackle by Chris Mortimer.
They're like a team of strangers, aren't they, Brisbane, really? They've got a penalty now. They're only down by 4 points to 0, but there doesn't seem to be much teamwork in their side.
Well, they're a team that would have just come together for this.
Yeah, they've just come together for it, but here's a chance for them now, only a few metres out from the Penrith goal line. 4-0 in favour of Penrith over Brisbane, who have got a chance here.
They butchered that try. Daunt threw the dummy, tried to go on his own and step inside off the left foot, and he's lost possession.
And support outside, Bill.
Greg Alexander now working the ball away from the Penrith goal line onto Baker. Baker's pulled down some 10 metres out. Bradley at dummy half. Onto Alexander, searching back down the blind side to Robards. One-on-one situation here. Robards back off the left foot, but pulled down well by the Brisbane defence. back to Clements. Alexander clearing kick downfield. They need a good chase on this one in sevens football. Alexander, who kicked it's the first man back on chase, and Smith's going to tidy it up for Brisbane. Picks the ball up. Alexander there to make the tackle, force him towards the sideline as the half-time bell goes. Penrith keep the ball alive. Forward pass, and we'll go to half-time now with a score to 4-0 in favour of Penrith.
Well, that's the smallest half-time margin we've had in any of the games so far. This is game number 4, and it's Penrith leading by 4-0, a try to nil Baker, and this Penrith side really with a bit up their sleeve, I think, John Peard.
Yeah, well, it's not a very entertaining game, Peter. Of all the games we've seen so far, it's a low-scoring game, as you said, but yeah, I had a good look at Penrith in the second half because a couple of their players were hands on hips then. I thought it was, after all the pre-season training, maybe they should have come up a little bit fresher, but let's see how they go in the second half. They should kick on.
This has been probably the most unimpressive game we've seen so far of the games we've seen, Bill.
Been very, very stop-start. Both sides lacking organisation. I was expecting a lot more of Greg Alexander because I think he's a marvellous player, but he doesn't seem to have taken this game by the scruff of the neck. Maybe he'll cut loose in this second 7 minutes.
Well, I'm seeing Darren Curry, Brad Izzard and Cole Bentley going onto the field for Penrith. Obviously, they're going to come into the side, and looking at Brad Izzard...
They won't hold him, Pete.
They won't hold Brad Izzard. I dare say, looking at Izzard, that he looks fitter than at any stage during the 1987 season. He's a strong player, and he looks pretty well. Looking through the APSM binoculars at him, he looks to have trimmed down probably by about a half a dozen kilos, Bill.
Yes, he looks very well, Brad. And he's the sort of player that should shine here because he can bump a man off, can offload the ball in all sorts of situations. If Penrith can get a trail on him, that is the ball to Izzard. Izzard hits the line and Alexander backing up. They should go right away with this.
OK, any of the Brisbane players that have impressed you, John Peard?
Not really, Peter. I'm a bit mesmerised by their jumper.
Yeah, it's not the best jumper in the world, is it? It's for our listeners. It's a red background with white sleeves, and it's not a good combination. Red and white usually looks good on a football field, but not the way Brisbane have got it. But then again, they are Queenslanders.
OK, commencement of play straight away, and we've got Penrith racing down after. We've had 2 knock-ons both ways. What's he doing? I think he's just going to pull it up. He's going to let it go. We've had another one, so the referee going to do what I suggested he do a couple of seconds ago, is put the scrum down 15 metres out, Pete, from the Brisbane's goal line.
Any people within the vicinity of Parramatta Stadium, there's still a bit of room here. It's a crowd of over the 20,000 mark. The league will be delighted with the crowd that has turned up here, but plenty of room. It's a good crowd. It's a happy crowd here, particularly supporters of Newcastle, as Brad Izzard on the field for less than a minute, and he's in for a try, and that'll wrap it up for Penrith. And well, Brad Izzard just going through the gap. He looked good there going, but that was a bigger gap than Sydney Heads than the first fleet through came through last week, and it was easily a try there for Izzard, and as you predicted, Bill, he'll be too strong for them.
Well, no one seems sure there on the Brisbane side who should take Izzard. Alexander,
and no one did.
Well, Alexander ran wide from the scrum, created the overlap, ball went to Izzard, and the Brisbane back stayed out instead of coming in and chopping it off. Izzard strolled over.
He certainly did. The conversion by Greg Alexander. It's now 8 points to nil. Sorry, 10 points to nil.
Brisbane on the attack now, in possession for them. Brett Johnson, but he's knocked to the ground 5 metres over the halfway line in Penrith territory. It's played back, it goes across to Daunt, and we've got some replacements coming on now as Brisbane player, as he gets up to play the ball, is knocked to the ground. Out wide it goes to Haggard. He comes back inside, a good pass. Out wide it goes into the support player's arms. He's flying downfield. Vince O'Brien turns the ball back inside, but we've got a penalty going to Penrith. Peter, it was a trip. I was going to say a trip, but I wasn't too sure.
Yes, well, it was a trip, and it was also a forward pass there, but bad luck for Newcastle. Lex Neal was going in for the try for Combined Brisbane, sorry. He was going in for the try, but recalled by referee Phil Cooley. He's indicated a trip, and there was one there, and that's probably going to be the combined side's best opportunity to score a try in the game. And Neil Baker drives the ball downfield. It's not going to find touch, and getting back for the combined Brisbane side is Vince O'Brien to pick it up.
Yes, in possession of the ball, 10 out from his own line, going across field. Lewis using a lot of petrol too, but he's going to be wrapped up well and truly too by Clements, and he's knocked to the ground just inside his own line. Just getting back to that trip, Peter. In the old days, for whatever reason, they've changed their mind. That was a pretty serious offence and used to finish up in the shed.
Yeah, and a high tackle here against a Penrith player. It looked like a ball and all tackle from me, and it's been against Neil Baker. He jumped up, and I really think that the referee was overreacting there, and Brisbane have made a change, and the player coming off was the player that went back for that ball a while ago. Vince O'Brien, yeah, and I don't know what position he plays, but he certainly shouldn't be a back if he is one. He should really get into those spikes and do a bit of training. He's pretty slow. Here's combined Brisbane now through Glenn Haggith, who's probably been their best player. They're up just outside the Penrith quarter. 4 minutes left for play. 10-0 in favour of Penrith over Brisbane.
Yeah, Ian Staines caught with the ball just outside the Penrith quarter line. He gets up to play the ball, goes across to Daunt, a long pass out wide to Haggett, the player that we just mentioned, and a good pass back inside to this young fella. Can't pick up a name, don't know his head, wouldn't know it if I fell over him. Got him now. His name's Lex Neal as he plays the ball straight back now to Keogh. Puts the chip over the top. There's a race for the ball, but again, Brisbane knock on the football, and Penrith come up with a 2 metres out, Billy, from their own goal line.
Matt Goodwin's the one to work the ball away for Penrith, and he takes the ball forward a good 10 metres before he's pulled down by the Brisbane defence. Alexander to dummy half, and he should be dangerous from there if he elects to run. Picks up Izzard. He also takes the ball forward another 5. Alexander again to dummy half. He's getting his forwards working. Geyer on the outside. Dummies to him. Goes on his own. He almost pulled through that tackle, Alexander. Clements this time to dummy half, and that's a penalty to Penrith.
They're under double wraps, Penrith. They know they've got this game won at 10 points to 0. I think they know that Brisbane really can't cause them much worry. They are a side thrown together to replace Eastern Suburbs, and Penrith will advance out of the preliminary games, and they'll have to improve, though. They haven't been all that impressive. I tipped them to do something worthwhile in this sevens, but they're going to have to lift their game on this mediocre performance. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey from the Sydney Sun.
Certainly won't be going anywhere further than this game, Penrith. Not a lot of pace outside of Alexander. They haven't been impressive at all.
They certainly haven't. They're going to have to use Izzard and Alexander at every opportunity, and as I speak, there's a drop ball there with Izzard on the outside, and it'll be a scrum to go down, regathering of possession by Penrith. We haven't seen a lot of the three-man scrums today. Our winners so far in the Super Sevens: St George 14-6 over Balmain, South Sydney 32-12 over North Sydney, Newcastle 24-16 over Manly, and Penrith are going to beat combined Brisbane. Just 2 minutes left in this game. Greg Hartley.
Yeah, and Staines in possession for Brisbane has gone across out wide now, straight into the arms of Brett Johnson. Oh, he's put down, and we've got a high tackle here. The referee's going to call him out.
Greg Alexander it is, and he's laid him low this time.
Mate, I think, well, for mine, I had a look at it. It was a chest. He's pointing, but it was a chest, but yeah, he's going to leave him on the paddock, and the referee Cooley coming back to have a look at the injured player.
Well, it was more of a high tackle than the one that was called out a few minutes ago. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
A dead set coat hanger, a beauty.
Okay, so there it is, the first of the season against
What
Greg
about
Alexander.
the hangman? Thank you, hangman.
Yeah, he's certainly a give-up, Magoo, but he's going to call it like it is. He hasn't got any favourites like you.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm wearing him a sheriff's badge on Monday. I'm giving you my old badge,
Well,
mate.
the bloke's in Disneyland. He thinks he's at Lang Park, and he's at Parramatta Stadium, and he's walking off the field now, and he looks a sick and sorry boy.
Okay, in possession, Kieran Jackson nearly going to the line for Brisbane, but stopped right on it. Oh, and it's going to be a penalty to Brisbane. Now it's a penalty the other way. A man not playing the ball properly, trying to pick it up in the ruck. I couldn't believe
He didn't
it.
play it properly because he wasn't allowed to play it properly.
No, that should have been a penalty to Brisbane on that occasion.
That's what I said, didn't I?
You did, Greg, and I'm shocked, I'm stunned, I'm everything, because you were right. Yeah, but still, there's a long way to go this year. There's a kick for the sideline, and again Baker has failed to find touch, but the Brisbane player, Brett Daunt, who almost scored a few moments ago, gave it a helping hand over the sideline, and Penrith now have the feed on this three-man scrum, and just about time up here. 2 tries to 0 a win to Penrith, but very unimpressive.
Alexander coming up to work this for Penrith. They win it too. It goes straight across into the arms of Baker, puts the ball high. The chase is on. Izzard going through like a ferret. He's going to win it too. And it is. No, it's not, but it's going to be picked up and scored on the far corner too by Neil. We got another replacement on for Penrith, and it was Cole Bentley, Peter.
Okay, so Cole Bentley going in for the try right on full time. That's 14-0 with a kick to come, and it was an easy win to Penrith. They're not even going to bother with the conversion attempt. So 14 points to 0, 3 tries to 0 to Penrith, and a good win to the Penrith Panthers there over combined Brisbane. But far from impressive, the Penrith side this afternoon. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Well, Peter, you need a pen and a mystery bag for West. They can't get anything right. Go from the top. 6 is Steve McCoy. 5, Danny Peacock. Out's number 3. 10 is Graham McKay. 7, Philip Duke. 4, Trevor Cogger. 9, Doug Rawlings. 1, Ian Schubert. 8, Cameron Blair. 2, Gary Bukowski. And 3, Dominic Coluccio. Now, Parramatta from the top. Brett Kenny. Scott McMahon, number 3. Take out Krinkovic. Ericsson's out, I understand. 4 is Andrew Fitzhenry. 5 is Brett Scott. 6, Mark Laurie. Take out 7, Stafford. And 8, Lydiard. Paul Taylor in number 7. Take out Brian Jackson. And number 11, Scott McMahon. Eric Growth replaces him. 12 is Tony Chalmers. 9, Craig Izzard. 10, Casado.
Okay, so there's a lot of changes to both sides there, and the big cheer comes up as Parramatta sides announced here at the stadium. So a win by 14-0 to Penrith over combined Brisbane. The try scorers for Penrith, Neil Baker, Cole Bentley and Brad Izzard, and Neil Baker kicked the only goal, and a very unimpressive win there, Bill Anderson.
Yes, it was, Pete. That was the worst game we've seen, but I don't know about you. I've seen 4 games of 7s now, and the novelty's worn off. I think I've just about seen enough of it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's not a good game. I'm saying that to sit here for 7 hours and watch it can be a bit trying.
Yeah, let's hope we can keep the interest up for the people at home, and I'm sure they want to hear their sides and how they play it. But so far, the most impressive teams have been South Sydney, Newcastle and St George, and they've all won their games. We'll take a break on World of Football and be back with more out of the Super Sevens at Parramatta Stadium.
What do your neighbours say about Neighbourhood Watch?
I've heard Neighbourhood Watch is for nosy parkers, and I'm just not like that.
It's got nothing to do with snooping, Mrs. Mangle. It's about community caring. And people do care.
Oh, hello, Mr. Robinson.
Jim's in Neighbourhood Watch.
Sure. There's not much I won't do to keep my family safe.
Some still aren't sure about it, Jim.
Look, Des, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but...
In Neighbourhood Watch areas, crimes like burglaries and car theft have been significantly reduced. More stolen goods have been returned to their owners. We're winning.
Yeah, but this is police work. Exactly. Don't you play policeman, just keep your eyes open and report to the police.
By showing the Neighbourhood Watch sign on your front fence, you're ready to stop crime before it starts. If you're not in Neighbourhood Watch, you're letting down your neighbours. Now let's bring back the feeling of security we all grew up with.
Good neighbours keep their eyes open. Join Neighbourhood Watch. Phone Sydney 332 9377.
Now it's back to the Parramatta Stadium for the Rugby League Super Sevens. Brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements on 2GB News Talk 87.
Welcome back for Game 5 in the Super Sevens, and this game between Parramatta and Western Suburbs. Parramatta highly favoured to win. We've heard how hard they worked during the off-season. They certainly look pretty good out there. They're playing a Western Suburbs side with players that did play last night up at Maitland in a trial game. So the Magpies, the battling Magpies of Western Suburbs. Let's see how they go. Their captain Ian Schubert looking good out there, and the referee for this game is Bill Harrigan. And Western Suburbs side, let's just quickly go through it with our sideline eye. Tony Megahey down there on the sideline. So, Tony, have you got that Western Suburbs side again?
Well, Peter, they've given us some bum numbers. Go off the top, McCoy in 1, Peacock going down, Vale out, Graham McKay in 4, Philip Duke 5, Cogger in 7, Rawlings in 8, Schubert in 9, Cameron Blair, Gary Bukowski and Dominic Coluccio. But a lot of new faces and plenty of new numbers. Good luck.
Okay, so here we go with Western Suburbs against Parramatta.
Yeah, terrific, Miguel.
Oh, Greg Hartley's got a photographic mind, we know that.
Okay, there's the kick-off now by Ian Schubert down into Parramatta territory, and in possession of the football now, coming down
Brett Scott looks good too.
Yeah, I know he does look good, and he takes the ball up 30 metres out from the Parramatta line. It's played now out to Kenny. It goes wide to Ericsson. Good pass on to Taylor. Starts again. Gives it back to Kenny once again, and he's surrounded by Philip Duke and company. He's going to be knocked to the ground. Steve McCoy also arrives on the scene. I'm glad he left the farm. 28 metres out from the Parramatta goal line. It's gone now. Back it goes into the arms of Clark. Scott, I should say, and he's pulled down beautifully right up over the top by Dominic Coluccio. Is that how you pronounce it, Peter?
That's him, Greg, and he's not a bad player either. West won't be overawed in this. Don't make any bones about that. They'll bustle. They'll annoy the life out of Parramatta. And Parramatta are expected to do well. We've been joined in this game by the Chief Rugby League writer for the Sydney Morning and Sun Herald, Alan Clarkson. And Clarko, your opinion quickly of the 7 so far?
Oh, I like it, Pete. I like it, but I think Bill's put his finger on it when he said, he doesn't want to see 7 hours of it. I wish if they could just contain it a bit. The crowd, I've been outside, the crowd are enjoying it. Yeah. They're loving every second of it. There's plenty of action, and I think there's a place for it in rugby league. Okay, that's good. And I think for a season starter, maybe if they trim it a bit, it could be well worthwhile. A crowd now of about 22 to 23,000 here at Parramatta Stadium, and Parramatta in possession 40 metres out from their own goal line.
Flying downfield too, and he's knocked to the ground. Who was that? Clark, and he's going to get up and play the ball now back into the arm.
Parramatta look home now with 3 minutes left for play. There's the conversion by Fitzhenry, and it's 12 points to 0, 12 points to 6 in favour of Parramatta over Western Suburbs. The Magpies now to restart play, and Ian Schubert will take a tap from the halfway.
I don't think Parramatta are home and hosed just yet. There are 3 minutes to go, and that's a long time in 7-minute each-way football. But if Parramatta do win it, then the best side's been beaten. I think West have been by far better than Parramatta here.
They've been more methodical, Bill, but Parramatta with maybe just a match winner or two more than Western Suburbs. At West, you've got to give them 10 out of 10 for trying. They're lined out now, and they've got 3 minutes to level this up.
Duke takes the ball up, and he's pulled down by the number 1 for Parramatta, Brett Kenny, the captain, playing out in the unfamiliar position of the wing. Cogger onto Coluccio, onto McCoy. McCoy tries to step off the left foot, stands in the tackle, gets it back to Coluccio, picks up his winger on the left-hand side. That's Danny Peacock. He takes off back up the centre of the field, but he's pulled down in a strong tackle by the halfback, Lydiard?
Lydiard's on it.
Yeah, back to Cogger, inside now, it's gone to ground and dived upon by Brett Scott for Parramatta. 15 out from his own line, he plays it back to Craig Izzard. Now Big Guru, the Guru, Eric Rowe charges forward, but to the test too. Ian Schubert puts him away. Right, P. Grothy on that occasion as Craig Izzard tries to rip and tear, beats 1-2, beautiful running, had a look back inside, but Trevor Cogger driving around the ankles, beautiful tackle around the booties. He's up the plate again to Fitzhenry, goes across to Taylor, out wide to Brett Scott. He's got the Guru with him again, and again he's pulled down by McCoy, but he gets up to go again. Brett Kenny puts the head back, turns it inside to Larry Croak. Now the Guru's flying downfield. It's Philip Duke coming across. He gives it back to Brett Kenny. I'll tell you, that was a great try to Parramatta.
Yeah, it was a good try. Brett Kenny there combining with Eric Growth, and good try to Parramatta. Growth got in the open there, and I just detect that maybe a yard or two has gone off the big fellow. Bill Anderson, your views?
I didn't think Eric was able to go on with it there. The Western Suburbs defence caught him from behind. He was fortunate that he had Brett Kenny, that great backer-upper in support. He got a one-handed pass back to Kenny, and he did the rest for him, but Growth wasn't going to make it on his own.
He certainly wasn't. Alan Clarkson, that's surprising.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising. I thought he would have get away, but still it's early days yet.
It certainly is early days.
He would be in my team anyhow.
He would be. He's bulked up a bit, lighter even than last year, but still.
We should talk about people bulking up a bit, Pete. Now, fair go.
Yes, we should. Hartley has put weight on, hasn't he?
He has.
You leave me out of this, champ. By the time I get out of this sauna tonight, I'll be about 3 stone lighter.
Okay, the scoreboard now, 16 points to 6, and 18 points to 6, and Parramatta home and hosed in this one, and they'll go into the next round of the Super Sevens.
Okay, Western Suburbs in possession. Oh yes, and trying still very, very hard for the Western Suburbs side was Galuccio. A pass has gone back to Peacock. He's put it down, tries to get up and go again, keeps it alive now through Cogger. He offloads out to Philip Duke, and Philip Duke is going to be wrapped up on the far side, 30 metres out from the Parramatta line. It's played to Cogger, goes straight back now. Oh, beautiful dummy too by big Cameron Blair. Oh, he's over at 6 to go, he says. Yes, it is.
Trevor Cogger's in for Western Suburbs.
Good pass from Blair, Peter.
Yeah, it was, Greg, but it hit a Parramatta player. The referee rightly ruled that it was knocked towards the goal line by a Parramatta player. There's full time here. Western Suburbs, no need for them to take the conversion. They've scored 2 tries, but they've gone down 3 tries to 2, and it's a win to Parramatta by 18 points, is it? Yeah, 18 points to 6 to Parramatta over Western Suburbs. So Parramatta 18 to 10 over Western Suburbs. 18 to 10 over Western Suburbs, and Parramatta advancing to the next round. So the scores so far full time in the Super 7s. St George 14 beat Balmain 6. South Sydney 32 beat North Sydney 12. Newcastle 24 beat Manly Warringah 16. Penrith 14 beat Combined Brisbane 0, and Parramatta 18 beat Western Suburbs 10. Rugby League, World of Football this afternoon, brought to you by Manchester Unity, the Sun newspaper, and All Proud Home Improvements. We'll take a break, have a message from our sponsors, and be back for the next game between the Brisbane Broncos and the Canberra Raiders.
Okay, are you looking for value, real value? It's here, McDonald's McValue Meal.
McValue Meal, what a deal! One Big Mac, large serve fries, 60% more Coke, all for $2.99.
McValue Meal, it's a steal. Fillet of fish, same large fries, Coke on the side, but only for a limited time.
McDonald's McValue Meals, only $2.99. With value like that, you can feed the whole clan.
McDonald's McValue Meal, for a short time at McDonald's.
The Sun is Sydney's number one. Number one for action, number one for league, number one for fashion, the one you can believe.
The Magnificent Sevens mark the beginning of another great league season. Read all about it on Monday in The Sun's exciting new weekend sport report. Don't miss this 16-page sports lift-out in The Sun on Monday. Sydney's number one newspaper.
Sydney's number one, that's the Sydney Sun.
On 2GB News Law 87, you're listening to the Rugby League Super 7s, brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements. Back to Hollywood and Zorba.
Welcome back to Parramatta Stadium, where the winners so far in the Super 7s are St George, South Sydney, Newcastle over Manly Warringah. What an upset that was, and they deserved it too, the Newcastle Knights. Penrith, and now Parramatta. The Brisbane Broncos against the Canberra Raiders. Our sideline eye, Tony Megahey. You've got the Broncos side.
Miles, Scott Lewis, Chris Johns, Michael Hancock. Number 6 is a newcomer, Rowan Teaven, T-E-E-V-I-N, Alan Langer, Ray Herring, Keith G, David Burke, Kerrod Walters. Now Canberra, their starting 7 is Belcher, number 1, Corkery, number 4, John Ferguson, 6, Ivan Henjak, 7, Mal Meninga, Chris O'Sullivan, and Kelvin Walters. The reserves are Daly, Lonigan and Kinner.
Okay, there's two very interesting sides, and we're joined in this game by Alan Clarkson from the Sydney Morning and Sun Herald, and the former Kangaroo captain Max Village, and the Brisbane Broncos coming out. Now first look at their jerseys. They've got maroon shorts. Their jerseys are yellow up the top and maroon, a white number on a maroon background, and a very good looking jumper to my mind. Greg Hartley, you don't like it?
Mate, I don't mind it one bit. The bottom half of the uniform reminds me of the Manly uniform, but apart from that, no, I'm not that impressed with it, but I don't dislike it. But anything that comes out of Brisbane's a little strange.
I think they might have to change the socks, though. Really,
Yeah,
I think Greg's got a point there, and I think they might have to change the shorts.
Okay, they've got the word power on their jerseys. Max Village, the 7 so far, plenty of action.
Plenty of action, plenty of good tries, Peter, but it's basically a game of touch and the fittest team. I've been very impressed with so far the Newcastle side in South Sydney, because they played the game like real rugby league all the same, and they played very strongly, and Newcastle really played well, and so did South Sydney.
Okay, Canberra in possession, and 2CA listeners will be interested in the Green Machine. How will they go in 1988? Well, they're certainly looking good. This is their first appearance under their new coach Tim Sheens, and the Canberra Raiders side now packing into a scrum only 24 metres out from their own goal line.
Yeah, and they've lost it too. It goes out to Langer, a good pass, then straight into the arms of Terry Matterson. Matheson. He's knocked to the ground. It's played. It goes out to Langer wide again, and a long pass this time. Out it goes to David Burke. He goes back inside, picks up the winger on the far side, flying through Chrissy Johns, the ex-St George player, but pulled down now 28 metres out from the Canberra goal line by Big Mal Meninga. Now it's played straight back into the arms of Langer once again. Tries to step away, but Chris O'Sullivan's there to put him out of business. It's played as across to Gino Miles. Oh, what a big man. Oh, he's trying to pass a mile forward, and Langer goes to it, and the referee says everything is A-OK, Peter.
Yeah, Greg, looked a touch forward, but I think the referee's letting a little bit go. Here's a kick through by Chris Johns for the Brisbane Broncos.
Belcher beautifully taking the football back, and he's in goal for Canberra. Good on you, Raider. That's the way to go, and he's made the ball dead. Back now to the centre, right underneath the black dot here at Parramatta Stadium to get it underway.
And the Parramatta coach, John Money, with his injured front row forward, Paul Mayers, going up into the grandstand. Obviously, Parramatta through to the next round of the Super Sevens. He'll be wanting to look at both these teams here. One of the winner of this game is tipped to go through and make the final. So here's the Broncos in possession now, and it's there David Burke in possession for the Broncos. Now a long pass out wide to Michael Hancock. He can't take it. Goes back, and Johnny Ferguson. Great to see Johnny Chicka Ferguson back in the Canberra Raiders jumper after an injury-riddled season last year.
Yes, and it is good to see him, Peter, as we see now the Broncos on the attack with Langer. Langer's around one. He gives it across to Keith G. Keith G's through the gap. He's looking for support. Our pass goes astray, and we see now Matthew Corkery for Canberra pick up the football, but he's going to be held well and truly 10 metres out from his own goal line. Ferguson in a dummy half. He's got some pace if he gets a sniff of a break. Langer comes to him with great, courageous little defender Langer, but he's knocked the football down. The scrum's going to be blown up by the referee as other Broncos arrive on the scene. This scrum, Zorba, 15 out from the Lime Splicers goal line.
And Graham West, the referee in this game, and here's a good opportunity now for the Broncos to post first points in this game. Langer to feed the three-man scrum. It's won by the Raiders. Oh, brilliantly run. And Chris O'Sullivan makes a break of 30 metres. He's tackled now 10 metres short of the halfway mark in Canberra territory. 0-0 on the national Panasonic scoreboard. Big Chicken George now mows them down. Mal Meninga, he'll have a few mates in the other side, but no mates on a football field even in sevens.
Now goes back to
Henjack.
Yes, and Ivan's flying down fella. He's got too much pace for one that come at him. Still going little Ivan Henjack. Make whatever the fee was worth, son. You're worth every penny of it.
Well, Gene Miles couldn't catch him. Max Prillich, and it was Ivan Henjack, a change of pace and a jink away, and it was little Henjack leaving big Gino Miles for dead there in that burst.
Well, Peter, Gino actually looks like he is playing front row in this game, and that's what he looks like out there, the mere front rower. He's very, very big, Alan.
Yeah, he certainly is. I've noticed a few of them look as if they're bulked up a little bit, to quote Zorba's phrase.
They've been eating Greg's food.
Thanks very much. I'm on the water, Chris. What are you talking about?
Max, you're an honest man. I want you to tell the public, since last year's grand final, out of the two of us, who has lost weight?
You have.
You've lost 2 stones.
I reckon you've lost 2
And I
stones.
reckon I give it to Hartley, right around the big belly. But he's only 4'2". He looks like a little barrel. I think we can tap him.
Keith G's in possession for the Broncos, and he's made a bust. Turns the ball back inside. But again it's spilled by the Broncos, and Canberra come up with it 12 metres out from their own goal line. And it's little Chrissy O'Sullivan up the play, back to Ferguson, who offloads out now to Gary Belcher, straightens up the attack and try to get his pass across, but again Langer arrives on the scene. Now it's with Mal Meninga. It goes across to O'Sullivan again. Geez, he's a good little player, this bloke. He's motoring down fur, but Langer again doing all the work for the Broncos this afternoon. Drops him from behind. Big Mal Meninga, he shows it to one. Had Ferguson going one way, Stevie Waller's the other, but this time hangs it over to Chris O'Sullivan. Back to Belcher. He drops it off the end of the toe. Flying across now for the Brisbane Broncos is Hancock, and he takes the ball up over the touchline, 32 metres out from the Broncos goal line.
Canberra seem to have grasped this game pretty well. That was a good kick through. Their big men, Meninga, standing up in the tackles, and Big George has been worked overtime by his new coach, Timmy Sheens, because he's packing into the front row of the three-man pack here for the Canberra Raiders. Matthew Corkery is also in there in the three-man pack for the Canberra, so they've put plenty of thought into their side. They lead by 4 points to 0 over the Brisbane Broncos, who are in possession of the football and only 30 metres out from their own goal line.
Yeah, Hancock's the man. He plays it back to Chris Johns, but a penalty finds the referee, giving it to the Broncos 30 metres out from their own goal line, more or less centre field. I don't know what that one was for.
good tactics, Alan Clarkson, to put two big fast men in this game up in the front row, because the scrums are, well, they're a lottery in this, even more so than in other games, but looking pretty good, Canberra. They only lead 4-0.
I just noticed there too, he packed opposite Gene Miles, of course.
Yeah, Gene Miles packing in there for Brisbane.
You were right. You've picked it spot on. I reckon Gino looks as if he's about a stone overweight.
Yeah, probably their coach too, Wayne Bennett, would agree, and that's maybe why he's playing in the front row, and maybe why Meninga's in there getting some work too.
Yeah.
Okay, Kieran Walters now for the Broncos, holds up a beautiful pass. Oh, it was misdirected too hard for Michael Hancock coming across to take possession of the ball. The referee says
Greg,
the ball...
you called it right. It would have been a beautiful pass had he run onto it.
I know.
But he didn't.
Oh,
Here's Chris Johns looking very
smart. And he spilled it too, Peterson. It's picked up now by Belcher, and Belcher tries to get around one, but he's pulled down 11 metres out from his own goal line.
1 minute left in the first half. They lead by 4-0.
Oh, and Matthew knocks on.
Knocking on from dummy half just when they should have soaked up the final few minutes of play.
This is the Broncos' chance now. If they can do something now, if they can win this scrum, they might be able to do something.
Okay, they have won the scrum.
Langer tries to go, and he's only had 3 men outside. Couldn't do anything as he's wrapped up. Now it's past. It goes straight out now to Chris Johns once again. He stops, starts, goes through, but he's just pulled down 2 metres short of the Raiders' goal line. Kieran Walters now a dummy half. He fires a long one out to Langer. He stands 1 or 2 out, and he shoots a beautiful one straight over now to Hancock, and he's gone over.
Right on half-time, the siren went as he dived over, and a brilliant pass by little Alan Langer. What a good player he is. Ipswich have put $20,000 on him, and the Broncos are bucking about paying it. I think they should write the cheque out, Alan.
Yeah, well, it's been cut down a little bit, but...
well, it shouldn't be. He's worth that.
Well, I reckon he's worth double that, to be quite frank. I think he's one of the best halfbacks going around. And last year, you know, with all due respect to Peter Sterling, who's the best halfback in the world, he didn't lose too much in comparison to him, I didn't think, in those State of Origin games. I thought he was outstanding. Probably the second best halfback in the game.
And the conversion attempt has been missed. It's 4-all at half-time, with Canberra scoring a try to Ivan Henjak and then a reply by his opposite, Alan Langer. Max Krilich. Alan Langer is a mighty young player, isn't he?
Well, Peter, he certainly is, and the way he threw that pass, did that look like Wally Lewis or what?
Yeah, certainly did. A long pass. And
that's that Wally Lewis pass out there, and this young fella's going to be playing with Gene Miles, Wally, a full year now of next year. Only had State of Origin last year. This year he's going to be playing every week with him, every game, all the training sessions, and he's going to be a very big asset to the Broncos.
He certainly is, and their coach Wayne Bennett down on the sideline, and surprisingly enough, it's not Wayne Bennett that's doing all the talking down there.
Johnny Rebo's down there.
Yeah, Johnny Rebo's there. It's the former Australian rugby union captain, Tony Slack. Andrew Slack down there talking to the Broncos and issuing the instructions. Not the Brisbane coach, Wayne Bennett, who is not saying a word to them. Timmy Sheens has been out on the field with the Penrith side, and Timmy, even though he's changed his T-shirt, he's got a Woodgers Raiders T-shirt on, he's still got his clipboard from up at Penrith. Changed his colour of his clipboard, but not much to say at half-time. Half-time's only a minute old, but it's 4 points all. Who do you tip in this one, Clarko?
Oh, well, I think that Brisbane could just get up a little bit in this.
Do you? I just got the feeling that Canberra have maybe got a little bit more than them. Anyway, let's go to our sideline. Tony Megahey.
Looking at Gene Miles, you wonder where he's going to play for the Broncos this year. He's the biggest player we've seen on any side. He looks like a second rower or a front rower to me. His days in the centre's certainly numbered.
Okay, there's Tony Megahey giving his opinion there on big Gene Miles. There's a penalty to the Broncos almost from the kick-off with Matthew Corkery lying all over a Brisbane Bronco player. So the Broncos and the Raiders 4-all, and the second half to go in the Super Sevens.
Yeah, and Walters coming up now to take the tap. It was big Gene Miles that was hung on to it. Goes across now out to Langer. Then a good pass straight into the arms of Johns. Johns nearly makes the break. He looks back again and picks up Keith G. G is immediately knocked to the ground. He'll get up to play the ball 38 metres out from the Canberra goal line as Miles tries to bust him wide open. He gives it straight back now to Rowan, and Rowan is pulled down and loses possession on the quarter line. Then Gary Belcher comes into his own, picks up the ball, he gives it to Ferguson, and it's desperate for Chris Johns. Manages to hang on to Ferguson and drags him to the ground. He gets up, lays it forward, has a man on the outside, dummies, beats him cold. Oh, he's laid out. Go Fergo, and Fergo's flying. Oh, he's going to run out of Blackwell. Rowan, no, he's going to score. Rowan got to him.
Even it is in jumper number 6 for the Brisbane Broncos. Teven Ferguson, elusive as anyone could be, like a thief of the night. He pulled out of the tackle, and Chick has gone in and scored a try for the Canberra Raiders to give them a lead of 8 points to 4 here at the Parramatta Stadium. And Mel Meninga about to, and he looks pretty tight out there, Big Mel, to attempt the conversion.
Peter, Mel Meninga set that try up with a classic tackle that got Canberra the ball, and that's the reason why they broke him up on their own quarter line. It was a great tackle by Big Mel Meninga.
Yeah, and Teven chased him all the way, Big Johnny Ferguson, or not Big Johnny Ferguson, but elusive Johnny Ferguson. So the Broncos now. Chris Johns makes a break, gives it back inside to Alan Langer. He finds in support there for the side, Carrot Walters.
And he's knocked to the ground centre field, and a penalty now given against the Canberra side once again, Peter, and Wallace was the man. He quickly takes a tap, tries to go on his own. He's got Miles with him, couldn't get his pass away, and he's knocked down centre field. He'll get up to play the ball. It goes now out to Miles to Langer. Langer has a look back inside, stopped. He started to go again, got his pass to Chris Johns. The ball's been knocked on, and we've got Canberra now in possession, trapped inside their own quarter line.
Well, the Raiders should go on and win this. They lead 8-4, only around about 2 minutes left for play here in this game, although they've spilled possession, and little Alan Langer, by far the Brisbane Broncos' best player, has picked up the ball.
He plays it back to Miles. Miles knows he's got to do something brilliant on his own. He gives the ball back out to Teven, back out to Miles again. Miles stands one up, goes on the inside, a long pass, it's gone past G, picked up by Langer. He's thrown it forward, it misses Walters, and then it's picked up on the far side by Hancock, who tries to beat one, is knocked down, throws up, throws a shocking pass. It's been knocked on again. Play on, says the referee. It's gone back to Wallace again from Brisbane, and he's knocked to the ground.
Big Mel Meninga, the best tackle of the day. He's just creamed a Brisbane Broncos player there.
Daly's been hoisted for 5, Peter. Daly from Canberra.
Yeah, ridiculous by this young referee. He's really having an ordinary game. You called 3 knock-ons and 2 forward passes, Greg, but West didn't see any of them. He's finally found a forward square up. Yeah, the square up. He's had an ordinary game in this game here this afternoon, and some of the forward passes that he's missed have absolutely dumbfounded me. 8 points to 4 in favour of Canberra over the Broncos, 2 tries to 1, and there are 4 minutes left for play. Max Grillage.
Big Mel Meninga's done 3 crashing tackles in the last 5 minutes, Peter, and he is really causing havoc, and if he's going to play like this during the year, he's going to be in for a really big year, Big Mel.
Well, I must say he's one of my favourite players. I like watching him play the game, and here he is crash tackling his former teammates and just showing them that he's still a class act.
Steve Wallace with the tap. Flies downfield, tries to get it away. Oh, gee, we got the Broncos going in with one there. It was Wallace, his opposite namesake.
Was his brother.
And he's been given a serve and he's been allowed to play on. But now Gary Belcher trying to weave some of his magic. He gives a bad pass. Meninga now is there to pick it up. And he dives on the ball, making sure he doesn't knock it on. He'll get up.
He wants some oxygen, Big Mel. Lucky it's only 7.5 minutes.
Oh, I'll tell you what, he's given a gobful to the rest of his side as we see the Raiders attack now. And it goes right out to Big... that's Chrissy Kenner, and Kenner flying downfield, but he's wrapped up by Hancock. It's played now, goes back to Ivan Henjak, steps inside Chris Johns and beats him cold, starts to go again. He looked for Kenner again as he flies down the field. This time he's wrapped up by Michael Hancock and pulled over the touchline, but a penalty now given to Canberra by the referee for dragging the man into touch.
Well, if he went over the sideline, then I'm a skinny Chinaman.
Yeah.
He didn't go over at all, and the touch judge put his flag up, but the referee on that occasion had called on little Ivan Henjak to play the ball, and the Broncos 2 minutes away from their first defeat in Sydney, and it's going to be the Canberra Raiders, last year's grand finalists, that will inflict them, and the winner of this game, and it looks like being the Raiders, will play Parramatta. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
And certainly Big Mel Meninga is a champion footballer, one of the top 2 or 3 in the world. Don't worry about that. A great game again.
Yeah, certainly a good game. He's had precious little football in the last year, and he's certainly out there giving his all for the Raiders, and he could have nearly picked up the ball there from Walters, but he's gone the dummy half as Walters plays it forward, and nitpicking from this referee. Some of the nitpicking in the decisions is absolutely ridiculous. Ruled that he didn't play it forward, and who cares? Alan Clarkson.
No, I was just going to ask you, Peter, do you think there's after watching, you've been through quite a few games now and called them all, do you think there's a place for this in rugby league for the sevens?
Yeah, Alan.
This time of the season,
just a thing to show the public,
sure,
that the players are fit and well and ready to go, and they're seeing some good tries, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they're seeing plenty
of
good. Yeah, that's right.
But that's all.
I would cut it down next year. I would have about 10, 12 teams at the maximum.
Yeah.
I'd say. Otherwise, just too long.
Canberra player injured now, and a bit of concern. It's Chrissy O'Sullivan, but he's up the plate back to Mal Meninga. He gives it across now to Gary Belcher. He shapes up, and again Chris Johns. He's working overtime this afternoon for the Broncos, but it's played back to Mal Meninga. He gets a pass away to Steve Walters, tries to come inside Gerard Walters and knock to the ground. Also Miles over the top, adding the damage. 40 metres out now from the Raiders goal line. He's up the plate. Mal Meninga at dummy half, gives it across to Henjack. Looks out wide. Chris Kenner into the wide open spaces. Chrissy Kenner. Now he's got a couple of players on the inside.
Gary Belcher.
Oh, what a beautiful try to Gary Belcher as he loomed up on the inside. Good stuff and goodbye to Brisbane.
Yeah, that's the end of the game too, and brilliant try by Gary Belcher. Stand up down there in Canberra. This football side has just carried on from last year's grand final. We've seen their opponents and victors from last year, Manly, dip out to Newcastle by 24-16, but the Raiders have disposed of the Brisbane Broncos here by 3 tries to 0 and 12 points to 4 after it was 4-all at half-time. For your impressions of play, Alan Clarkson.
Well, they're very, very impressive. You've put your finger right on it. They took off. They've started again where they left off last year. They're going to be a very good team. Meninga, if Meninga can stay on that field this year, they're going to be a major force again. I like the way that Henjack's playing. I think he's a brilliant player, and I'm sure he's going to be utilised as he was last year by switching around where I thought he was devastating. I think there's got to be a future for Brisbane. I mean, the Broncos, they've got too many good players there, but I think they've got to look very, very closely at the weight of some of these boys. They've got to get a...
They're in the big time now. That business of being out of Nick early in the year and running into it is not on.
You just can't do that.
You certainly
can't do that.
Max Village, you've seen all the games today. Pretty impressive, Canberra Raiders.
Oh, very impressive. I think they're up there with, at the moment, South Sydney and Newcastle as the most impressive. They played very well, the Canberra Raiders. I can't fault them. I thought they took the ball up hard. They didn't just want to throw it around everywhere. They took it up and made a lot of crashing runs up the middle, and then turned the ball out and made the Broncos chase them. The Broncos, I think, with Wally Lewis back in their side, this is a game of touch football.
Exactly right. Don't get carried away with how your side's performing today, or don't be too disappointed with how they're performing, because this is, it's 7-a-side rugby league, and that's exactly what it is. It's like a game of touch.
Well, this is the point that Bill Anderson made at the preliminary one, when he said you can't take any notice of this whatsoever. But it's good to see, some of these players, the way they're performing. And I was very impressed too with the Newcastle front row, Sam Stewart.
Great. He's been nearly the most impressive player today.
Mario Fenech, Sam Stewart, and Big Chicken George.
What about Tony Butterfield? He backed up that big fella too pretty darn well. Butterfield, he had a good game.
Yeah, Sam Stewart was the best player though on the Newcastle side. Let's go through the winners. St George 14-6 over Balmain. South Sydney 32-12 over North Sydney. Newcastle 24 beat Manly 16. Penrith 14
Manly 16.
Brisbane 0.
Means nothing.
Parramatta 18 beat Western Suburbs 10, and Canberra 12 beat the Brisbane Broncos 4. Rugby League on Sydney's #1 rugby league station, 2GB News Talk 87 and 2CA in Canberra. And good on you, Canberra. You've got a first winner up there against the Broncos, the Canberra Raiders. Brought to you by Manchester Unity, the Sun newspaper, particularly their rugby league lift out on a Monday. Fantastic. And Ray Shiner and the boys at All Proud Home Improvements. We'll take a break and be back for the next game, which is Cronulla and the Gold Coast Tweed Heads Giants.
You should know that measles is a serious disease which can cause deafness, paralysis, brain damage, even death.
Just one shot.
One free vaccination shot.
Just one shot.
That's all it takes to protect your young child against measles.
Just one shot.
Every child should receive a measles vaccination, free from your local health authority.
Just one shot.
That's all it takes.
Just one shot.
If you're renovating or landscaping, you'll know the importance of finding the right clay paver. To create a PGH clay paver, we take the richest clays and burn in a century of colour, character and durability. And our unique paver shapes promise design excellence. But the real beauty of a PGH clay paver is the value it adds to your home. See them at a PGH display centre. The best the earth can offer.
Now it's back to the Parramatta Stadium for the Rugby League Super Sevens. Brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements. on 2GB News Talk 87.
Welcome back to the Go-Go Sevens, and they're already started in this game between the Gold Coast Tweed and the Cronulla Sharks. And I'll tell you what, the Gold Coast jumpers look awfully like Penrith from where I sit here, almost identical, and it's going to be hard to differentiate them. They'll have to change their jumpers when they play the Penrith Panthers. With the sides, Tony Megahey, our sideline eye.
I'll just go off the program, Peter. They're all as per program, but I'd just like to say what a fantastic day this is. This is here to stay, the Sevens, an autograph hunter's paradise. There's Miles, Mortimer, Kenny, Growth all down here in a group. A fantastic day for football. This is here to stay, brother.
Okay, you like it, Tony?
Oh, fantastic, Peter. Absolutely fantastic.
Okay, and here's the Gold Coast Tweeds' first try coming up.
Yeah, Mark Ross it is, Pete, going over and scoring for the Gold Coast. He's got plenty of pace.
He certainly has, former South Sydney player, and they now lead by 4 points to 0. So the Gold Coast side going in for their first try to their winger, Mark Ross, and he showed plenty of pace, and the Gold Coast Giants starting in the fashion that their coach Bobby McCarthy would have absolutely take great delight in. We're having a look at the former Manly player Ronnie Gibbs in the Gold Coast Giants colours, and whilst they're black where Penrith are chocolate, they're almost the same sort of styling in jumpers. They're very similar to Penrith. The conversion is straight between the posts by Michael Eden, 6 points to 0.
Yes, and we've got Cronulla in possession after the tap. DeFoss is put down. It's played down and it's gone straight across to Gustard. He tries to offload, gets a pass back inside, and a beautiful one it is too. Out wide to, what's his name? I can never pronounce it. Gene DeFoss, and he gets a pass straight across into for a Cronulla try.
David Burns.
I couldn't pick him up, Peter.
David Burns is in for the try, so the Sharks hit straight back at the Gold Coast. It's 6 points to 4 with a kick to come, and how quick was that, Max Village?
Yes, mate.
It's certainly quick, plenty of action. Blink and you miss it here.
Oh, shit.
That was
He's missed the goal anyway.
That was the blink of the eye trick. That they kicked off and they scored.
They certainly did, and here's the Gold Coast now. Restart of play, and former South Sydney players in their side, plenty of them. Robert Simpkins and Tony Rampling, and it's Robert Simpkins now playing the ball into the hands of the big front rower Tony Rampling. So the old South Sydney connection.
Yeah, but Tanser coming into the dummy half position. He looks across. Edens there, gives it out wide now to Gibbs. Flying down the field, straight across 1 or 2, still going, and gives it back to Ross, and Ross has gone over for another try for the Gold Coast side.
Well, great play by Ronnie Gibbs there. Really strong play by Gibbs. Got the ball away superbly out there to the winger, and it's Ross who's gone in for his second try.
Peter, he set himself up on that side of the field straight away, right from the kick-off. I seen him walk over that side of the field, and I could see him talking to Michael Eden, and you could see that the direction of the play was going to go to him, and without his headgear, he's performing like a champion.
He certainly is. A great performance there by Ron Gibbs. He's one of the best drop kick artists in rugby league, to my mind, and well, I put the mock on him. It's just gone to the left of the uprights, but a 10 points to 4 lead to the Gold Coast Tweed Giants over Cronulla, and good play by the Giants there, and particularly by their star by Ronnie Gibbs.
Yeah, Gene DeFossis now, he's knocked to the ground. He quickly plays the ball. Back it goes across to Freecott. He passes out wide, straight into the arms of Sean McNamara, and he's knocked to the ground. Freecott. Listen, Peter, I'm having a bit of trouble with the pronunciation of these guys.
You'd have trouble with Smith and Brown, but it's Freecott.
Freako, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Cronulla are in possession. I know that. The player in possession has been put down by Ronnie Gibbs. Now we see who's taken off number 8. Run for that one, Holly. It's Perry, and he's the skipper. They're on the last tackle. They're 30 metres out from the Gold Coast line. It goes across straight into the arms
it was Burns.
McNamara, and it's a high ball. Plenty of players back there too, and Mike Eden watches it trickle over the line. He got a bit of a push too for his trouble in the back, which is totally unnecessary, Sharky.
Okay, so Cronulla now trail by 10 points to 4 with 3 minutes left for play in the first half, and the Gold Coast Giants looking pretty good in their opening game. So the newcomers so far, the Knights are through to the next round with a win over Manly. The Broncos have been down by Canberra, and now the Gold Coast Tweed Giants are leading 10-4 against Cronulla Sutherland, and sideline eye Tony Megahey.
And of course, Peter, it must be remembered that Cronulla are playing a trial tonight at Ballina, which means Eddinghouse and Magore and Docking are all there. So full credit to Cronulla. That's a $50,000 first prize, but they've paid the full compliment to the Northern people.
Yeah, well, here's another try coming up to Mark Ross.
I felt like I had a hair lip then. Mark. That's all I could get out.
Well, 3 tries to Mark Ross, and they now are running away with this game by 14 points to 4. And as Tony Megahey rightly pointed out, this is an under-strength Cronulla side. None of their star players playing this afternoon. They had a previous engagement already arranged, and to their credit, they're fulfilling that engagement, but they're going to dip out of this game, Alan Clarkson.
Yes,
quickly.
they are, and I applaud Cronulla. They were committed to the other game, as you pointed out, Peter, and they had to send their top fellas up there, so... but they've got a team out there. But there have been some rather impressive performances here by this Gold Coast team.
Yes, certainly. Mark Ross looking pretty good on the left wing. He's picked up 3 tries. Ronnie Gibbs going well. So is Rantling and Simpkins. And, well, they've got the nucleus of a good side.
Yeah, they have, Peter. But as you pointed out earlier too, that if they receive any injuries, they're
going to be in trouble.
The lack of depth there, I think, is going to be a major problem. And it's going to be a major problem for a lot of the teams, of course, not only them.
Certainly is. Here's Cronulla now on their way to a try. You can have a comment and then call a try. Now this is a good try now to the Cronulla side by Hartley's friend Dennis Frico. Right underneath the uprights.
Go on there, Frico, son. Way to go, boy.
And right underneath the uprights, that has made the score now 14 points to 8 with a kick to come. Max Grillage, the procession to the try line, and the fans are liking it.
The thing about it, Zol, we're just seeing a world record. 5 tries in 7 minutes. No, 6 minutes. So that's going to be a world record.
Okay, and here's the conversion attempt from right in front, right between the uprights by Sean McNamara, the leader of the band. 14 points to 10 now in favour of the Gold Coast side. And the tries are by David Burns and Dennis Frico for the Cronulla side. 3 to Mark Ross on the left wing, and he's got possession of the football now. Here's Hollywood.
Trying to flow down the far wing, but he's picked up by Gavin Orr and put down. Now he plays the ball. Back it goes to Gibbs. He has a look on the outside. He gives it out to Ross once again. Back inside to Gibbs. He's taken off once again. Turns a pass over the top. Picked up by Rampling on the bounce, and he's pulled down 4 metres away from the Sharkies goal line. Robert Simpkins at dummy half. Fumbles the ball into Foss's, falls on it 2 metres out from his own line. The siren is gone, and now he's going to go down and turn him around.
Alan Clarkson, could you pronounce that one for us?
That'll do. Let him.
That's the way he told me to say it. Is that not
that'll
Prince?
do. That'll do.
How do you pronounce him, Pete?
It's Diffuse.
The hell it is.
Kidding.
You're kidding, Zorba. You stick to McNamara and Mickey Mouse.
It's Jean DeFoss.
I know how you pronounce it. John DeFoss. Well, what's the ES on the end of it?
That's silent. Those are potatoes.
That's plural.
It's silent, is it?
That's when there's 2 of them.
Well, I'm taking notice of the Prince. If he said it's silent, it's just Jean DeFoss.
It's Jean. You've got a pretty knowledgeable contact in the French Society.
I'm just going to call him the hooker from Cronulla, if you know.
Okay, half-time is 14 points to 10 in favour of the Gold Coast Giants over the Cronulla Sharks, and the Gold Coast, fairly impressive, Alan Clarkson in the first half.
Yes, they have been, Peter. They've... I like the way that Gibbs is going about things. He's been involved there, and he's doing some very good things.
He's a good player.
Oh, he is a super player. He's a very, very good player, providing he stays on the field.
Yeah, that's going to be his big problem, and he's going to be marked, Max Grillage.
Yeah, well, of course he is. People try and niggle him, and it's going to be more so next year because he hasn't got a lot of strong players around that can handle some situations that arise in matches.
Okay, Bobby McCarthy's made some changes here just before Max comes in, and Ronnie Gibbs is leaving the field, is he?
Well, it appears...
No, he's there. He's there. No, he's still there. Well, check sideline eye Tony Megahey for any changes in the respective teams. Tony?
No, he's staying on, Gibbs, Peter.
Okay, and your opinion of the Giants?
Well, Peter, we haven't seen a lot of them, but they've got some ability. I mean, they're probably a shortfall in experience and class, but they're performing quite well against an understrength side. But I do think if Fettinghausen, Magore and Docking was playing, it'd be a gap job.
Yeah, okay. It's no time for a toss. We're at half-time. Here we are. Kick-off in the second half, taken now by the centre three-quarter Scott Gustard for Cronulla. Still plenty of football in this game. 3 tries to 2, 14 to 10, and Cronulla, if they can score next, well, they can even hit the front with a converted try.
Well, they're in possession 28 metres out from their own line. Getting up to play the ball. DeFoss now getting it across into the arms of Burns. Out wide it goes this time. Oh, back it goes to young Gustard. He goes around one. Beats another one. A good pass out wide. Once again this time into the arms of Gavin Orr. He's knocked to the ground 25 metres out from his own goal line. Burns now fires a pass across field. It's knocked down by a support player in coming through. And again, that was Scott Gustard. He's disgusted with himself as the scrum goes down 24 metres out from the Cronulla goal line.
Well, Cronulla can't afford to give away possession possession like that so close to their line, and if the Giants have got the ball, they'll score tries as they proved in the opening 7.5 minutes. Only 5 tries in that 7.5 minutes of the first half, so everything quick as a wink here, and the Giants have got the ball, and Ronnie Gibbs standing out wide.
Yeah, tries to beat Burns, but he's pulled down just outside the Sharks quarter line. He gets up to play it now, and number 3 for the Gold Coast Tweed. How do you pronounce his name, Zorba? Scott what?
For the Gold Coast Tweed?
Yeah.
Oh, that's easy, Greg.
Go on.
Which number?
Number 3!
Number 3, Scott Menai.
Okay, Menai in possession of the ball. He looks mean too as he gets up back to Simpkins. It goes across now to Rampling. He's allowed to stand Rampling. Gets a pass across now. It goes out wide to Ross. He tries to go. Stands one up and a good try to Ross again.
4 tries for Mark Ross. That's got to be some sort of a record in this football so far anyway. 4 tries to Mark Ross. And
Frico was the guy he stood up.
Frico. He beat Frico on the way to the try line, and good try there to Mark Ross. He's certainly having a day out, and that should just about wrap it up for the Giants. Here's Mike Eden with an attempted conversion from out wide. He hasn't. He's kicked the first one, but that's been all. Here he is. We're right behind this one. It's to the left of the upright. No change to the score. 18 points to 10 to the Gold Coast Tweed Giants over the Cronulla Sharks. 18 to 10. 4 tries to Mark Ross. Sideline eye Tony Megahey.
Pretty good buy by the Gold Coast. Mark Ross, a former South utility back. He can score a try and he can kick goals too.
He certainly can. Big and strong, former Penrith junior, then went to South Sydney, and an Australian representative as a junior player. Hasn't played to his potential. Maybe Bobby McCarthy. What a great player he was. He's certainly done well at South Sydney's old club. He's got Rampling, Simpkins and Mark Ross.
Okay, a penalty given to the Cronulla side. It was against Burns for holding down, so now they've kicked to the touchline. DeFoss going to take the tap. The ball is placed. He's about 18 metres out from the Gold Coast line. He charges for it. Oh, beautiful pass straight back into the arms of Frico, and he's gone over to score for Cronulla.
Yeah, good planned try there by Cronulla. That was a planned move, and really, if you can hang on to the football, you're going to create havoc in this sevens. A couple of new players coming on for the Gold Coast Giants, and one of them for the Gold Coast Giants. One of them, the 5'8", Brett Rolls in jumper number 6, and the other player just escapes me at the moment.
He only escapes you because there's no number 13 on the program, and he's got 13 on his back.
Okay, but I should be able to pick him up from looking at him. I can't. He's a new player to me. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey. Have you got the number 13 for the Gold Coast Giants?
Looks like Joe Vitanza to me, Peter, but it's a lottery here, mate. Could be Freddie Flintstone.
I can tell you it's not Joe Vitanza, but nevertheless Gonzalez is flying across field. He has a look back inside, tried to get his pass away, but he's knocked to the ground. Goes into play it now. Gonzalez gives it across beautifully into the arms of Gibbs. He shows it to Rampling, gives it back to Rampling. It goes over the head of one or two, and Be Another's got the ball. That's number 13 with no name, but we'll call him Be Another, just another player. So now the ball is kicked well and truly downfield, beautifully by Brett Rolls, and over the touchline on the full. So a scrum to go down 5 over the halfway line in Cronulla territory.
You're sure you only got broken ribs in that accident skiing and nothing happened?
What do you want me to call him?
Oh, well, we'll find out what to call him, but it's certainly not Be Another. Scrum to go down now, 40 metres out from the Cronulla goal line. It's 18 to 10 and 3 minutes left for play in this game here at Parramatta Stadium, and it looks like a win to the Gold Coast Giants.
Peter, and on the field now, Paul Bishop, the son of the great Tommy Bishop. He's knocked to the ground. He plays the ball. It goes straight back now to Greg Lukens, and he's knocked to the ground 8 metres short of the halfway line. A good tackle to it was from Gibbs, as we see Rampling coming in across the top in swarming tactics, putting away Terry Dolling, and he's pulled down right on the halfway line.
It looks like Jeff Bagnall to me. I'll check with sideline eye Tony Megahey. That number 13, is that Jeff Bagnall, is it, Tony?
Yeah, it certainly is, mate.
Thank you. And Jeff Bagnall, the player that you've been calling Be Another.
You're unfair. Okay, do the rest of the game. You're a genius. You've got something there you're rubbing.
Okay.
What is that you're rubbing?
2 minutes left for play here, and Bagnall dives for the ball but knocks it back into the hands of another Gold Coast player there. Now it's the Giants now running it out from their own goal line. They're in front by 18 points to 16 here at Parramatta Stadium. Just 2 points the difference. This is the closest game we've had, and 2 minutes left for play. Bagnall takes it up.
Yes, and beautifully too, after a good pass off Brett Rolls, but he's knocked to the ground on the far side by Frico. Now it's played to Gonzalez, comes inside to Robert Simpkins, straightens up the attack, beats one or two. He's been piggybacked downfield, makes it up towards the halfway line centre field before he's put away. He'll get up and play the ball. The tackler was Burns. It goes back now out to Ronnie Gibbs. Wide it goes to Brett Rolls. He turns it on to Gonzalez, who gives it back inside to Rampling. Then out to Ronnie Gibbs. The first mistake of the day. He's knocked the football down. Another Gold Coast player dives on it, forcing the scrum 5 metres over the halfway line in Cronulla territory.
And a replacement for the Cronulla side, Craig Tracy, coming into the game for the Cronulla side, although, yeah, that's what he is in the program. So there he is on the field.
Replacing Lukens, Pete.
Replacing Lukens. And Burns is tackled now just short of the halfway mark in Cronulla territory. 18-16 to the Giants over the Cronulla Sharks with just 1 minute left for play. So Cronulla have got to get the ball out wide. If they come up with a try, they'll win the game. But they're bunched up like a team of mini footballers now. There's the kick downfield, and Bagnall is going to get back there first for the Gold Coast Giants.
Yes, and he's well pursued too, but he gets away from the first man around the second one. Bagnall, good player this fellow, but beautifully this time he's wrapped up by Craig Tracy, 32 metres out centre field from the Gold Coast goal line as he plays it now to Robert Simpkins, and again diving down low to pull Simpkins down was Craig Tracy as the siren goes.
Full time, it's the Tweed. The Gold Coast Giants have beaten the Cronulla Sharks by 18 points to 16. That's the closest game of the day. 18 points to 16 points for the Gold Coast Tweed side. Mark Ross scored 4 tries. Mike Eden kicked 1 conversion, and for the Cronulla side, 2 tries to Dennis Frico, 1 to David Burns, and 2 goals to Sean McNamara. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Well, Peter, we'll go with the Canterbury Banks down Illawarra Tombs, Jason Alchin, Henry Raymond, Glenn Nissen, Tony Curry, Sandy Campbell, Terry Lamb, of course, Steve Mortimer, a late withdrawal, Peter Davies, Darren McCarthy, Andrew Farrell.
There he was, Timmy Sheens, talking on the Sports Life program through 2CA with Leon Buchanan, and at that stage he didn't know his side would be in the final, but good luck to Tim Sheens. The final will be played as the semi-finals, a final of 10 minutes each way with a half-time interval of 5 minutes, time off for injuries, and that is the rules for the final. Should the scores be level at full time, extra time will be played and teams will change ends, and play will be restarted by a scrum at the centre of the halfway line. At that scrum, the team last in possession will have the put in, and the opposition the loose head, and the team which scores first in extra time shall be declared the winner. So that is it, and we should get a good final here. South Sydney versus the Canberra Raiders, $50,000 to the winner, and that's certainly going to be well worthwhile to both these sides now. They're getting in condition, and there's a chance to get big money too for them. To the Gold Coast Giants, and they led after 1 minute of play by 4 points to 0.
Yeah, Ben Gonzalez in possession for the Gold Coast side. 40 out from the line. It's played. It goes across to Robert Simpkins. A good cut-out pass this time. A beautifully past the mark. Rossi's put his head back. Oh, Steamlad, a beautiful tackle. He's passed back over the head. And again, diving on the ball with 1 tackle left to go. In possession is Browning. Now it's gone back to Robert Simpkins. He passes over that time to Tony Rampling, who kicks it across, would you believe, to Ben Gonzalez. And Ben Gonzalez now has knocked the ball on, and a scrum will go down. A penalty kick. It is 18 metres out from the Steelers line.
Well, the Gold Coast aren't going to give up. They've certainly shown that. They're still in there trying, and they're down by 12-4. There's 4 minutes left for play, but Max Trilich, you've got to admire that they're going to keep going, and they're all professional footballers, and I think Bobby McCarthy will do something with his side, given time.
Well, they certainly will, Pete. Bobby won't throw in the talent needle. Well, these players, they're all footballers, and they're going to do their best out there. I think you're right about the wall, mate. It has jumped up, but they're going to keep on trying.
Yeah, they certainly will. They've got possession, and you're never as tired as when you've got, you're a lot tighter when you've got to defend. Pots a point up.
The intercept by Dean Carney.
Halfway.
I know, but it was still a good intercept, and they were just about to go in for a try, the other mob.
Well, I'm sorry, but you would expect a winger or a centre to run faster than that.
Well,
he was going up and down the one-bladed road. Here's the guy that can run.
Hetherington, and he's going to go over to score a try. Dean Carney, we know what he was, Peter. We know he isn't that now.
Well, there's a try to Hetherington now, and he galloped away, but I must say I was stunned there at the lack of speed of Dean Carney. I know he's a beach inspector, and in the past he's shown plenty of toe, but he got a start there that I think most players would have scored a try from.
Well, he was floundering for the minute he caught the ball.
He was. He looked as though he was bogged down. I was looking for the mud. And there's none.
the thing, Peter, was he was picked up in 15 yards. He wasn't picked up in 30 or 40 yards. He was picked up in 15 yards. It shows a great lack of sprinting during the off-season.
I think he's front row material now after that bit of a sprint.
Okay, the conversion successful by Steve Larder, and it's Illawarra racing away with this quarter-final, and they now lead by 16 points to 4. That's a match-winning lead with only 4 minutes left for play, and the Illawarra Steelers, coached by Terry Fernley, and good luck to you down there in Wollongong. You've got a side through to the semi-finals of the Super Sevens and a chance at that $50,000 first prize, but you'll play Canberra in the semi-final, and that's a daunting task.
Robert Simpkins in possession. He's up to play it back to Ross. Tricky customer, 4 tries tonight, I think, but at this time he's pulled to the ground by Dean Carney. Robert Simpkins at dummy half, fires one across now to Michael Eden. Out to Joe Batanza. He's taken by Jeff Hardy and Michael Bolt. He's going nowhere other than the turf with 1 tackle left to go. He's 28 metres out from the Illawarra goal line. It's back to Eden. Gets his kick in down. Furlers a few chases too, but we see the ball taken out the back door, and a good take too by Steve Larder. Very safe.
It's 18 points to 4 in favour of Illawarra over the Gold Coast Giants here in the fourth quarter final. 3 tries, 3 conversions, and a good performance by Illawarra. Much better than their opening game when they beat Canterbury Bankstown by 10 points to 4 in a lacklustre affair. But they've certainly done well in this game, although the Giants are nowhere near the opposition that they'll meet in the semi-final when they meet the Canberra Raiders.
Batanza in possession, stopping the ball with his foot, then taking it up to Jeff Hardy's tackle, and he's put him down 30 metres out. And for the second time tonight, Mr. Hardy has been trapped by the referee for laying over the man. You think he'd have learned after the first one, Billy?
Well, can they score a consolation try? Batanza takes it up, slips it back to Gonzalez. He's got no one to beat. He'll go around and score a try here. It's too late for Tweed, but they're going to come up with the extra 4 points now, and makes it 18 points to 8 in favour of Illawarra.
Ben Gonzalez, the former Penrith winger, showing plenty of toe out there on the flank. The lights are on at Parramatta Stadium. We mentioned before we have seen the ground in better condition, but they have had a lot of concerts and also a lot of soccer here in recent weeks, and the ground just not looking as green as it should, but the curator says that'll be okay by the kick-off of the Winfield Cup. There's full time, 18 points to 8 in Illawarra's favour. So Illawarra 18 have beaten the Gold Coast Giants 8. It's 18 to 8 to go through to the semi-finals where they'll meet the Canberra Raiders. So through to the semi-final, South Sydney with a 10 to 8 win over St George. Penrith with an 18 to 4 win over Newcastle Knights. So it'll be Penrith versus Souths in the next game, which will kick off in a couple of minutes' time. And it is Canberra 30 beat Parramatta 20. They're through to the game against Illawarra because Illawarra have just beaten the Gold Coast by 18 points to 8. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Just for your call, boys. Now Penrith have changed jumpers. They're going 13 Greg Alexander, 14 Baker, 15 Bentley, 16 Bradley, 17 Clements, 18 Curry, 19 Geyer, 20 Matt Goodwin, 21 Brad Izzard, 22 Chris Mortimer, 23 Rob Robards. Now Souths go out in the same 10 as per program, with Jones and O'Day out of the original line out in the same jumpers.
Okay, Tony Megahey on the sideline, and Rugby League brought to you by Manchester Unity. They're the friendly society, taxation benefits, how to supplement your income, and if you want to invest after retirement, they're the people to ring. They're the friendly society. They've been serving and caring for Australia for 150 years, and in business like sport, you can't beat experience. Their number, ring them during business hours on 267 8831 on the Sun newspaper. A great lift out every Monday. The best sports writers in town. They won the award for the best rugby league publication last year. All the good writers in the Sun. Don't miss them Monday to Friday. All the action in rugby league, all the big stories in the Sydney Sun, and all proud home improvements. Ray Shiner and that great team out there at Lakemba. And
900 Canterbury Road, Lakemba, Pete.
900 Canterbury Road, Lakemba. And Greg, they were certainly big during the year in all those Hunter Douglas products.
Yes, mate. He won a lot of awards just like the Sun. I think most of the people that involve themselves with rugby league on 2GB News Talk 87 are award people, and all proud, no exception to that rule. He won a lot of them through Hunter Douglas. He's got some fine men out there to do the work that you need in any part of your house as far as improvements are concerned.
Okay, coming up, the first semi-final, the Rabbits of South Sydney versus the Penrith Panthers. We'll take a break and be back with all the action.
The Sun is Sydney's number one. Number one for action, number one for league, number one for
The magnificent Sevens mark the beginning of another great league season. Read all about it on Monday in the Sun's exciting new weekend sport report. Don't miss this 16-page sports lift-out in the Sun on Monday, Sydney's #1 newspaper.
Sydney's #1, that's the Sydney Sun.
Tile power. We've got it made. It's Aussie power. We've learnt our trade. We've got buying power. We've made the grade. We've got tile power. Because we know our trade. Tile power. We've got it made. Tile power. We've learnt our trade. Tile power. We've made the grade.
For your tile power dealer, phone Sydney 623 2517. They know their trade.
On 2GB News Law 87, you're listening to the Rugby League Super Sevens, brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements. Back to Hollywood and Zorba.
Welcome back to Parramatta Stadium, where the first semi-final, all action here. There's been no break in play right from 4 o'clock. We've called you all the action. Hope you're enjoying it at home through 2GB in Sydney and 2CA in Canberra, and right through the Riverina area, where we've got reports that we're coming through loud and clear. There's a bloke rung from the, what dam's down there? The Burrinjuck Dam? It's down there. Yeah, well, a bloke's rung there.
Just the dam.
He's fishing down there. He's catching plenty of catfish, and he's rung. He's got his radio there with him. We're coming through over the Burrinjuck. Hope you're not scaring the fish away, Hartley. It's Penrith versus South Sydney in the first semi-final. The winner through to the final.
Yeah, and Matty Goodwin going down the far side. He's played the ball. He tries to go on his own. He pushes one away, but the South Sydney defence all on top of him on his own quarter line. Gets up to play the ball. It goes infield now out to Alexander. Good pass then into the arms of Geyer. Geyer tries to fend off one. Had Izzard out wide. Couldn't get it apart. And also Baker arriving on the scene. It's with Baker now. Back to Izzard if he can get around one or two. But a beautiful diving tackle brings him down by David Boyle. This time it's Alexander. Gives it out to Geyer. Geyer has a look out wide. Again Baker arriving on the scene just a little too late.
Interesting to note, Bill Anderson, that Penrith have started with Brad Izzard this time. They've used him as a shock trooper in the opening game and opening two games that they've had, and well, this is now the business end of the section.
Yeah, it is. They've also started with new jumpers with different numbers on them, and it's going to make it fairly difficult for us up here calling it.
Yeah, well, we know most of them, though. They're pretty familiar faces, and as I speak, a good tackle by Clements on young Ross for South Sydney.
Yeah, and a penalty now given to the South Sydney side. I think I've got them pretty well worked out, Peter, so we shouldn't have any trouble. But this penalty now given 40 metres out from the South Sydney goal line, about 15 metres in from touch. And we see the kick now to be taken across the Michael Cronin stand. Oh, gee, I don't know. It's very, very deep. What's it going to do? Oh, it's a beauty. It's 8 metres out from the Penrith goal line.
And you don't think it's difficult. There's Greg Alexander in a front rowers jumper, number 13. I think, really, they've got to get this numbers act together if they're going to make this, a dead set goer. It's a terrific crowd here, and they're enjoying the action, but I'm sure many of the fans have got no idea of who's in what jumper out there, unless they're very keen judges.
Mario Fennick now gives it out now to Blake. Blake tries to fend off one inside now to Ian Roberts. He strives for the line, and it's a try. Try to Ian Roberts, South Sydney.
Yeah, good try to Roberts. We've spoken about this fellow all day, and he scored a try in the opening game, and he scored the first try in the semi-final now, and a good try to South Sydney. I like the look of them to go through to the final, Bill. I've thought about it all day, that they've looked good from their first game when they beat North Sydney 32-12. They then just beat St George 10-8, but St George had the gist of this football too, and they're looking good.
What Souths do know how to do is apply cumulative pressure. They hold the ball for their 6 tackles, hope to get a penalty. If they do that, they of course get good field position, get another 6, and invariably if you hold it for 12 in this football, you're going to score.
Penrith now in possession of the football, and Greg Alexander going to dummy half.
Yes, gives it across to Neil Baker. Good pass out wide. It goes to Geyer. Geyer onto Izzard once again for the first time. He straightens up the attack and is pulled down 30 metres out from the South Sydney goal line. It's played now to Clements. Out wide again. Goes to Geyer. Races through. Chips over the top. Flying through. The ball's going to be too far. it's knocked dead by the South Sydney player going through.
Phil Blake it was, flashing out of nowhere. And
that was a try saver, Pete. He came from nowhere. Some of the South Sydney players had submitted there. They didn't want to turn and chase. Blake was playing wide on the wing and came back and tidied it up. Guy didn't have the right to get that close to it.
He's certainly a big loping player, Mark Geyer, and a real forward of the future Max Village.
Well, he played in the City or Country Seconds matches at the
City Seconds last year, yeah.
And he performed quite admirably, and he came on later as well into the first as a replacement, and he has got a big future.
Yeah, well, when I first saw him, I thought it was a giraffe in football gear, and he certainly filled out, and he's certainly going to be an asset to Penrith, and Ronnie Willie will use him to advantage. Here's a burst now by Penrith.
Cole Bentley, the man in possession of the football for Penrith, and he's knocked down on the far side by Darren Neville. He goes back to Izzard. Izzard was on the wraparound, but again, he's taken very strongly by Ian Robertson. Crashed to the ground, 18 metres away from the South Sydney goal line. Clements from the back of the ruck has got Izzard with him. He busts one, he gives it out to Clements, and they've gone over Penrith to score against South Sydney.
Very good try by Clements. He started it from the dummy half position, worked in tandem with Brad Izzard, got it back from Izzard, and he's gone into level the scores at 4-4 here in the opening semi-final here at the Parramatta Stadium. And of course, this game certainly looking like it will develop into a humdinger. It's 4 points all with the conversion attempt to come. There it is in the air and waved away, and that attempt at conversion taken by Neil Baker. So it's 4 points all. Good try, Bill Anderson.
Sure was, Pete, but this game's going to be won by the coach that makes the best replacements. A couple of good players on the bench for South Sydney, Les Davidson and Paul Roberts, and Penrith have got a few that aren't slouches either, such as Chris Mortimer.
We've got to be careful here that it's 10 minutes each way now and a half-time interval of 5 minutes in the semi-final. So 10 minutes each way in this one, just to give Hollywood a bit of work to do.
Okay, South Sydney in possession. Mario Finney gives it back to Darryl.
You've got better in the off-season, Greg.
And he's put the ground.
That extra weight has helped you.
Joe Vitanza. Peter, drop off the weight business. Have another look at yourself.
I'm looking at myself.
Yeah, in 3D. 28 metres out from Penrith's line. South Sydney's Coleman gives it back now to Blake, nearly through the gap, but again wrapped up beautifully. One tackle left to go. 20 metres out from the Penrith goal line. It's played now back to David Boyle. Out to Coleman, drops it off the end of the toe, and there's a sprint for the football. It's going to be Darryl Neville scores for South Sydney, driving on the ball.
Well, they certainly wanted that try. South Sydney come at a very good time for them, and straight after the try where Penrith equalised with a try to Greg Clements, we've seen a very good try to Darryl Neville for South Sydney, and the Rabbits now lead by 8-4 as Phil Blake, wasting no time, comes in. Oh, what a magnificent drop kick from the sideline. Calmly potted it over. What a pearler, Bill Anderson.
Sure was, Pete, and if you have a look at the four teams that are playing in the semi-finals, they've all got players that have kicked some great field goals, some great goals here tonight with drop kicks.
Yeah, well, just a reminder to our listeners that there are no place kicks in the Sevens tournament, and that has given South Sydney that conversion a lead now of 10-4, a very handy lead to South Sydney, and the winner of this match goes into the final. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey from the Sydney Sun.
And a fine exponent of this type of football, Craig Coleman laid on the try with a beautifully judged kick.
Yeah, certainly has, and Coleman and Phil Blake, two excellent players of seven football here today at Parramatta Stadium. South Sydney 10 lead Penrith 4 in the opening semi-final. The next one is between Canberra and Illawarra, and then we'll have the final at around about 9:30, and everything running to clockwork here at the initial Sevens tournament. The Super Sevens brought to you on 2GB News Talk 87 and 2CA in Canberra, thanks to Manchester Unity, the Sun newspaper and their Rugby League sporting lift out, and all proud home improvements.
Mario Finney put down in a beautiful tackle, ball and all, and to his credit he got up. There was a roar from the crowd, but I'm here to tell you that the referee was right over the top of it, and that's the sort of spirit that he plays in these days. But a penalty now to South Sydney against the Penrith side. Greg Clements, one man, holding down the fellow in possession of the ball.
And this big crowd getting very vocal, getting right into the sevens now. They've seen the preliminary rounds. They've liked what they've seen. I reiterate, it can only be on one occasion, or maybe two at the most in a season. We can see the sevens, but you can certainly see plenty of action, and a crowd of around about 25. It may have swelled a little bit in the last half hour as we're down to the nitty-gritty. I hope some people that may have been working today have come here, but a very good crowd and an excellent spectacle, and played in the right spirit too, Bill Anderson.
Sure has been, and South Sydney here with a chance to lock this game up as the ball goes from Coleman onto Boyle. Boyle goes wide, looks for support, gets the ball on the Blake. He's made a break down the sideline. Great try by Phil Blake. Tremendous acceleration and step.
Well, he left the Penrith backs there for dead. A beautiful change of step, a change of pace. He was like a real Formula One motor car there, just changing gears to get into to the straight there at Adelaide in the Grand Prix, and he just left the rest of the opposition for dead, Max Village.
Grease lightning, Zorba. You said it before, Craig Coleman and Phil Blake are having a wow of a game here, and they are controlling the game. Both of them are laying up tries and scoring them, and while you've got players of this calibre running around this form, good luck to South Sydney. They're killing it at the moment.
They certainly are, and that's a conversion by Phil Blake, a tremendous try by Blake. He's kicked the conversion, and the Rabbitohs through to the final. The Red Greens, coached by Georgie Piggins, they're through to the final of this $90,000 tournament. 50,000 smackaroos to the winner, and South Sydney not flush with a lot of money as a fight starts out on the hill. What a shame that that's had to break out. I hope they're good on you. Here come the police down to stop it. Now that's a family hill, and that's what it should be, and they ought to kick the people out that are fighting and not let them back in. 16 points to 4 in favour of South Sydney over Penrith, and Matt Hyde, our statistician and technician, back with us again for his 5th or 6th successive year since we've been calling rugby league. Matt's been with us. We're proud to have him with us, and he's come up with a statistic. Phil Blake, 22 points today. Obviously one of the most valuable players in the Sevens tournament. South Sydney in front by 16-4.
Yeah, and still in possession of the football. 30 metres out, one tackle left to go. Craig Coleman from the back of the ruck. He comes to the last man, puts a kick up. Oh, it's taken by Ross, and they've gone over to score a try. On the Craig Coleman kick, he took the punt. He went straight to the defence dead set of Cole Bentley, put one up, and the follow-through was on Billy Anderson.
Well, the rampaging Rabbits are in front by 20 points to 4.
Craig Coleman just thinks so quickly. That was the last tackle. He headed wide to pick up support, realised it was shut out. His next option was to put up the kick. Brett Ross was there and went through and did the rest.
Well, there it is at half-time. What a lead at half-time in the first semi-final for South Sydney. Phil Blake kicked the conversion. 22 points to 4, and that's a runaway lead, isn't it, Bill?
I think Souths have learned how to play this game, and their coach George Piggins is to be congratulated. They haven't done anything overly fancy. They've simply relied on their key men, the Craig Colemans, the Phil Blakes, and of course Mario Fennick in the centre of the ruck. They've played steady football. They've waited till opportunities come. The players have listened to what Coleman has to say. They've gone to the places on the field that he's put them into, and they've followed it up particularly well.
Well, South Sydney last year, George Piggins' first year, obviously George has learned a lot too. He got them through to the semi-finals, and at stages last year they looked like they were going to do great things. This year, this is the first time we've seen them. They're playing to their strength, as Bill mentioned a few moments ago, and they're two key players in the Sevens, undoubtedly Craig Coleman, their thinking halfback, and the mercurial Philip Blake, who really is showing today that this Sevens rugby league is tailor-made for him. I think he is very close to being the most valuable player on show here today in Sevens football. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey from the Sydney Sun.
And Peter, he's the only guy I can remember that scored 30 tries in one season for Manly. I don't think that'd be bettered anywhere in all grades. A marvellous footballer, Philip Blake, but Souths have still got those forwards. They've got Fennick and Roberts, blokes that are mobile, willing to do that defence, but Souths have really held possession. Possession has been the key. Souths have valued it.
Yeah, there's not too many new faces there in their side. They are basically the same side as last year, but as we've pointed out right through the night, they're playing to their strength, Max.
Well, Peter, I think that all should go back to their coach, Georgie Piggins. He's transferred, for instance, Mario Fennick from being a goose to a real good footballer. And without me being rude to Mario
well, you weren't quite rude, but
well, I'd say Mario knew he was. He'd say it himself. He used to go on a bit stupid on the football field. Mario now plays football and concentrates on playing football. And now Craig Coleman, he reads the game so well. If Des Hasler or Peter Sterling have an off day now and again, just look over your shoulder, fellas. Here comes Craig Coleman.
Yeah, certainly a fine player, and they're playing to their strength, and I'm very impressed with their forwards tonight and their dedication to playing the game as the coach put down. I don't think they've detoured from their match plan. Any stage during the night. They beat North Sydney by 32 points to 12. That was a spanking for the Bears. They had to struggle to beat St George, and St George really threw away a chance to send that game into extra time, but they've made every post a winner, Bill.
They have played to their strengths. They haven't tried to play fancy football. They've played simple, basic football. They've taken the ball up. But the most impressive part is the fact that they have let their key players ad-lib and play their own game. They haven't been hamstrung. Blake has absolutely had a field day. He's enjoyed himself thoroughly, and thank heavens the rest of the sides will be saying that the next time they meet it's going to be 13 on 13 and not 7 on 7.
Exactly right, and the luxury of South Sydney now, they're starting to think about the final, and well they might with a lead of 22-4 at half-time in the first semi. They've taken off Ian Roberts, who has been absolutely superb tonight. Tremendous performance by the big fellow.
It's a fair replacement they've put on.
Pardon?
Fair replacement they've put on.
Yeah, Les Davidson. But I dare say, Bill, that in sevens, that perhaps Roberts is more valuable to South than his international teammate.
Well, he's a better chaser than Les is. Les is very mobile and very strong, but Roberts will chase all day. He's prepared to head across field and try to get wingers in cover defence.
And because he had a kangaroo tour last year, he didn't get the off-season to rest. He has not done the training that the rest of the South Side have done. I think that's sensible because he was their only rep last year in international football. He played right through the 1967 off-season, and it's been a good performance. And the crowd...
They got the wave going.
Yeah, they got the wave going, and there's enough here to do it too. Good luck to them. They're enjoying themselves here at the Super Sevens. A crowd of around 25 to 26,000 at Parramatta Stadium, and they're seeing the South Sydney Rabbitohs really do it in fine style here. 22-4 they lead Penrith as the wave goes around Parramatta Stadium.
Yeah, and Darryl Neville now goes off too, straight up the centre, and he's knocked down now 18 metres out from the South Sydney goal line. Mario Fennick, a dummy half from the back of the ruck, decides to go on his own. He gets his pass back to Craig Coleman. Coleman keeps it all through Darryl Neville. Now out to David Boyle. He's certainly no winger because he got past Graham, but eventually he's knocked to the ground on the South Sydney quarter line. It's up the player Craig Coleman, a dummy half, sends a pass inside.
And the wave's still on. It's a perpetual one. It's just going around the grounds, and we've got no around the grounds to go to on the National Panasonic scoreboard.
I think they're waiting for you to wave back.
Okay, well, I'll jump up with them this time. Reg Gasnia's in front of us. Out goes Reg Gasnia, the Prince of Centres. Up went Reg Gasnia in the wave.
Up went Zorba, no one could see.
Yeah, I think I saw a couple of the old crusty ones too in the New South Wales League. Up went the grubber.
Okay, South Sydney in possession. I don't believe this tonight for Hiddingham. Okay, here we got Craig Coleman down the sideline, out to Blake, and Blake back to the football. He's going to go over for another South Sydney try, and that 50 grand top prize is looking real good, and here they go again.
Yeah, the wave's on again for Phil Blake, and he has proved absolutely sensational here today. Rugby League kicks off in spectacular fashion here at Parramatta Stadium. The wave is still going on. They take it in turns around the ground. Everybody caught up in Rugby League fever. Even the great Reg Gasnia sitting in front of us here in the press box at 2GB's press box here. Will Gasnia go up again? Gasnia stays there.
Please go up again, Reggie.
Okay, and the scoreline here at the Parramatta Stadium is South Sydney leading by 28 points to 4. 28-4, and it's a big scoreline here for South Sydney. Phil Blake, 2 tries, and he's kicked 4 conversions.
Mark Dyer in possession, desperately trying to get away from Mario Fennick, but he's knocked to the ground right on the halfway line. Fennick trying to get off him, but a penalty given to the Penrith side.
David Boyle coming off the field.
David Boyle off for South Sydney. There's a blow. Their state of origin forward is off and limping badly. Tony Megahey will check on him. The Penrith Panthers are really out of business in this one, and they've been met by a much superior South Sydney side, and there are around about 8 minutes left in this first semi-final, and I'm afraid the game is well beyond South Sydney, and the wave continues here at Parramatta Stadium.
Okay, we've got now Chris Mortimer giving one out to Alexander. It goes wide to Baker. Then out now it goes to Bradley. But an intercept there by Darryl Neville. And now he's flying down the far touchline. He's got plenty of cover, but the cover's coming across at him. And he runs out of petrol, but he gets a pass over the top. Out that time it went to Paul Roberts, and he's pulled down on the quarter line.
The Rabbits are on fire.
It's quickly passed out to Davidson, who hits it up strongly, but he's coughed up possession of the football.
Yeah, and a penalty to South Sydney, and Davidson tackled from a player in an offside position, and it's a penalty to the South Sydney side, and a replacement in the South team now, as they know this game is theirs, and Steve O'Day coming into the game for the South Sydney side, who lead by 28 points to 4, and Phil Blake has mounted a tally here today, an individual tally here. Craig Coleman rested now for the final. The Rabbits through to the final without any doubt. They lead by 28 to 4, and lots of South supporters here enjoying the atmosphere here at Parramatta Stadium as the wave goes now in reverse. They're going now anti-clockwise.
Now it's Fennick from the back of the Rabbits. Oh, the gates have opened up for Mario Fennick, but he's pulled out a metre short of the line. Plays it forward, dives in, and it's a try to Mario, and he's deserved it. He's tried hard all night.
Here he has, and there's no histrionics with Mario Fennick here tonight. He's a man with a mission leading South Sydney, and they're just annihilating this Penrith side now. That's 32 points to 4, and this is not a game now, Bill. This is a shame.
Sure is, and there's been a sin bin by referee Greg McCallum. One of the players from Penrith back-chatted after that try was scored. I think it might have been Margie Geyer coming off the field. Penrith, they could do without playing with 6.
Well, there's Phil Blake now kicking his 5th goal of the game, and he has now scored 30 points. 32 points for Phil Blake this afternoon. As Big Mac Goodwin strides over for the Penrith side. So action aplenty here, and the scoreline now moves along, and the poor guy in the scoreboard can't keep up with the action here. It's the scoreline now of I can't. It's 28 points to 8.
Who's playing?
He must feel like the scorers the day you played against the West Indies and scored 180.
182. There's the conversion attempt, and it's scraped it and just missed the upright, and the scoreline now 28 points to 8. Sorry, 34 points to 8. They haven't caught up with it. They've still got 28 for Souths on the electronic scoreboard, but the computer's gone to gouge.
Davidson now getting a pass out to Paul Roberts, who holds it up beautifully once again for Philip Blake. Forget about it. Phil Blake's going to go over again for South, and I'd say if they can continue, Peter and Belly, they're going to take the money back to Redford.
Well, 36 points to 8. Penrith really being blitzed here. Canberra, Greg, will give them a heck of a go.
Yes, they will.
Don't you worry about that. And that's providing they beat Illawarra, of course. But there's Phil Blake now, right between the uprights. 38 points for him today. And the scoreline here, 38 points to 8. And a big win to South Sydney, Max Village.
Well, Peter, the big thing for them, they're going to have a much longer break than the winner of the next semi-final. They're going to have at least half an hour extra break, and they're going to be revived. You know, they've got a big advantage going for themselves.
They certainly have. A good point too. They're going to be well rested for the final, and it's going to be Canberra versus Illawarra in the next game.
And a beautiful runaway try now to the Penrith side, and the credit goes that time to Darren Curry for pass from Mortimer, Christopher Mortimer, who made the break, set a man up, ran to him, got the pass away, and he just swooped over to score the try.
38 points to 12, the score on the National Panasonic scoreboard.
And he's kicked the goal.
And he's kicked the goal, 38 points to 14. So listen to this game. There's been 52 points scored in this game, and we've still got plenty of time left. 10 tries in the game so far. 38 points to 14 at Parramatta Stadium in what is the opening semi-final. South Sydney through to the final, and Phil Blake just creating havoc. Bill Anderson, and he's the player of the series so far.
Yes, he is, but Souths have got a very well-balanced side. They've not only got pace in Blake and organisation in Coleman, they've got power in the forwards as well to lay the foundation.
Okay, here's South Sydney now with Steve O'Day making a good burst inside the Penrith quarter. South Sydney 38 lead, Penrith 14 in the opening semi-final.
Back to Fennick, then on to O'Day, but he's knocked to the ground. He'll get up. Fennick trying to go for the ball, but the referee says no, the knock-on has occurred. And as the young fellow tried to get away, Brett Ross it was, he's called him back. So this scrum will go down 11 metres out from the Penrith goal line.
Greg, I've been told the scoreline is 40 points to 14. 7 tries and 6 goals is 40 points, and they lead Penrith 14. So
they haven't got enough bulbs on that board for them.
They haven't got enough bulbs. Maybe they're listening to us because I just gave the wrong score. I apologise for that, but if you're listening in the scoreboard, it's 40 points to 14. Yeah, there it is, changing now.
Okay, that kick now finds touch. I know, it does find touch too as the blue flag goes up 5 metres over the halfway line in South Sydney territory.
38-14.
Yeah, okay. Now the tap to be taken by Alexander. Gives it back to Matt Goodwin. Charges for. Beautifully tackled by Mario Fennick. He's up the plate again. Back to Goodwin. Out now to Mark Geyer. And the big fella strides away as Pete calls him the giraffe. He fends up another one and he's gone over Mark Geyer. Good try to Penrith.
Good determined try by a good young player that's going places. Bill.
Yes, he is. He spent some time in the sin bin, but since he's come back onto the field, he's had an impact, and that's a just reward for him.
Okay, the kick to come, but too late for the Penrith side. There it is, right between the uprights there by Neil Baker. 40 points to 20, 60 points in this game. And I tell you what, Matt Hyde working overtime here, putting it all down. The scoreboard's working overtime, 40 points to 20.
Okay, back at the halfway line, and of course South Sydney sucking in the air. They're dead set going to be there.
Well, I know they're there, Greg.
Yeah,
they've got it right now, the scoreboard. 40 points to 20. Gee, 60 points in this game, and there's still a few minutes left for play.
Fennick in possession. He's hurt himself, but he's going to get up. Matty Goodwin was the tackler. It goes now back into the arms of Davidson, and a long cut-out pass this time to O'Day. He's put his head back, plenty of toe, this youngster, but he's knocked to the ground now, 26 metres out from the Penrith goal line. Plays it now to Paul Roberts, sends it across now into the arms of Davidson once again. He keeps it alive too. A beautiful pass to Ross. Ross gets around one and he's passed the ball. The head's gone back, and the number 7 once again for the Red and Greens goes over to score a try. Brett Ross.
Try number 8 for South Sydney. They lead by 44 points to 20, and they're just running tries in at will now. It's a good performance by them. There's Phil Blake, one step, bang, and he now goes to, there it is, full time, and Phil Blake has now scored, I think, 40 points in the afternoon. He scored 40 points from 5 tries and 10 goals so far in the Sevens tournament, with the final to come. So 46 points to 20 to South Sydney. South Sydney 46 have beaten Penrith 20, 46 to 20. That is a big win to South Sydney. Let's go through the point scorers for you for South Sydney, and there are plenty of point scorers in this one. Tries to Phil Blake 3, to Brett Ross 2, to Ian Roberts, to Darryl Neville, to Mario Fennick. They scored tries for South Sydney, and Phil Blake has kicked 5 goals in that match to make the score 46 points for South Sydney. 7 goals to Phil Blake, and for the Penrith side, tries to Greg Clements, Matt Goodwin, Darren Curry and Mark Geyer, and Darren Curry and Neil Baker kicked the goals. So South Sydney 46 have beaten Penrith 20, and the Grunter leaves the field here with with what? 46 points to 20. We're going to take a break after that. Rugby League brought to you on 2GB News Talk 87. South Sydney through to the final, and they'll play the winner of Canberra and Illawarra, who'll take the field shortly. A very good win to South Sydney by 46 points to 20 in the semi-final. We'll take a break, update a message from our great sponsors, the Manchester Unity, the Sun newspaper, and All Proud Home Improvements, and be back in a few moments with the state coach, John Pearce.
Here is a news flash from the Macquarie National Newsroom.
On early counting, it appears the Liberal Party may be set to win the federal by-election in the seat of Adelaide. With only a quarter of the vote counted, Liberal candidate Mike Pratt is leading the ALP's Don Farrell. There has been a 9% swing against the government. We'll have more details as they come to hand and a full report in our next news bulletin after the football.
If you have money invested, do you know how safe it is? People who invest with Manchester Unity do. Manchester Unity is a friendly society operating under the strict regulations of the New South Wales Friendly Societies Act. This means your funds can only be invested in government or semi-government securities and all authorised trustee investments. There are no investments on the stock market. Find out more about the security of Manchester Unity's Friendly Society bonds by calling 267 8831. Throughout our nation's birthday, you can capture history on film and have your photos ready in just 1 hour. Developed by ColourCare. ColourCare's quality 1-hour service will capture your bicentennial and Festival of Sydney memories with clarity for less. Don't miss a moment of Australia's birthday. Capture it all with ColourCare. There's a ColourCare outlet near you. ColourCare, picture the difference.
Now it's back to the Parramatta Stadium for the Rugby League Super Sevens. Brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements on 2GB News Talk 87.
Welcome back to Parramatta Stadium, where South Sydney are the first team through to the final. A $50,000 first prize awaits the winner of South Sydney and the victor in this second semi-final coming up between the Canberra Raiders and the Illawarra Steelers. And this should be a good game of football. We've seen Canberra look very, very good in their early matches. They played in their first match the Brisbane Broncos, and they beat them 12-4, and then they played outstanding football to beat Parramatta by 30 points to 20. We've seen Illawarra score a 10-4 win over Canterbury Bankstown, and then an 18-8 win over the Gold Coast. This will be a tough match for Illawarra to win. Canberra versus Illawarra. Johnny Peard, your thoughts?
Yes, well, I think Canberra's got form on the board, Peter, to go on with it and reach the final. I think we read last year, it was well documented, that Wayne Pearce was doing a lot of skill work with his team, and obviously they've been the most skillful side to date, I feel. But, all that work last year and the professionalism within the club has been carried on, and they're looking pretty good. I think they'll have a very good season. Yeah, they certainly do look very good, and they've been, I think, one of the best sides here tonight. I think Canberra and South Sydney, on what we've seen, are the best sides in the sevens, and I think they're probably going to fight out the final, Max.
Yes, it certainly looks that way, Peter. It'd be a brave man to tip against Canberra, wouldn't they? The way they're playing, Big Mal Meninga's going very well with Belcher in the background there. They're certainly firing on all four cylinders, and I can't really see the Steelers coming through. But, you know, rugby league's rugby league, and you just got to make every post a winner, and hopefully, Jono, what would you say about Illawarra's chances? Do you think they're in there? Or
Well, they've got to be in there, Max, but they're a solid sort of side, and any side that Terry Fernley coach have had the experience of playing under him. They're a dogged sort of side, and they'll just hang in there, and that could cause the odd upset. They'll try and force mistakes, they'll try and bustle in defence, and that's the best chance they've got against a team like Canberra. Not many forwards in the Canberra side, so I'd tend to kick for the line if I was Illawarra. Find the line, try and pitch a scrum off them now and then.
When you've got fellows like Larder and McIndoe in there, and Greg Mackey, and the organisational skills of Perry Haddock, I'm not going to write them off, but I still think, like you do, I think Canberra are going to play south.
Let's go to our sideline eye from the Sydney Sun, best in the business, Tony Megahey.
Well, a major blow to Canberra. Mal Meninga's bruised that arm, that broken left arm that he's had so much trouble with, and he's out of this tournament.
Okay, so Meninga out and Chris O'Sullivan out, so that's a major blow when we're considering how Canberra are going to go. They're two of their best players, so you people down there in Raider territory, right throughout the Riverina and in the national capital, right through Monaro and through there in Goulburn and Crookwell, very good evening to you. And well, here's the Raiders now. They played brilliantly, but no Mal Meninga and no Chris O'Sullivan. This is going to test their depth here in the sevens, but they've made a break by Gary Belcher.
Gives it out to Wallace, and Wallace has put his head back. The cover's coming at him, but he gets it over the top now, and it's going to be a beautiful runaway try to Canberra's Craig Bellamy, and they weren't going to get near him.
But good try to start with by Canberra. Craig Bellamy's gone in, and that is a spectacular start, and a very good try to Canberra. John Peard.
Yeah, well, Gary Belcher again, he made the break from dummy half, linked up with supports, and of course the winger or the centre, Craig Bellamy, finished the movement off.
Well, Gary Belcher, certainly a real shining light here today at Parramatta Stadium. He's been one of the best players in the tournament. Just repeating that Philip Blake has amassed a massive tally of 40 points this afternoon for South Sydney, but Gary Belcher not far behind him in attacking skills, if any, and Belcher celebrates a brilliant start to this semi-final with a mighty field goal from out wide to convert the try, scored by Bellamy. It's Canberra 6 leading Illawarra 0. Can the Steelers come back?
Michael Bolt in possession now, racing downfield. He's only 2 metres short of the Canberra quarter line and pulled to ground. Has played to Haddock. He gives it out now into the arms of the Illawarra number 9, young Trevor Kessel, but it rebounds, and we've got now in possession of the football Paul Martin for the Canberra side. It's played. It goes across now. Out to Belcher once again. He tries to fend off one or two, desperately trying to offload, but caught inside his own quarter line by Walsh and also Bolt. It's played now to Chris Kenner. Goes out wide to Henjack. He's got Martin on the outside, but Henjack stumbles and falls down on his own quarter line. A shade inside. Martin now with the football. He's confronted by Carney. Tries to fend him off. Carney's got hold of him and eventually drags him to ground 24 metres out from the Canberra goal line. Having a look, Walters once again a dummy half. Fires it out to Henjack. Good kick over the top. Now Daly's chasing through, and it's gone over the touchline on the full, Pete. So a scrum to go down 28 out from the Canberra Raiders goal line.
When Canberra kick, there's a purpose. There's no desperation in their kicks. A couple of the teams in this tournament are kicking when they're absolutely flat chat and they haven't got much petrol left. But when Canberra kick, there's always someone on the fly. That didn't work because it went out. But Daly was following through fast, and he knew what it was all about. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Man for man, they look the fastest side in this competition, Canberra. He would have scored easily, Daly.
He certainly would have. Here's their little hooker, Michael Bolt, going for a run for Illawarra.
And a good strong run was too, and eventually he was picked up by Henjack. So the little men playing a big role this evening as Haddock serves one up by Chris Walsh. The Bolt going forward to the line, but again still 2 metres short of it. It's back to David Bolt. He gives it out to Perry. Haddock tries to get around Martin, but Paul Martin's there to hold him out 5 metres away from the Raiders goal line. It's gone back now to Dean Carney, and he's a big man, and again he still can't get over the top and to pull down 2 metres short of the line. It's balls played and kicked through, but Gary Belcher's there to pick it up, and the penalty is going to be given to the Illawarra side for hanging on real close to the line, says the referee.
Yeah, well, there was ball played forward there, and a Canberra player impeded the path of the Illawarra player who correctly played the ball forward, and a rightful penalty there by Graham Annesley. Here's a chance for Illawarra to level it up here. They're only a metre out with 4 tackles to go.
Yeah, Bolt trying desperately to get past Martin.
That, though.
And he's held up now. It's back to Chris Walsh. It goes over wide to Kessel. Drops it off the end of the toe. Gee, there's a heck of a mix-up, but the ball, in fact, went straight into the arms of a Canberra player on the far side. Bellamy was... And now we've got the fullback going away, Gary Belcher, and he's wrapped up well and truly 6 metres out from the Canberra goal line. It's quickly played to Henjack. Goes to Bellamy. Good pass on to Martin. He's wrapped up well and truly by solid defence from Illawarra. In particular, it was Michael Bolt.
I think we'll see Canberra kick very shortly, and of course no fullbacks in this game, and a kick and chase even from near your old goal line can prove beneficial, and they should have kicked Canberra because they've coughed up possession now. Illawarra with 6 tackles and only a few metres out.
Yeah, and Kessel in possession after a good pass from Perry Haddock, which went very, very wide, but he's knocked to the ground. Haddock again, the little organiser, races from the back of the ruck, and he's gone over Perry Haddock for the Illawarra side.
Well, that's got a chance to level it up. A good try there by Perry Haddock going from dummy half, and the Canberra defence, which has been pretty good all night, opened up there. Just a reminder that Canberra, without 2 of their big guns here in Mal Meninga and Chris O'Sullivan, Meninga has problems with a bit of a strain on his injured arm that he had all that trouble with last year, and Chris O'Sullivan has got ligament trouble. There's the drop kick right between the posts by Steve Larder, and it's 6 points all in the second semi-final. The winner of this semi-final to play a rampaging South Sydney in the final here, and the $50,000 first prize here up for grabs.
And it was dived upon by an Illawarra player on the far side, Brian Hetherington. Now it's played. It goes across to Perry Haddock. Out wide to Dean Carney. He's got no pace at all, Dino, but he gets rid of the ball. Perry Haddock, and trying desperately to pick it up, has knocked it on. No advantage applies to the Canberra side. Scrum to go down. 18 out centre field from the Steelers goal line.
5 minutes left in the first half. 6 points all here at Parramatta Stadium. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Gee, the momentum slowed a lot. Some tired players here, but they're still apart for defence. That tremendous tackle by Carney on Wall has paved the way for that try.
Yeah, certainly did, and both sides lining out here. There's no blind side to the 3-man scrum. It's man-for-man defence, and the Canberra side were lined out to the left, and every Illawarra side, naturally enough, lined up against them. No one standing on the blind side. A tap there by Henjack. Oh, gives it to Belcher. Belcher grubber kicks through, but the ball's dived on by an Illawarra player. I thought Belcher was impeded there, but the referee says no, and it was Dean Carney getting back on the ball for Illawarra as Jeff Hardy takes the ball out now 10 metres from his own goal line. 6 points all, Illawarra and Canberra for the right to play South Sydney. A kick through by Larder. He takes a swan dive. Referee referee says play on, and Laurie Daly picks it up for the Canberra side.
Here, and he's met with stiff resistance too from Brian Hetherington, who eventually knocks him to the ground. And he'll get up now to play the ball 30 metres out from the Steelers line. It goes back to Bellamy again. Has got pace. He offloads to Wallace. Beautifully picked up too. And Henjack was hit, I thought, a shade prior to getting the football. But again, he doesn't care because Hardy comes up with it. He's letting this game go on. And well, eventually Hardy's knocked to the ground 2 metres short of his own quarter line. Dean Carney at dummy half. Races from the back of the ruck. He's a big man, but he's easily knocked to the ground by Steve Wallers. He plays it forward with no marker. Gains a valuable 10 metres or so. And this time it's Paul Martin to finish him off. Now it's with Michael Bolt across now to Perry Haddock. Out wide it goes to Trevor Kissel. A turn inside to Lada with plenty of pace. He dummies, but a beautiful tackle by Gary Belcher on the halfway line. Stops the run. It's back now with Hardy. Gives it now into the arms of Perry Haddock. He chips downfield. And look at the race, but getting to the ball first of all was Gary Belcher for the Canberra side, and he's knocked down now 12 metres out from the Canberra goal line.
As the score suggests, this is anybody's game. Illawarra certainly finding Canberra no mean side to beat, but Canberra just losing a bit without Meninga and without, of course, Chris O'Sullivan. But they've made a good break now.
Oh, Paul Martin, gee, I didn't think for a big man he had that much pace because a couple were chasing him.
I don't think that's Paul Martin, Greg. I don't know what number you've been given, but certainly doesn't look like him to me.
Well, mate, that's what he's got on his back, Paul Martin.
I think that's Lonergan, the Kiwi international. Anyway, here's a try coming up.
Okay, and a good try too. This time it's Walters, and we'll put a Steve in the front of it because that's in the program too. But I'm going to have another look to see what this bloke is. Well, I don't know, mate. All I know he's a big bloke. He's fast. He's wearing a blue knee guard.
Yeah, it's not young Martin. Paul Martin's a winger, and he's got black hair. I'm sure that's Lonergan. We'll check with our sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Spot on. That's Lonergan, brother.
Okay, the Kiwi player that they've just bought there for this season, and that was a good try by Walters there for the Canberra side. And here's Daly coming in, and the kid from Junee puts it over, and a cheer goes up down at the Commercial Hotel down in Junee as the Raiders now lead by 12 points to 6, and we've got 2 minutes left for play in the first half of the second semi-final here in the Super Sevens. A tap taken from the restart of play by Illawarra. The ball goes out to Jeff Hardy. He makes a good burst.
Gives it out to Kissel down the far flank. He's wrapped up well and truly. Gets up to play the ball. Walters was the tacker. It goes to Hetherington to Hardy once again. He stops as another go. Again, the defence on the far side too strong in Laurie Daly. He'll get up to play it. Hetherington a dummy half. Goes across again. Out to Perry Haddock to Michael Bolt. Good pass out to Dean Carney. He gets around one. He's still going. Bellamy comes across with him. He turns the ball back inside to... this time it was Michael Bolt who puts the football down. Knocked on, says the referee. A shade over the quarter line in Canberra territory. And they're getting the big ones in, buddy.
Yeah, and big Dean Carney there. That's the way to run, Dino. Onto the ball, and certainly looked very good there when he stormed onto the ball, John, and looked probably faster than he has all night.
Yeah, great stuff. And also Lada's tremendous at coming back inside. I think
he's a good opportunist, isn't he?
He comes back inside well, and angle running's the way to go.
You've got to do that, John, on this sort of football. Keep cutting back in, and
well, you've got to keep putting yourself.
Okay, we've got a runaway try here. He's just flying down the field, and again I refer to the big fella Gary Belcher from Canberra. Nobody's going to put a hand on him. There he goes to put it away. A good try, probably what 75 metres or so.
Well, that's certainly put it beyond doubt now for Canberra. The crowd 21,300 here. The official crowd. I thought it was a few thousand more than that, but that's a very good crowd. 21,300 here for the inaugural Super Sevens, and at half time we've got the Canberra Raiders looking definitely like they're going into the final against South Sydney. Gary Belcher adds the extras to the try that he just scored himself, and it's going to be a weakened Canberra in the final, minus Mal Meninga and minus Chris O'Sullivan. State coach John Beard, do you think they've got enough ammunition there to get by when they play South? Because it looks like they are. They lead 18 points to 6 at half time.
Well, quite frankly, Peter, I think without those two players, and I've been quite impressed with the way South have been performing. If Canberra reach the final, they certainly look that way. I think I'd have to go for South Sydney win. I think they look, could be Canberra's skill against South Sydney's organisation, plus the brilliance of Phil Blake.
They're very organised, South Sydney, and just repeating that Phil Blake, 40 points this afternoon in the Sevens football, and that's a great performance. But we're talking about Illawarra and Canberra, and Max Village. Illawarra for a stage there looked as though they were going to match the men from Canberra, but Canberra finishing on very strongly in the latter part of that first half.
Yes, Peter. Peter. Gary Belcher, that little bit of class there, Pete. He's obviously they're going very well, Canberra, at the moment, as it was tipped before the game, how well they were going, and they're carrying on with it. And it looks like they'll run in another 3 or 4 tries the second half.
Okay then, well, half-time here in the second semi-final, and Rugby League on 2GB News Talk 87 and 2CA in Canberra, brought to you by Manchester Unity, the friendly society, and of course they've been caring for and helping Australians for 150 years, almost the entire history of Australia. We've been hand in hand with Manchester Unity, and of course experience in business like sport is invaluable, and they're great people to do business with. The Sun newspaper, the best in rugby league, and also All Proud Home Improvements, bringing you rugby league, and our 4 big sponsors are those 3, and of course City Ford joining us for the 1988 season. The new Ford out, there's a big night there at City Ford on Monday night, and I'm sure their boss Nick Politis would love to sell you a new Ford from City Ford, the biggest Ford dealers in the Southern Hemisphere. We'll take a break and be back for the second half of the Super Sevens at Parramatta Stadium, with the Canberra Raiders looking like they're going to meet South Sydney in the final of this $90,000 tournament, $50,000 to the winner, and Vince Sorrenti coming into the box, and we might have a chat to Vince before we restart the call. We'll take a break and be back.
You should know that measles is a serious disease which can cause deafness, paralysis, brain damage, even death.
Just one shot.
One free vaccination shot.
Just one shot.
That's all it takes to protect your young child against measles.
Just one shot.
Every child should receive a measles vaccination, free from your local health authority.
Just one shot.
That's all it takes.
Just one shot.
If you're building during the next 6 months or so, think about this. Roma, home of the Caesars, city of fountains, the Vatican, the catacombs, the Colosseum, and basta. But what's that got to do with your new home? Just this. If you decide to build with bricks from Austral's Manor House series, you might win a trip for 2 to Rome. See the Manor House range at your nearest Austral showroom, and you could be seeing Rome in the summer. Austral bricks you can depend on.
On 2GB News Talk 87, you're listening to the Rugby League Super Sevens, brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements. Back to Hollywood and Zorba.
Welcome back to Parramatta Stadium, half-time here, and a big lead to the Canberra Raiders over the Illawarra Steelers, and the half-time score here at Parramatta Stadium, and they've been scoring points aplenty, 18 points to 6 in favour of Canberra over Illawarra, and up in Ballina, the Cronulla side have beaten Ballina 36 to 16 in their trial, thanks to Peter Riley, the Cronulla secretary, for phoning through that result, and the Sharks have beaten Ballina 36 to 16, and a lot of their star players up there, and just repeating that Cronulla had an obligation to play that trial before the Sevens was mooted, and they played a makeshift side here tonight, and they went down in their opening game to the Gold Coast Tweed side by 18 to 16. They put up a good effort. Warm welcome to the box to no stranger to 2GB listeners. He joined us last year for a special segment, and he's known as Vince from Punch Bowl on 2GB, but certainly making a big noise in the comedy world these days. Warm welcome to Vince Sorrenti. How are you, mate?
G'day, Zob. Made a horrific omen today for Canterbury and Manly.
Yeah, certainly was, mate. Certainly not the results we wanted, but...
the results I loved. Parramatta can still win the final tonight. I get a wildcard team coming in later.
No wildcards. Vince, what have you thought of the Sevens?
I think it's been very exciting and great promotion. Look at the fans have turned out in hordes of people swimming while you're watching rugby league. It's terrific.
It's fantastic, isn't it? It's been action aplenty. What do you think of the wave that went on?
I think it's terrific. I think it adds a bit of colour to stadium games. It's a bit Americanised, but, what the hell. Takes a bit off the game, though. But in the breaks, and the games have gone on for fairly long. I mean, there's been a number of games tonight, so I think it helps distract the crowd. It's terrific.
87, a great year for you. You were on our World of Football team last year, and we enjoyed you, so did the fans, and amazing how much work you've had. I'm not saying that it's a flow-on from 2GB, but certainly lots of work coming your way in 88.
Flat out like a lizard drinking.
Good on you, mate. Great to talk with you, and look forward to you giving us your little funnies each and every Sunday on our World of Football.
Look forward to you. See all fans on Vince from Punch Bowl.
There he he is, Vince from Punchbowl, and he does it at the drop of a hat. Here we go for the second half. Hollywood all revved up. 18 points to 6 in favour of the Canberra Raiders over the Illawarra Steelers. South Sydney already in the final.
Yeah, back at the halfway now, the referee ready to get it underway. Gary Belcher with the honours, getting the ball downfield. Beautifully picked up immediately too. Oh, the base by Dean Carney going downfield on a good tackle from behind by Laurie Daly. Puts him right out of business. Now it's across the bowl, out now wide to Kessel. Into the arms of young Mackey. He comes back, changes direction. Lonigan chases him, as does Daly, and Daly eventually catches up with him, slides him over the touchline, some 14 metres out from the Canberra goal line.
Good run by Greg Mackey. He's been Illawarra's probably best player tonight. He's got plenty of pace, and he knows how to play sevens. He's a good touch football player, and he's a good all-round player, John Pearce.
Yeah, good run, but Laurie Daly summed it up beautifully. Then he let him have a bit of room on the outside and then put him over the sideline. Good play from a young fella.
Gary Belcher in possession. 18 metres out from his own goal line. Ivan Henjak from the back of the ruck takes off. Can't get past Hetherington. Beautifully offloads to Wallace. Wallace has a look back, but no support can get to him as he's finished off. Now it's played. It's Chris Kenner making his mind up which way to go. He gives it across to Lonigan, trying to run away. Fends off one and a good bust too. He's a big fella. He's got some toe man on the inside. Craig Bellamy. Oh, and here it goes. Lana's coming at him. Bellamy stops, goes around him once, and he's going to go over for a good try. Well, he set Lana up, left him like a statue in Martin Place.
What did you say?
Left him like a statue in Martin Place. What's that? What are you going to do with that big banana?
I'm going to give it to the
Increase your big tummy.
Okay, good try there to Canberra. He stopped
you want me to do it,
really
mate,
left the defence standing there. And the Raiders, you can put your hats down there in the national capital. You're in the final, and you'll play South Sydney at around about 9:30. And they're certainly looking the goods, John Pearce, despite the fact that Meninga and O'Sullivan are out of business.
Yep, Lonigan's set up that try, Peter, the Kiwi international, but he looks a bit crook on that right knee. I think he may get replaced very shortly.
He looks as though he should be at Harold Park. He's got plenty of strapping on it.
He certainly has.
Okay, game underway. Pete's into his nana. Good on you, son. And we've got Hardy now racing downfield, but he's going to be stopped over the top by Chris Kenner. 5 metres into the Lime Splicers territory, and we see a beautiful pass served up. Michael Bolt running onto the football, 38 metres out from the Canberra goal line. Up to play it back now to young Mackey, down the far touchline on his own. Good pass out now to Steve Larder, who kicks in field. There's plenty of support there. Carney's down there, but the ball rolls over the dead ball line and out the back door. So we go back now to the quarter for the recommencement with the tap.
Everything that's good in Illawarra stems from little Greg Mackey, and again there a good little move up the blind side, and eventually a kick too far. And sideline eye, Tony Megahey, more news.
Well, Canberra got a couple of players out, but plenty of replacements. Remember, they got Corkery, that really good winger, and they've got Chicker Ferguson to come back, and of course Souths have lost David Boyle for this final, but Canberra still plenty of depth and plenty of pace all round.
Okay, and both sides in the final will be given a rest. Of course, South Sydney have got the benefit of an extra half an hour's rest. Canberra will be given 30 minutes after this game. Here's another break by the Raiders, and Daly, the kid from Juni's, in again under the post. He's having a day out and a night out here too at Parramatta Stadium, and now that scoreline rattles along now to 28 points to 6, and both the semi-finals are going to be high-scoring games. John Pearce.
Yes, certainly, Peter. Great games for the fans. That was a good bit of work by Gary Belcher, offloading a tackle to Kevin Wallace, who's showing more pace than I thought he had.
Yeah.
Scooted clear and flipped the ball inside to Laurie Daly, and he converts the try.
Yeah, he does, and really this game now well out of reach for the Illawarra side. Illawarra completely outclassed by this Canberra side, and the Raiders going in with a real chance of the $50,000 prize money. A crowd here tonight of 21,300, official crowd at Parramatta Stadium. The fans have loved it, and it's certainly been played in great spirit. Every game played in great spirit. There have been a couple of minor injuries, but nothing serious so far. Let's hope all the boys get through tonight. Pretty hot out there. I know it's very hot to be playing rugby league, but they're giving their all, and the fans are seeing plenty of action. 5 tries and 5 goals from the Canberra Raiders, and they lead by 30 points to 6 over Illawarra.
Scrum to go down from general play. Both sides knocking the ball on. Ferguson and Hardy it was, but the referee has found a penalty. He comes back in towards the centre of the ground, and the penalty's awarded to the Canberra side.
Okay, this game well and truly beyond now the Illawarra side. Let's go down and get the official view of how it's been tonight from the general manager of the New South Wales Rugby League, League, John Quayle, who's down on the sideline. John, it's been obviously a big success, a crowd of 21,300, and they've certainly enjoyed a feast of tries and sevens football. Whilst it's not the real thing, it's certainly provided a nice start to the season and a great idea.
Well, there's no doubt about that, Peter. I think the most pleasing thing is that we had 20,000 people here at 4 o'clock and they're still here, and I think that is for us to give them the chance to see all the new teams, all the colours. I think they've appreciated that, and I think it's, as you said, an outstanding success for the league.
John, as you talk to us now, young Laurie Daly's gone in for another try. We've had phone calls from down his hometown in Junee. They're obviously enjoying the success of this young player, but I think the chance of fans from other clubs to see players like Daly this early in the season just gives them a nice feeling for what rugby league has got ahead of them in 1988.
Well, there's no doubt, Peter. It's as I said, it's very difficult to get the whole all of our teams together at the one time. We've had tremendous support from the clubs and our players, and I think it's just been an outstanding success.
John, the sevens for the start of the season, obviously the success tonight, you'll be looking at future ideas for the sevens, but for what it is, I think it's provided a lot of interest, but maybe for the start of the season and maybe something at the end, would you see that'd be how you'd use it?
Well, I would think at the start, Peter, as I said, it's very difficult to get everyone together. I think it has to be at the start of the year. I think once the competition starts, that's the most important thing, as you're aware, and I think the grand final is naturally the climax of the Winfield Cup. And so personally, my view would be certainly to slot it into the league calendar, but at the start of the year.
The new clubs have made their first public appearance, and they've done very well.
Well, I think if you heard the excitement, and I'm sure that I saw all the fans giving it to you in that TGB box when Newcastle defeated our premiers, I think was certainly a wonderful sight.
Well, I didn't enjoy it, John, but I'm glad you did. But it was certainly great to see the underdog go so well first up.
I think if they can perform as they did tonight, all the new clubs in the early rounds of the Winfield Cup, I think they're in for a very successful year.
Are you happy with all their outfits and everything else? They certainly look smart. The only complaint I've got is that under lights that the Giants from the Gold Coast certainly look very similar to Penrith jerseys in colour and in style.
Yes, we did notice that, Peter. But I must say at the start of the year, before we even gave approval, they were fully assessed by the television companies, and they were satisfied with it if it's on television. But I do note your point there, and we will be looking at that a little harder.
Okay, John, congratulations to all the organisers. Everything's gone like clockwork. Everything's on time. The breaks are as long as we said they were, and I think the players deserve a rap for the spirit in which they've entered the occasion. There's been nothing niggly out there, only a couple of minor injuries, which you have to get at a game that's played at the pace of rugby league. But really, I think the players have done their clubs proud and the game proud.
Oh, there's no doubt, Peter. As I said, we could not have put on such an event without the cooperation of the clubs and especially the players. And I think after speaking to a lot of them, they've all enjoyed it and certainly have supported what a great concept it was.
Tremendous, John. Congratulations and thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Peter.
John Quayle, the General Manager of the New South Wales Rugby League, and certainly sounding very happy with the state of the nation in rugby league at the moment. The score has moved along to 40 points to 12 in favour of Canberra over Illawarra. Significantly, South's got into the 40s in their semi-final win over Penrith by 46 to 20. So Canberra repeating the dose here against Illawarra, and we're going to have a great final in around about half an hour's time. There's 2 minutes left for play in this game, and John Peard, the rest that South Sydney have got, that extra half an hour is going to be highly beneficial to them.
Yeah, it could be to their advantage, Peter, but just the same, they'll be up against some tough nuts in Canberra. I can't help admire the skills of the Canberra side. The support play is great, and not many balls go to ground, Peter.
They certainly don't, and they're backing up well. And
here they go
again, and it's Canberra backing up well. You're talking about the support play, finally into the hands of Phil Carey, and he was the third player to back up there.
And Laurie Daly would have been there if needed.
If needed, gee, he's a kid at 17 or 18, whatever he is. It's got a heck of a future, and Don Furner and Johnny McIntyre went down to Junee and picked him up as a kid at 15 years of age to pick him up. He was playing in a local comp there, and they've certainly got a good young player, and that's what this game is all about, producing young talent like that. So that's 44 points to 12.
No goal.
Daly has hit the upright with his attempt at conversion with a drop kick. kick. Lonergan comes off for the Canberra side now, and it's a hiding for Illawarra. 8 tries to 2, 44 points to 12 is the scoreline. We're into the final minute of play. Hartley, you're getting another boat. I see John Smales here from Family Boats. You can't have any more boats, can you?
Mate, if I want one, I can go up to Smales. He's got a new place up at Borkham Hills now, right next to, well, in the middle of the shopping centre. It's a great complex. You can get a signature boat up there, Caribbean, anything you want. The end of the game, you beauty. I'm going out for a win, Field.
Okay, 44 points to 12 in favour of the Canberra Raiders over Illawarra, and the statistics of that game: tries to Canberra, to Craig Bellamy, Steve Walters, Gary Belcher. Bellamy got 2, Daly got 3, and Phil Carey got a try, and Gary Belcher kicked 3 goals, 2 to Laurie Daly and 1 to Craig Bellamy. And for Illawarra, they're 12 points, tries to Perry Haddock and Brian Hetherington, and 2 goals to Steve Larder. And that's a big win, 44 points to 12. And the final of the $90,000 Super Sevens in 30 minutes time will be between South Sydney and Canberra, and I think John peered that they've been the best sides tonight and this afternoon. They've really grasped the Sevens fairly well, and it's been a tremendous performance by both those clubs.
No doubt about that, Peter. They're worthy finalists, and South Sydney and Canberra have been the form teams tonight, showing a lot of skill. I think the final will probably boil down to the Canberra skill against the South's organisation. I see that Souths are using a lot of touch football plays, probably the influence of Craig Coleman. And they're going to worry Canberra because they're searching for overlaps down sides. They take ball left and bring back to right, whereas Canberra just seem to rely on support play, and they do that very well.
Well, it's been a marvellous exhibition of football here tonight. We've seen heaps of highlights. To me, the highlight of the whole day has been Phil Blake's 40 points. Brilliant player and using all his skills. And this Sevens tournament gives you the opportunity to show the players like Phil Blake to show his extra talent.
Phil Blake and Laurie Daly have probably been the pick of the players today. There's no doubt about that, Peter. And a great promotion for the league, and the fans came out here to see the individual skills of the players, and when there's not as much traffic on the field, obviously you're going to see players with a little more confidence to try things, and that's what's happened tonight.
Okay, Max Grillage, the highlights for you?
Oh, I go the same way. Philip Blake and young Daly. Young Daly scored 3 tries in that game and showed what a great potential. He's an 18-year-old, can back up, he can run. We knew that last year, but he's come up into the first grade this year and performed excellently. And Philip Blake, whether he had not the best year last year after leaving Manly Warringah, so it's taken him a year to settle in over at South Sydney. Could be a big year for Philip Blake and South Sydney this year.
Well, it's certainly been a spectacular start to Rugby League. We just spoke to the General Manager, John Quayle, the Chairman of the New South Wales Rugby League and the Australian Rugby League. Ken Arthurson is going to join us now. Ken, congratulations. A big success and a great night for the fans. I think the atmosphere and the way the players have got into the spirit of things has been great for the game.
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic, Peter. I couldn't think of a better start for the 1988 Rugby League season.
I saw Reg Gasnier jump up in the wave. Did Ken Arthurson jump up?
Yes, I had a little wave. Anything the cricket can do, we can do better.
Ken, I know during the week it was your instigation to move it from 4 tackles to 6 as the head of the game in Australia and in the world with the International Rugby League. Did you feel as though we had to have something in keeping with our competition, easier for the fans and the players to become associated with?
Well, I think so. 6 is our game, and I mean, why confuse the public, the players, or for that matter, the referees? And I think it's been successful. I mean, 4 tackles has just become a kick and chase game, I think.
Okay, the crowd have turned out. You said 20 would be a good one. It's over that, and they've really enjoyed it. A success as far as you're concerned?
Well, it's been a great success, and I think it's going to be a future part of our rugby league calendar for sure.
Starter for the season?
I think so, yes.
Certainly been a successful one, and I suppose that anything that gets 20,000 fans to whet their appetite and opportunity to see all the clubs can be nothing but good.
That's right. Well, the big thing, of course, is that it gives the fans the opportunity to see all of the clubs at the one venue on the one day. So it's been excellent, and everybody's joined in the spirit, and I think it's been great.
Well, you're disappointed. I know you're away in for that horrible place where you had to go for that meeting in Hawaii for the International Rugby League meeting there, but while you're away, Eastern Suburbs declined the opening offer, and then the league didn't let them in. You're disappointed that Easts didn't join in the spirit of the whole thing?
I am. I'm very disappointed East aren't in it, because I think they would have put a very good side in what's more and could have gone close to winning it. But I was surprised that they didn't have a team in, and of course when the offer was made to combine Brisbane, well, obviously they had to stay in the competition. They'd accepted from the outset, and consequently there was no way in the world that we would have taken them out of it.
The boss of City Ford, the longest supporting sponsor in rugby league, and they've been absolutely marvellous. They're one of our major sponsors in 2GB Football Call again this year. They've been with us for a long time. They're one of our original sponsors. I think 1975 they joined Eastern Suburbs. You know, what does it do to Nick Politis, the boss of City Ford, when he doesn't see his name getting great exposure here for Eastern Suburbs? I think that, you know, it was a wrong decision. I don't like to kick them in the pants too much, but I think they've missed out a lot, and their fans have missed out a lot by not being part of what's been a terrific occasion. Yeah, well, it probably is a pity from that point of view, because I agree with you. Nick Politis is not only a great bloke, he runs a very great company, and I suppose he would have been disappointed, but nevertheless it's been done, and I don't suppose there's much point in labouring the issue. Will they be invited to future Sevens? Oh, sure, of course they will. Yeah. Okay, so as far as you're concerned, a great night for rugby league? It's been a great night for rugby league. I'm very proud of the behaviour of the players tonight. I think the standard's been excellent, and the spirit of the supporters and fans here tonight has been absolutely tremendous. Your tip for the final? Well, I don't know. I think it's a toss of the coin. Canberra, I think. I tipped early in the tournament tonight, but by gee, some of those South Sydney forwards have played well. I know that Laurie Daly and Phil Blake have probably been the outstanding players tonight, but by gee, young Ian Roberts and Mario Fanek have played extremely well too. They have, and they've proved, Ken, that mobile forwards have got a place in this game. Yeah, I think it's just a toss of the coin, the final. I really do. I wouldn't like to be betting my house on the winner. Okay, congratulations, and I'll see you in the morning at 7 for another hiding for you. Oh, that'll be a change. It will be a change. We'll take a break on 2GB's World of Football. Ken Arthurson, the chairman of the Australian Rugby League, will take a break as the crowd just settles in for the final here at Parramatta Stadium, and be back in a moment.
What do your neighbours say about Safety House?
Have you ever been walking home from school? You know, you think you're being followed. It's too far to run home and you're really scared. Do you know what to do? I do.
Lucy knows to run to the nearest safety house. A house showing a safety house sign has someone inside who will comfort a frightened, sick or lost child, then notify the police. You're for the safety house scheme, aren't you, Gail?
I certainly am, Helen. Safety house people really are caring people, and they're thoroughly checked by the New South Wales Police.
If you spend some of each day at home, you can help keep kiddies safe. Think about becoming a safety householder.
Make sure your children know where their local safety houses are. Teach them what the yellow safety house sign means and how to use it. Every neighbourhood needs safety houses.
They're the best neighbours you can have.
Become a safety householder. Phone Sydney 332 9366. 332 9366.
Now it's back to the Parramatta Stadium for the Rugby League Super Sevens. Brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements on 2GB News Talk 87.
Welcome back to Parramatta Stadium, where we're around about 25 minutes from kickoff in the big one tonight, when the South Sydney Rabbitohs will play the Canberra Raiders. $50,000 to the winning outfit tonight, and I'm going to be joined in the pre-match summary by John Peard and Bill Anderson, and we're going to discuss all the action. Greg Hartley having a rest up until kickoff. Maxi Krilich joining us for the pre-match discussions now, and of course Bill Anderson and Max Krilich will be joining us on our World of Football team right throughout the 1988 Rugby League season, and it's going to be a good final. It's been a great start. We've heard from the officials here tonight, and they've deemed this Sevens an unqualified success, and I'm sure that it's probably pleased most of the people. It's not a game for the purists, because there's a lot goes on in Sevens that can't go on in real rugby league, but Billy Anderson, you can't help but admire the fitness of the players. Here we are in February, February, and they're looking terrific, most of them. They're running well, and they're certainly showing that they've worked very hard during the off-season.
The modern-day footballer doesn't have time for an off-season anymore, does he? As soon as one season's over, he starts preparing for another one, and the players tonight are showing that they're all in tip-top shape.
They certainly have. Just before you rejoined us on air, John Peard and Max Krilich have suggested that maybe the form of Phil Blake and 40 points in the knockout so far, along with the excellent form of a very talented young player in Laurie Daly, who scored 3 tries in that second semi-final, have been amongst the highlights.
They have been. There won't be much in this final, Pete. I slightly favour South Sydney. I think they've got a little bit better scrum than Canberra, and I think that Chris O'Sullivan's a big loss for the Raiders, and on that score I'm going to stick with the Rabbitohs.
And Mal Meninga.
Well, yeah, Mal Meninga, you'd like to have him out there, wouldn't you, on your side? You could never be without a fella of his devastating qualities.
South Sydney look very fit, and as Ken Arthurson just mentioned, that they're using their forwards very, very well in this, and they've got a very balanced 3 up front in Mario Fennick and Big Ian Roberts, and then they're bringing Paul Roberts in, who's got plenty of pace, and David Boyle will probably be out of the final. He's injured, but they're looking very good, and Max Krilich, Mario Fennick, has been one of the real stars of this South Sydney side tonight. Now, I know Mario's been criticised for some of his actions in previous years. You called him a goose before for some of his behaviour. I wouldn't go that far, but I would say that he's been a little bit petulant at times, but he certainly performed very well here tonight.
Pete, I said he went on like a goose sometimes. That's the difference to saying he was a goose.
Good.
Yes, and he's that's all out the window now. That's last year.
And he's a better player for us, isn't he?
Oh, a lot better player, Pete. You know, if he will have learned that, I think now he's looking at the threshold of starting a representative career if he wants to get rid of the rubbish out of his game. Because, you know, the selectors wouldn't pick him before, obviously, because of what he used to do and go on and carry on. But now he's got rid of all that and he can play football, and I'm really pleased because he is a very good footballer.
He's been very mobile here tonight, and he's got out amongst the backs and matched it for pace there. He's backed up well, and he's been one of the real stars of this South Sydney side.
He's not a head-down, straight-ahead hooker. Mario's a fella that can get into dummy half and push the ball around, but he can also share the workload when it comes to hitting the ball up, and he's got quite a good passing game, and he's displayed all of those skills tonight. Souths are the side to me that have grown in stature as this has gone on. I felt in their last match that they were playing with plenty of confidence.
Okay, let's go through what we've seen tonight, fellas, and go through the teams and pick out the players that impressed you, maybe some of the new players. Balmain went down to St George 14-6 in the opening game. I was very impressed with Clint Robinson, but very little else in Balmain.
Well, Balmain showed that they didn't have a lot of pace. They couldn't go for pace with St George, and of course St George subsequently were knocked out by South Sydney. So yeah, Balmain struggled a little.
St George, John?
Yeah, well, just on Balmain, Pete, I think that they could suffer from lack of pace around the half area this year. I don't think Freeman's all that fast.
No, he certainly didn't.
Well, I don't know that you've got to be that fast in sevens football, but he wasn't lightning, was he?
No, but for the season proper.
Well, I'd like to judge him on 13-a-side football when I see him play 13-a-side football.
Fair enough. Well, with the St George side, I thought Brian Johnson started the season well. Ricky Walford showed plenty of pace, and we didn't see a great deal of Clinton Moore. But Sean O'Brien, the son of Dinny O'Brien, he had an impressive night too, Peter, number 7 for the St George
I thought
side.
he's a player of a fair bit of talent coming through there for St George. I was particularly impressed with the way they played at St George. When you think that they eventually went out to South Sydney 10-8 and they did miss a goal right in front of the post, you know, they could quite easily been in the final.
It looked to me as if St George's attitude in the sevens was that there were a lot of young players from their 23s last year and some players from Brisbane they wanted to give a shot to and see if they could play and move them quietly into Sydney football. They did that, and I think that St George would be going home grinners tonight.
Okay, if there is a complaint about tonight, I think it's the period of between that second semi-final and the kick-off in the final. I know they've got to give the team that just played a chance to rest, but they could have arranged something for this half-time period. We'll take a break on 2GB's coverage of the Super Sevens, brought to you by those great people at Manchester Unity, the Sun newspaper, where they've got that marvellous sporting section, and of course All Proud Home Improvements. And All Proud Home Improvements at Lakemba, certainly great people to do business with. Any improvements you need to your home, give Ray Shiner and the boys a ring. They're really making a big noise in the home improvement industry, and they're doing very well. And thanks to you people out there, you keep giving them a call. call, and I'm sure they'll assist you in every way. Wonderful people to do business with, big, but not that big that they lose that personalised touch, and I think that's marvellous in business. Some of the companies that get that big forget about the small jobs, but they don't at All Proud Home Improvements, and we're proud to have them aboard, along with City Ford, Manchester Unity, the Sun newspaper for 1988. We'll take a break and then come back with more on the Super Sevens.
Here is a news flash from the Macquarie National Newsroom.
The Liberal Party has scored a major victory in the by-election for the federal seat of Adelaide. There's been a swing of more than 9% against the government, though in some polling stations the swing has been as high as 18% of the primary vote. So it appears Liberals' Mike Pratt is the new member for Adelaide, a seat Labor has held for the past 18 years and lost only once for a 3-year period since the war. The ALP has refused to comment on the result. We'll bring you more news as it comes to hand and a full report in the next news bulletin after the football.
The Sun is Sydney's number one. Number one for action, number one for league, number one for fashion, the one you can believe.
The Magnificent Sevens mark the beginning of another great league season. Read all about it on Monday in the Sun's exciting new weekend sport report. Don't miss this 16-page sports lift-out in the Sun on Monday, Sydney's #1 newspaper.
Sydney's number one, that's the Sydney Sun.
Tile power. We've got it made. It's Aussie power. We've learnt our trade. We've got buying power. We've made the grade. We've got tile power. Because we know our trade. Tile power. We've got it made. Tile power. We've learnt our trade. Tile power. We've made the grade. Tile power.
Your Tile Power dealer, phone Sydney 623-2517. They know their trade.
On 2GB News Talk 87, you're listening to the Rugby League Super Sevens, brought to you by The Sun, Manchester Unity, and All Proud Home Improvements. Back to Hollywood and Zorba.
Welcome back to Parramatta Stadium, and we're around about 15 minutes from kick-off in the final. Just going over some of the performances tonight for you supporters out there. And, well, you people at 2CA in Canberra, you joined us last year for our football call. You made the grand final. You're in the final of the Sevens now, and I'm sure you're going to have plenty to cheer about in the final, which will kick off at around about 9:30. And everything else has gone on time tonight here to clockwork, so I dare say it will too. South Sydney are in the final. We've spoken enough about them. North Sydney went down 32-12 against South Sydney, and your opinions of North Sydney, John Peard?
A little disappointing, Peter. I thought
we expected a lot more, didn't we?
Yeah, I thought they had the personnel there to put on a fair display. They had the forwards they picked were quite quick and good ball players and fairly strong. I was a little disappointed because they came up against the South Sydney side that I thought myself might have too many forwards in it, but that was proved wrong. They're mobile forwards. It's been proved in several games tonight. A little disappointed in Norse, but they met a very good side on the day, Peter.
Yeah, I thought Florimo was probably the pick of Norse. He scored their try and didn't get involved as much as he should, but again, a disappointment in a lot of their players, and I'm sure Frank Stanton, after all the work he's put in, would have been disappointed with that performance.
Would have been, particularly with some of his impact players like Mark Graham and Kerry Bowstead.
Yeah, I thought they were a bit disappointing. Newcastle made a very good impression against Manly Warringah, and of course Sam Stewart we picked out as the player of the match in that. I thought Tony Butterfield went well. Scott Carter, a young hooker, scored a try and was very mobile, and Brian Quinton, an ex-winger for St George, scored 2 tries. Glenn Frendo saved one and scored one, and a big Kiwi by the name of George Mann, and another player I've never seen before or heard of, Robert Chew, did very well. I thought that Newcastle covered themselves in glory. A great way to start in Sydney with a 24-16 win, albeit in sevens against Manly. But Manly were, I thought, obviously played within themselves and then found themselves out of the game.
Manly were back in September 1987. They thought it was simply a matter of turning up and going through the motions. They came up against a very committed team that had nothing to lose. Alan McMahon, his players and all Newcastle supporters would go home very pleased tonight.
Okay, Max, I would think that Bobby Fulton, he doesn't like to lose anything, but I suppose that will show Manly that every game for them is going to be a heck of a game this year, no matter who they play, because everyone likes to knock off the champs, as Parramatta found out in no uncertain fashion last year.
Well, Zorba, that's probably a blessing in disguise for Bob, actually, because all he's got to say to the fellas, look at that result.
Yeah, you got beaten by Newcastle.
You're looking at the side who's everyone's tipping to come last. We've won the comp and they've knocked us off. Now, hopefully, Bozo will use that as ammunition. I would say the boys were, as Billy was saying, thinking they go through the motions, but Sammy Stewart and Tony Butterfield, they didn't want to just go through the motions. They performed excellent football, and you could see how Sam Stewart took it to the Australian pack last year and got over the Australian pack. So he's no slouch, that Sam Stewart, and they didn't play all that well. They didn't take their opportunities when they came. Obviously, you learn by your mistakes.
I thought that if there's anything out of it for Manly was that Cliff Lyons carried on where he left off last year. 2 tries and a couple of goals and very clever performance, and he's certainly a good player.
Good all-round player, Cliff Lyons, and I think he's going to go from strength to strength, Zorb.
He was the only player, though, that you could say went well for Manly.
Yes, he was, but, still, let's not put too much credence on it. I think we're trying to make decisions on traditional football by what we've seen here.
You can't.
The games are very different.
You can't.
Okay, we've just seen Penrith knocked out of business, but without a doubt, they did well to get into the semis, but they only beat combined Brisbane 14-0. Not all that impressive. Greg Alexander particularly quiet tonight in a game that I thought would have suited him much as it has Phil Blake.
Looked a lot bigger to me, Greg, but he didn't look any better.
No, I thought probably Mark Geyer, John Peard was the pick of their sides.
Yeah, I tell you, Geyer had a very good game. He's going to be a real problem for teams this season, providing he gets a lot of support, because he does look in the tackle all the time, Peter. Other players impressed. Bradley went all right early. Greg Clements was solid. Baker was solid, and Chris Mortimer was very aggressive as usual in his appearances.
Yeah, he certainly was, and good performance by Penrith to make the semi-finals, but they dipped out badly there. Parramatta, Max Pilic, I was a bit disappointed in them, and they beat Western Suburbs 18-10, but there was nothing there to make me say, well, they're going to have a super year this year. Obviously no Peter Sterling to guide them, but I thought Andrew Fitzhenry played well, and he was a newcomer, and so did Craig Izzard, and Brett Kenny got involved a little bit more and scored some good tries tonight, but he should in sevens. He's one of the world's best players, and he should have done that.
Pete, I thought that Parramatta were one of the disappointments of the night, really. Yeah. I felt they were pretty lucky against Western Suburbs. I know during the call I said I thought Western Suburbs had the better of the game, and that was proven in the next match when Parramatta were very soundly beaten.
Okay. Peter, I really, this is the time where you say that this seventh football's got nothing to do with the real football.
No, of course.
Because they haven't got one big man in there, Parramatta at all. Not one of their, what do they call them, the stop ends or the block ends, or what do they call them? They've got no big men in there at all. They're all jockeys.
Yeah, I realise that. I realise that.
There's no credence at all.
No.
And without Sterlo.
But they still didn't look as sharp as they should have.
No, the thing about Parramatta, like last year, they keep on saying about their whiz kids. I don't know if the so-called whiz kids and that are as good as.
Well, I've said that for a couple of years. I think they put big tags on their kids here, and other clubs just bring them along slowly. But everybody's a superstar at Parramatta without showing it on the football field in first grade, where the others bring them along slowly. I mean, look at Daly. We've spoken about him. He's as good as any young player Parramatta's got. There hasn't been a hue and cry about him, but they've brought him along slowly and haven't rushed him into first grade. And I just think that maybe there are a couple of the young Parramatta kids that are a bit overrated. But I think it's a good point that they didn't have any big players in there. West's as gutsy as ever, but gee, I feel sorry for Laurie Fryer and why he wanted to sign there for 5 years. I'll never know. That is fair dinkum like the Indian water trick. Torture.
Chinese.
You're a good mate of his, Peardy. Does he think he's going to need that long?
Yes, I think he's starting really at the grassroots level. He's got a lot of young players there, and he does want a bit of time. And he's told the club that he'll need a bit of time unless they prepared to buy ready-made players, which they're not. So the fans will have to be fairly patient, but Laurie will keep them on their toes, that's for sure.
Well, they'll be fit. There won't be any tummies like there were there last year for a couple of players, but I can't really say that there was anyone that's really stood out in their side. The Broncos, the Broncos probably disappointed a few people. I didn't think that that they would go all that well without Wally Lewis, without Colin Scott, without Brian Niebling, without Greg Dowling, who aren't Sevens players, but you know they're going to be a very hard side to beat. I thought probably Alan Langer was by far their better player, best player tonight, and he's a super kid. And if they're bucking about paying $20,000 for him, well, they're kidding.
Yes, and Gene Miles will be better off for the run too. He lacked a bit in condition.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, Peter, they're talking about $20,000 for a guy like Langer. Well, a test player is going to be worth $60,000, I think, or $50,000 going to be a transfer fee, and he's not far away from a test football standard.
No, he's certainly not. Okay, we've got a couple of more Cubs to go through because we hope their listeners are with us, their supporters. Cronulla Sutherland, well, we spoke about them. They played their second side tonight, probably their third side. They had a trial up at Ballina, which they won 36-16, but they went down 18-16 to the Gold Coast. We've spoken a fair bit about the Gold Coast. Ronnie Gibbs working overtime for them, but it's going to be a hard year for them. I think we all agree.
They'll win some games at home, the Gold Coast, and they'll probably win a couple of games in Sydney too, but my word, Ron Gibbs is going to have to do a lot of work for them.
Yeah, he certainly is. Peters and Mario Fennick, both players ironically in number one tonight. Mario doesn't usually play in that jumper, but he's been everywhere tonight. There's the toss on the field, and it's been won by Gary Belcher. They're going to attack the southern end of Parramatta Stadium. They're running home down the Hume Highway to maybe glory again tonight. They had a marvellous season last year, and here they are in the final. Greg's all revved up after a half an hour's break and ready to call all the action for you on 2GB News Talk 87 and 2CA in Canberra. And Greg, I've asked all the boys their selections. Everyone going for South Sydney except me. I'm going for the Raiders. Your selection?
Yeah, I'm going to go for the Raiders too, Peter. I've seen enough.
Well, I'm switching. I hereby switch.
Okay, I've seen enough this evening of the side. It's a shame that they've lost Big Mal Meninga and I've also Chrissy O'Sullivan, but I think there's enough guns out there.
Okay, I'm sorry, Canberra. It happened in the grand final last year. He went for you against Manly, and it's happened again tonight. I'm getting off. I'm going with Peardy and also with Bill Anderson. Greg Hartley, well, the last time he picked anything was his nose back at Warhome. Let's get on with the action.
Pete, it has been round one here to Canberra. I think it's a great advantage to have first use of the ball, and they've got that with South Sydney kicking off to them.
Okay, here's Hollywood.
Yeah, Waller's in possession now. Back to Lonigan. Goes across out to Ferguson. He gives a good pass out to Gary Belcher. Beautifully onto Ivan Henjack, and Henjack's put his ears back. He's flying down to the far corner. He's had a look back inside. Bellamy's arrived on the scene. He's got Carey with him also. Carey comes inside, and Canberra have gone over for the first try in the final here of the Super Sevens.
18 seconds into the game, and what a magnificent, truly magnificent try. Ivan Henjack, good on your son. Knee high to a grasshopper. Only became a real Raider again this year. Yesterday, following a Supreme Court hearing yesterday, and he paved the way for a spectacular try by Phil Carey. 18 seconds into the final. You said they had first use of the ball, Bill Anderson, and they made it. There's Belcher, 6 points to 0 with a conversion, and the Raiders champ goes up. Great try.
There you have it, Pete. First use of the ball by Canberra. It's been a tremendous advantage to them. It's been that pattern all night. The team that's had the ball first has had first points off the board. That's round two to Canberra as well, but still a long way to go in this football game.
Yeah, certainly is, but a marvellous try, John Pearce.
Terrific try. Gary Belcher was evens out there, but he fainted, jinked, and drew two men and put Ivan Henjack away. That's the sign of a real class player.
Yeah, and good backing up by Carey. South's in possession now. Up goes Mario Fennick, saying that, well, it's still a forwards game too in this, and he goes right up the centre of the ruck.
Gets up now to play it back to Coleman. Coleman has a look on the inside, back to Davidson, beautifully hanging onto the football, 12 metres out from the Raiders goal line. It's back to Coleman. Out now to Mario Fennick again, a long pass this time, straight into the arms of the young fellow, Brett Ross, but he's wrapped up 1 metre out from the line. And a try to Canberra. Is he going to get to South Sydney?
Mario Fennick's in for South Sydney from dummy half. He's had a grand series here tonight at Parramatta Stadium. He's led by example. He's been training solidly with his good mate Jeff Fennick and the world champion, dual world champion in boxing, one of the fittest men around. And there's a try for Mario Fennick, and South Sydney is quite clear to me. They're going to take Canberra on right up the centre of the rucks. They've got some big forwards, and that's where they think they're going to win it, Bill.
They sure are, Pete. It's one of the unfortunate things in football in some respects, that you can go 6 or 7 passes, dive over in the corner and get 4 points for it. There you have Mario Fennick. Simply went from dummy half, forced his way over the line, and he's got Souths right back into this match.
But he did handle twice in the lead-up rucks to that, John Peard.
Certainly did, Peter. He's playing very well tonight. I like the way he's moving. Augurs well for a good season for him.
Certainly does. 6-4 in favour of Canberra over Souths on the National Panasonic scoreboard. That kick was unsuccessful. Hollywood.
Belcher in possession, right on the halfway line. Carey coming into the dummy half position. The call's on. It goes out to Bellamy. Hits it up strongly, but a good tackle puts him down too by Craig Coleman. Back to Carey. Gives it across now to Gary Belcher. Drops it off the end of the toe. Ross turns to chase, as does Ferguson. But he's there first of all to dive on that loose ball 10 metres out from his own goal line. Player scrambling back to get into that dummy half position, as does Darryl Neville. First man there gets around Ferguson, flying downfield. Tries to come between Lonigan and Carey, but Carey grabs hold of him to pull him down. Now it's Fennick again making valuable yards down the field. He passes from 32 metres out from his own line, and eventually the player knocked to the ground will get up to play it. Ross was the man, but a penalty now given to South Sydney by the referee 38 metres out from the Rabbitohs goal line.
Good crowd of 21,300. They've all stayed to the end of the series, and you can hear them in the background. They're very boisterous. Canberra with many supporters. I would say that probably the bulk of the fans hoping that maybe they can reverse that grand final loss last year and take out their first tournament. That kick downfield, a penalty kick, has failed to find touch. Gary Belcher's picked it up inside his own in-goal area. He's made it out almost to the quarter. Has given the ball to Ferguson, and kicker has given away a penalty. A Shepherd there. He was playing hide and seek there with the South Sydney defence, and here's an opportunity for South Sydney to attack. It's have to be taken by Craig Coleman.
Gives it straight out now to Ian Roberts. Goes across towards the centre of the ground. Ivan Henjak combining with Carey, pull him down. He'll play it 8 metres away from the Canberra goal line. It goes to Coleman, back to Fennick, and there was a jeeking run this time. It is by Darryl Neville, but he's still wrapped up 8 metres out from the Canberra goal line.
He cuts around the centre of the rucks, and that's where Souths are going to go.
Fennick across to Coleman. Coleman turns it back now to Blake. Steps around one. Blake heads for the line, and he's gone over for another try for the Blake for the South Sydney Rabbitohs.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind that he's the superstar of the night here tonight. A marvellous performance by Phil Blake. He did use one of his own players as a shepherd there. He stepped off his right foot, went to his left. A huge gap opened up, and South Sydney coming on very strongly. A beautiful try by Phil Blake, and there he is potting the field goal conversion, and South Sydney now lead by 10 points to 6. Marvellous play.
Sure was, but such are the fortunes of rugby league. Canberra's John Ferguson was certainly working the ball out. Actually, he had an opportunity to push the ball wide if he wanted to within his own quarter. He came up with a shepherd. That gave South the ball, and of course now they've come up with a try from it.
Yeah, certainly have, and they've bounced back from 6 points to 0 down after 18 seconds to take the lead now. 10 to 6, and the Rabbitohs, certainly they're a club that can do with a 50,000. And now we've got a player being called out by referee Mick Stone. He's calling out Brett Ross for holding on to the jumper of a Canberra player. The Raiders now with an opportunity to get back into the game. An exciting final so far. 5.5 minutes gone, and it's 10 points to 6 in favour of South Sydney over Canberra.
Belcher takes the kick, finds touch now well and truly inside the South Sydney quarter line. A tap to be taken by Walters. He comes up, has a look at the touch judge. Everything's okay. Takes the tap, gives it out to Carey. Carey tries to stand up. Ian Roberts can't get past him. Offloads once again to Walters. It goes out to Henjak. Henjak's got support. Oh, Lonigan through the gap, and they've gone over right under the sticks too. Big Lonigan for the Canberra Raiders. They're going to have another 40 or 50 points in this final.
Beautiful pass by Ivan Henjak, holding up the ball at the precise time for Lonigan to come through. He's an import from New Zealand, and he stormed under that pass, ran to the gap. Nice play, Ivan Henjak.
Pete, it's no fluke that the two teams that are in the final have got the two best organisers on the night, and the same two players are the ones with the best subtlety of passing in their game. It's Craig Coleman for South and Ivan Henjak for Canberra.
The two little generals, a nice pass, John Peard.
A terrific pass, yeah. It's nice to run under those passes, Peter. It's not very hard.
No, it's certainly not. Into the gap, but he did it well. Canberra regained the lead by 12 points to 10. Action aplenty.
Davidson, good pass now out to Ross. He's got plenty of toe, this little fella, but this time he's pulled the ground. Good tackle by Belcher. It's played now back to Davidson. He takes off and he flicks the ball out the back door to Fennick, who offloads beautifully to Coleman. Support on the inside with Neville. Puts it off the end of the toe, but Phil Blake against there. And Blake's gone over for another South Sydney try.
Marvellous stuff. I don't care if it's 6 tackles, 7s or not. That is rugby league brilliance there. Craig Coleman, the little general, as Bill Anderson was just pointing out. A beautiful rubber kick there for Philip Blake. and he knew Blake had the pace. Craig Coleman's not fast, but he is fair dinkum heady, and that was a beautiful grubber kick. What a game of football this is. 14-12 to Souths over Canberra. Sideline, Tony Megahey.
In front of the kicker, Phil Blake, about 4 yards offside, but it's a try.
Okay, and a conversion, so that's a vital 6. Did you see it that way, Bill?
Yes, I did, but just on Craig Coleman, he's got so many variations to his play, so many options every time he handles the ball. He can throw a long ball, a short ball, turn it inside. If none of that's on, he'll use his kicking game as he has to advantage every time tonight.
Okay, so it's back into the action now. John Peard, did you see him in front of the ball?
It was about a yard in front.
Okay, so there's 6 bonus points to South Sydney on behalf of our team here tonight. Greg Hartley, Canberra coming straight back.
Yes, with Carey, good pass on to Lonigan. Drops it off the end of the toe. There's a scramble for the ball. I thought a second kick could have taken place. It does in fact, but it goes over the touchline on the far side, some 8 metres out from the South Sydney goal line. We've got a Canberra player down.
It's Ivan Henjack there, little general, and they're calling for the ambulance. Young Daly is going to go onto the field, and the touch judge is in too. Mario Fennick is being called out for South Sydney.
Yep.
I didn't see anything in back play. Maybe our sideline eye, Tony Megahey did. Tony, did you see anything down there? They're calling for a stretcher for Henjack.
Calling for a stretcher on Henjack, and Fennick's the player to be cautioned.
Okay, and Craig Coleman having something to say. Let's, Greg Hartley's got the binoculars on you. Look at...
He's going to stand up. He's not going to need a stretcher, Peter. I can tell you that now, but I couldn't see the incident, but he seems...
No penalty either, so the touch judge in, no penalty, and Henjack being carried from the field by the ambulance men. So Canberra right behind the 8 ball now. They trail by 16-12. They've already got 2 star players in Meninga and O'Sullivan out. They're right up against the brick wall now. They're like the boy with a barrow. The job's in front of them as they trail by 16-12.
South Sydney scrum win, and Daly's on for Henjack for the Canberra side, but the scrum has been recalled. Coleman back around towards the tunnel. South Sydney scrum win. Coleman picks it up, tries to go down the blind side, but he's arrested some 12 metres out from the South Sydney goal line. Now
touch judge in. This will be against South Sydney. They're in possession of the football, and this will be a penalty to Canberra. And South Sydney just starting to issue the roughhouse tactics a little bit.
Davidson's the man.
Being called out. This is the second time in a couple of minutes that the touch judge has been in. The ref ignored him last time, Bill.
Yeah, Pete, but South Sydney have packed basically 3 forwards into their scrum. Canberra's carrying backs in their scrum. South Sydney wanted to go on with it, but you couldn't find Canberra forwards when it started.
Do you blame them?
No.
No, certainly not. This will be a penalty, though, and Canberra can score tries, and they're very close now. They're only 10 metres out, and 6 tackles to go. Mario Fennick questions him, but there's a tap taken by Canberra quickly.
Out the wall is on to Daly, then around to Bellamy. Bellamy calls Carey into the attack. Carey across now to Gary Belcher. Belcher's got a man on the outside line. He's straight through. Oh, and he had Ferguson with him on the inside. Couldn't get his pass away. He's up now to play it. Ferguson from the back of the ruck tries to go round one, tries to go for another, and he reaches out, but it's a penalty for a double movement against Ferguson.
Oh, that's a vital ruling there by Mick Stone. I don't doubt he was beautifully positioned. Ferguson just couldn't resist the temptation. I tell you what, Lonigan can run into a gap. He ran into that gap from a beautiful short pass by Gary Belcher, and he certainly knows where to run on the football field, Bill.
Sure does. Once again, what a great covering tackle by Ian Roberts.
There's half-time, 16-12, but it could quite easily have been 16-all in the final at half-time. Tremendous game of Rugby League 7 style here, and a fitting final. Let's hope that this one goes right down to the wire for the inaugural Super Sevens. Sideline eye, Tony Megahey.
Well, another raider out of this match. Ivan Henjack getting ice and strapping applied to a right ankle. He's out of the final.
Okay, so that's Ivan Henjack, Mal Meninga and Chris O'Sullivan. So it's ironic that the injury toll in this tournament this afternoon has hit one club very badly. Obviously, they've played more games than most of the clubs, but most of the other clubs have got out scot-free, but not Canberra, John.
No, it's unfortunate for them, but just with the game, Peter, as the games go on, they're becoming more adept at the game. They're not getting caught with the ball now. Balls are going too wide. Players are going up to the defence, turning and flicking balls back. So players are putting themselves in play by keeping behind the ball, and they're both doing that very well.
A vital no-try decision there right on half-time. I've got no doubt that Mick Stone was on the spot and beautifully positioned, and I think Chicker knew that there were only seconds left, but he took the odds, and it didn't work, but could quite easily have been 16-all.
Well, luck's a fortune in football, isn't it? And so far, I'd say there have been 3 touch-and-go decisions in this game. One was a try to Blake, another one was another another South Sydney try, which came from a mistake from Ferguson, and then the no try there to Ferguson. So things are going South's way.
And Phil Blake continuing on his merry way. He's certainly had a magnificent. I think he's over 50 points now for the day. He's got 2 tries in the final. 48 points for the day.
If we play a state of origin, New South Wales against Queensland in sevens, he'll be the first one picked.
Yeah, but I don't think we will be playing them. But certainly he's had a marvellous night here at Parramatta Stadium tonight, and great to see the young fellow who was just a sensation, boom boy of rugby league a few years back, went through a bad period, and fabulous to see him bounce back because he's a nice young man, and he's certainly what rugby league's all about when it comes to talent, and he's certainly displaying plenty of that here tonight, and I don't think there's any doubt that he's been the outright star of the entire program.
He's been the most individually brilliant player.
No doubt about that, John?
No risk about that.
Greg?
Yeah, I'd say he would be, Pete.
Yeah, it's been a...
But got to look at the points tally. I think that says it all.
Yeah, certainly does. He went into this game with 40 points, and he scored 2 tries, and I think he's kicked 1 conversion in the final. So that's another 8 points for him. He wants 2 for his half century, and he's got 52. Sorry, so he's got 52 points for the tournament, and he's the outright star of it so far. So the 5-minute break, they're sucking in the oxygen, and South Sydney just appear to be going a little bit stronger at this stage of the game. Canberra without Henjack is really a worry for them now, Bill.
It is. Things are breaking South Sydney's way, but let's not write Canberra off. I've seen them in these sorts of positions before, and they've been able to fight back. They're a club with plenty of spirit. They've still got some good players on the field. It's going to come down really to use of replacements and which team finishes up the fittest.
Okay, and young Walters, Kevin Walters now will assume the halfback role. He has had plenty of experience. He's not as nippy.
He's a very good player.
He is a good player. He's not going to run 50 metres like Henjack, but he may be able to put the fast players through. I think if Canberra are going to win, they're going to rely heavily on a brilliant second half from Gary Belcher.
And Daly.
And Daly?
Yeah, Belcher's the big danger for South Sydney, in my opinion. He can put something on and can finish it off. So it's going to be one player that South will have to watch closely.
I think one of the biggest things that have come out of this tournament, Peter, is the fact that we know, after looking at a lot of these players for many, many years, we just know how much pace they've got. When you play 13 on and 13, we can't appreciate the speed that some of these guys have got. But when you have a look at what's been happening here tonight, gee, some of them are pretty quick.
The big waves on here at Parramatta Stadium, and the crowd are absolutely loving the action here. They've had a ball tonight. The wave, they've pinched from the cricket. Listen to it come by us now. So there they are, making a real noise of it, enjoying themselves, and the smiles on the face of the New South Wales Rugby League officials are certainly watermelonish at this stage of the evening. There's the half-time break over, so we've got another 10 minutes before the end of the section here at Parramatta Stadium, so everything running to schedule, and it's been a great night, and South Sydney in front by 16 points to 12 at half-time in the final.
Okay, Stoney's out there now trying to rev up the Canberra side. South Sydney ready to get it underway. 10 minutes to go, as Peter said, and a big check at the end of the night, and certainly both these clubs could use it. I think if anybody really needed it, would be South Sydney. I think Canberra down there pretty flush with dough, Pete, in the capital.
They certainly are, Greg. It'd be, well, I don't care which side wins. They're both great clubs, and South Sydney, they could do with a 50,000.
Sure
Sherry Parker jumping up and down the South Sydney secondary in the box next door. Here we go for the second half.
Okay, here we go. Belcher now getting it underway. The kick downfield. Well and truly into South Sydney territory. Picked up by Darryl Neville. Comes up towards the quarter line, and he's taken by Lonigan. And also Carey, and pulled the ground. Has played back to Coleman. Good pass across to Ian Roberts. He turns it back again to Coleman. A long pass over the cross to Ross. Ross takes off down the far flank. This time too much pace for Lonigan. No, geez, a big man, and he gets across there to Deck Ross. A shade over the halfway line. Up to play the ball off the leg of Fennick. Play on, he says, but a penalty given to the South Sydney side. Indiscriminate kicking as far as the referee is concerned, and or not standing in front of the man in possession.
Well, I'm not going to argue with that decision, but I will say this, that most decisions in this final, the bounce of the ball, the luck of injuries and everything else has gone South Sydney's way. It's there for the taking for them. 16 to 12, they've got their nose in front, and it should go their way, Bill.
I think it should. They've also got the benefit, in my opinion, of better replacements with guys like Paul Roberts to come on who can snatch a try.
And a half an hour extra to prepare for the game, and they've got some good support to come on, and they're starting to run right, their forwards now. They've got the taste.
Davidson now getting up inside the Canberra quarter line to Coleman, out again to Ian Roberts, strides over the top of one, but eventually is held by Carey and Daly. Also Craig Bellamy, it's back now to Coleman, he gives it to Davidson. Davidson charges towards the Canberra line.
Their big men are taking right over now.
5 yards out from the line, 1 tackle left to go. Fennick has a look what's going on, he passes wide out to Darryl Neville and it's over. It's no try, says Stone. He's knocked the ball on in the in-goal area, so we're going to go back to the quarter line.
Yeah, he threw the ball at the line. He tried to reach out one arm, and I don't think he forced the ball with a downward motion. Mick Stone, that's the same corner that just seconds before half-time he did the same thing against John Ferguson, but ruled a double movement. This time he ruled that Darryl Neville indeed lost the ball over the goal line. So Canberra in possession, and they desperately need a try. I don't think they're going to finish as strongly as South Sydney by virtue of many things, particularly the fact that they played the game before the final and South's had the rest, but it's 16-12 and they need a try, John Pearce.
Yes, they certainly do, but they're bringing a bit of speed on now. They've got Corkery and Kinner ready to come on, Peter, so maybe that'll test the South Sydney defence.
And there's a nitpicking penalty by referee Mick Stoner, picking the ball up in the ruck. I think I've seen a fair bit of that go on tonight in the sevens, and he's pinched Canberra, and Phil Blake's found touch now inside the quarter line, well inside it too, in Canberra territory, and another try to South Sydney should wrap it up for the Rabbits.
Darryl Neville coming up now to take the tap. He has a look. Defence spread, faces it, taps, decide to go on his own, makes some 10 metres or so. Ferguson dives around the legs to pull him down. He's 8 metres out now from the Raiders goal line. It goes back to Coleman. Good pass out to Davidson.
Now Roberts' turn. They're taking them on.
Striding to get to that line. It goes to Fennick out to Coleman. Fennick on the wraparound. Good pass across now to Blake. Blake trying to get through the gap. Oh, he's through the gap, and Blake has gone over. I thought it had closed up, but he's dived over for a try.
I thought Blake had butchered that. He had support on the outside, decided to take them on his own, was held in a tackle, but was able to squeeze his arms through.
Gee, strong. And that, you know, that's really should put it beyond doubt now. That's a scoreline now of 20 points to 12. And
he's kicked the goal,
he's kicked the conversion too, so 22 points to 12. And the Rabbitohs, you can start celebrating there over at Redfern Way. Pull out the, well, not so much champagne for winning the sevens, but rip into something else over there. Good performance by Souths. They lead by 22 points to 12. And Phil Blake this evening, 56 points. I think that's 58 points now for Phil Blake. And if it went much longer, he might bring up 100. But he's certainly been the outstanding player of the series. 50, another 6 points onto 52 is 58. Is 56 points. And sideline light, Tony Megahey.
Well, Phil Blake, not only has he got the pace, he's got the power and the balance. He was close enough to take them on, so he did it.
He certainly did. Canberra now with a penalty kick, and Daly has put the ball dead in goal. That's a bad blue by the young fellow, and play will restart with a dropout from the quarter line.
Coming up now to take the tap, I thought 52 and 6 was 58, but nevertheless we won't worry about it. Stoney's indicating the fact that we've got this kick-off to take place. Canberra set pretty well, and South, as Pete said, well and truly on their way to picking up the 50 grand, and why not champagne? They don't often drink it down at Redfern. There's the kick now from Blake, and a good long kick down into Canberra territory. As a matter of fact, it's about 18 metres out from their line, picked up by Craig Bellamy. Has a look on the outside. He's got Daly with him in. Daly says kick the ball back downfield. They're all standing up on a line. Ferguson coming through, but the ball just beats him over the touchline. 26 out from the South Sydney goal line.
Yeah, it's good play there by South Sydney. They recognised that there was space there to kick the ball. The kick was put through. But Coleman came across and tidied it up nicely.
Scrum to go down now. Touch judge in. Off comes Darryl Neville. The replacement's on. It's won by South Sydney. Paul Roberts is into the fray now, but he's pulled to the ground. He gets up the play back to Coleman. Goes across now to Davidson. He straightens up the attack. He busts Carey. He's running. Gets it back to Paul Roberts, who takes off downfield. Oh, his pass goes astray. Carey picks it up. He flicks it out to Bellamy. Bellamy finds big holes. Still he's through one. Had no support coming with him as he's pulled down behind by Craig Coleman. Now it's played back to Kevin Walters. Goes to Ferguson. Out wide to Carey. Good pass on to Chris Kenner. He had no room to move as the South Sydney defence swam all over the top of him. He's 5 metres over the halfway line in South Sydney territory. It goes back.
5 minutes left for play, and Canberra have just about run out of petrol, but the young fellow Daly hasn't, as he goes up and he pushes South Sydney player off the ball. South now back on the attack through Brett Ross, and he's made it right upfield. Canberra run out of juice.
And he gives it out to Paul Roberts now. Oh, but a diving, covering tackle going across field. John Ferguson pulls him down from behind. Now it's out to Ross. Mario Fennick leading by example. Steps away from one. He's got a man on the inside. Paul and Craig Coleman kicks it dead over the dead ball line, Canberra into the ground. So again, from general play, we start at the quarter.
22 points to 12 in favour of Souths, and listen to these statistics. South Sydney have scored 110 points so far in the Sevens tournament. Phil Blake has managed 58 of those, so it's a marvellous effort. 58 out of 110 in the Sevens, and he's had a real Phil day up. We'll give you the breakdown on his points, but South Sydney just 4 minutes away from the $50,000 first prize, and they've certainly done their supporters proud, and they've played outstanding football. They look as though they're home and hosed now. Canberra, unfortunately for them, are getting to the big one and going down again. Here's Blake again, putting the ball up now for Brett Ross.
Yeah, and he steps inside, 1, 2, 3, 4, and he's gone over for another try. Riding on the scene a little too late was Daly for Canberra, so another try to the South Sydney side.
Yeah, and the Rabbits are starting to celebrate already here at Parramatta Stadium. Good work by Phil Blake again. He was deeply involved in that, got the ball out wide to Brett Ross, and he was backing him up when he went in to score the try. So it's all South Sydney in the final. Canberra have just run out of juice. There's another 2 points to Phil Blake. That gives him his 60 out of 116 points now for the night for South Sydney. Tremendous performance by him, and certainly he is the star of the Sevens without any doubt here at Parramatta Stadium. 26 points to 12 on the National Panasonic scoreboard with just 3 minutes left for play.
Kevin Walters now, an intercept that time by Paul Dear, South Sydney player coming through in Ross, but the ball has been knocked on, and a scrum now is forced to be put down 42 metres out centre field from the South Sydney goal line.
16-12 at half time, and it's been South Sydney finishing the stronger.
They sure have. South came into this Sevens tournament with obviously a very well-planned campaign. They've stuck to the fundamentals. They haven't deviated from what they had planned to do, and that's got them through.
Johnny Maxwell, the veteran Randwick rugby hooker, has been helping George Piggins out and has planned this performance by South Sydney, and he was quoted during the week as saying Phil Blake will be the sensation of the Sevens. So Johnny Maxwell, another old hooker with a crystal ball, which helps.
Matthew Corkery in possession. It goes across now to Walters. Daly comes into the attack. He's got a man out wide. Beaten one. He gives it out to Ferguson. Ferguson takes off, but Mario Finney can't get to him, and he's gone over for a 4-pointer.
Yeah, good performance there by Daly to set Johnny Chicka Ferguson up, and the old veteran's gone in to score the try, but much too late. 2 minutes left for play, and Phil Blake, the outright star for us for the tournament, and our sideline eye, Tony Megahey, will be trying to get Phil as they leave the field here. I hope the kids stay off the field. If not, we'll get him in the dressing room after the game. But good performance by South Sydney. Les Davidson coming off the field now, and the conversion good for the Canberra Raiders. So they haven't given up. They've done their club proud and their supporters, and the scoreline now 28-18 in the final of the Super Sevens. Souths have just got to soak up 1 minute of play, and they're getting the 50,000 first prize.
Ross has put flat on his back after a heavy tackle from Carey, and the referee saying get up, and he will to his credit too. Coleman at dummy half gives it out to Big Ian Roberts. He crashes forward for a gain of 8 metres or so. 10 over the halfway line. Getting up the plate again back to Craig Coleman. They want another try. Coleman's going back. Something's on. I don't know what it is. He put them all off. He doubled back. Kevin Walters has chased him. He's going around like a duck with his head chopped off. But eventually...
He's having a ball. Well, his girlfriend is in the state touch football side. I think she's been giving him a few hints. Debbie Ginman's her name. She's not only a good sort, she can play the game, and I think that Tugger Coleman's got a few tips off her. He's starting to run backwards, throwing dummies, and certainly having a big night out here, as all the Souths here.
Oh, and a good pass from Fennick off the ground across now. It goes to Blake. He put the kick up. It came off a Canberra player to no avail, but we've got a penalty now to the referee, and it's to the Canberra side for hanging on as a player went through against South Sydney.
That's full time, Greg. South Sydney 28 have won the final against Canberra 18. 28-18, a terrific win by South Sydney, and they're worthy winners of the $50,000 first prize here at Parramatta Stadium in the Super Sevens. The Souths reserves are on the sideline, ready to go on and congratulate their teammates, and well they might. And there it is, full time at the Super Sevens, and the Rabbitohs from South Sydney victors by 28 points to 18 in the final over the Canberra Raiders. And the try scorers for South Sydney have been Mario Fennick, a try, Brett Ross, a try, Phil Blake, 3 tries, and Phil Blake 4 goals. Tremendous performance. He got 8 tries and 14 goals in the tournament for 60 points out of the 116 that South Sydney scored. For Canberra, gallant in defeat. They did it tough with a lot of injuries during the night. Harder hit than any other club with injuries, and then the bridesmaids, once again, bad luck for them, but they were gallant in defeat. Phil Carey, Lonigan tries, along with Chicka Ferguson, and Gary Belcher 3 goals. 28-18, a good performance by South Sydney to take out the inaugural 7 tournament here at Parramatta Stadium, and just repeating, 60 points for Philip Blake. A marvellous performance by him, and South Sydney, I think, will rightfully do their Lap of Honour. A good performance and a great victory by South Sydney Bill Anderson.
The best 2 teams made the final, and the best side won the final.
Yeah, they certainly did. John Peard, no qualms about that?
No, definitely not, Peter. The best player, Phil Blake, no doubt.
Okay, let's go down to Phil Blake now. We've got him. Phil Blake, 60 points in the knockout this afternoon. 10 tries and a swag full of goals too. Phil, congratulations. A mighty performance by you.
Thanks a lot, Zorba.
You certainly enjoyed the 7s and plenty of free room to move.
Yes, it's yeah, I found it very, not too hard, but as you said, there's plenty of room to move. And I must give credit to our forwards, because when we did pick the forwards, I don't think many people thought, what were we doing picking the forwards, but they made so much inroads with us straight down the middle, so there's plenty of room out wide for myself and Adam O'Neill, Craig Coleman, Paul Robertson, a lot of them.
Yeah, you've obviously worked hard in the off-season, Phil, and 8 tries and 14 goals. Certainly, I know 7s is different from the real thing, but certainly a nice confidence booster for you.
Yes, Zorba, I was out here to just prove a point to myself. I'm very keen for the season to start, and I'm looking forward to a big one.
Confident, Phil?
Yes, I am, Zorba. I've had a few good years, a few lean years, but I'm looking forward to it now. More experience, just turned 24, so I'm looking for a very big year for myself.
Johnny Maxwell, the veteran Randwick rugby player, certainly got your act together, or the side's act together. He tipped you to have a big tournament, and he certainly tipped South to go well, so he was obviously a big help to George Biggins.
Yes, it was very new to ourselves and the other 15 sides, but we got the help of John Maxwell, and we owe him a lot, because he really ironed out what we didn't really know what we were doing the first couple of runs, and John came down and gave us his time, and he really got our act together, and we owe him a lot.
That win against St George, 10-8, obviously probably the most important one of the night. They were showing good signs too of handling it.
Yes, well, they if you look at the side they had a similar side to us, with a couple of big fellas going forward and a lot of nippy blokes out wide, and we said if we can get over St George, we're a chance of taking this out, and as it was, we did beat St George 10-8, and we went on from there.
Yeah, congratulations, Phil. A marvellous performance by you tonight. Have a good season, and hope we're talking to you many times this season on happy occasions. Good on you, mate. Go and enjoy the victory.
Thanks a lot, Zorba.
Okay, there he is, Phil Blake, and the outright star of the tournament down there on the sideline. The presentations are taking place now, and well, fellas, it's been the first tournament. I think we can say it's been an unqualified success, and well, I've really enjoyed it. They've been on air since 3 o'clock, and well, the 7 hours has passed pretty quickly.
Yeah, Pete, once a year's enough, but I think that it's something that the league can look at doing annually.
Yeah, I think you've put it succinctly there, Bill, as you always do. John Peard?
Yes, Mr. Quayle made good sense by saying that it would be at the pre-season. It reminds me a little of the cricket, really. This is a one-day.
It's just a pyjama football.
Yes, there's some bad habits out there. They're defending out, they're running backwards. That will never happen in a 13-a-side game. So once a year will do us fine, Peter.
Okay, and Greg, your views on it?
I think the same as the two boys, mate. I think once a year's enough. I'm glad there's going to be a break between the commencement of the season of some 3 weeks, simply because the bad habits that Johnny and Billy mentioned too, certainly the coaches will get them out of that, and we'll see some solid defence.
Maxi Krillich.
Yes, people, we've also seen a lot of attacking football today, and hopefully that'll continue on into the competition. I know there's not a great deal of defence in this sort of game, but we've seen Mario Fennick and Craig Coleman and Phil Blake play excellent football today, and if that's going to be a continuation for the year for them, I think South Sydney are in for a very big year.
Okay, our sideline eye, Tony Megahey, your impressions. You were down there close to the action throughout the night. Your comments indicated to me that you really enjoyed it down there, and obviously you did.
Peter, the crowd response was just amazing. You haven't seen anything like it since the grand final. As I said before, the people appreciate the phenomenal attacking gifts of these players, and they had a chance to show it tonight, and you haven't seen any crowd reaction like this since the grand final, mate. I think it was a fantastic night, and one we'll see, I'm sure, pretty often when the league thinks about it. I think it'll be on TV, and it'll be on in a big way.
Okay then, thank you very much, Tony Megahey. Look forward to your comments in the Sydney Sun in their fabulous lift out on Monday. It's been a long day, and I hope you've enjoyed it. On behalf of our sponsors, Manchester Unity, the Sun newspaper, all proud home improvements. Peter Peters on behalf of, well, a big team that brought this to you today back in the studio. We've had great support there from our producer Ian Trent and also to Mark handling the switches in there, and it's been a long day for him, and thank you very much for that support back in there, and also to our great team here at Parramatta Stadium, comprising first of all my good buddy and the best caller in rugby league, Greg Hartley, Johnny Peard, the state coach, our special guest today, and thank you to the New South Wales Rugby League for allowing Peardy to sit in with us tonight. He's got a job to do this year, and we hope we can have him with us as a special guest on many occasions, as of course Billy Anderson, who will be with us for the entire year. Billy is on Channel 10's excellent team to bring you rugby league, and we hope to be working with liaison with Channel 10. They've got a great team there this year, and let's hope they have a successful season. Also to Maxi Krilic, the former Kangaroo captain, to everybody involved with it today, to our statistician and technician Matt Hyde. Thanks for being with us. I hope you've got your company tomorrow afternoon for Sportsline on 2GB News Talk 87, brought to you by Manchester Unity, those great people that are supporting us so widely this season on 2GB Sport. To our listeners in 2CA in Canberra, sorry we couldn't broadcast you a win, but maybe next time when 2 points are up for grabs in the Winfield Cup, we can do that for you. So on behalf of the entire team at 2GB News Talk 87 and 2CA in Canberra, thanks for being with us. Coming up, the Macquarie National News. Thanks to our news department for standing by today. They've got some big news in there, and then John Pearce will take you through Saturday evening. Thanks for being with us.